pain recedes slightly. Maybe you can ask Callie, blessed. Callie, save me. We were talking about protein. Exactly, Callie. Creatine helps muscles absorb protein. I said that before, though. I'm so blessed. Queen, didn't I say that before? And then Blessed was like, no, the other one. True, guys. Jewid 3 was Sid Betov 8 Buff. Wubba. Sorry, smacked my head on my keyboard. So what you want me to ask, Blessed, is you want me to ask Queen. Guys, giving me a headache. No, Callie, no, not the headache. Oh no, wait, it's because the screen is too bright. Don't mess yourself up with bright screens, man. I always turn my screens down as low as I can. She's gonna be happy, Callie, because then she's gonna be like, she can show you her dark side. She'll be like, I've been waiting for this. I was so worried. She's like, I knew you were a bad boy. You've been a very bad boy. And maybe we'll watch it on stream as a debut. And we were also supposed to do a movie day today, but I was just like, yeah, no, that's not happening. And then that bitch attacked her, so she threw a bunch of drinks at the bitch. So what do you think she's gonna do next? Tried and tested, but they keep falling further apart, right? She's gonna be like, boop! I mean, what? They're not real, guys. Sadly. Yeah, I know it suits you well, right? Did you do the makeup on stream? Yes, I did, Fireblade. I always do the makeup on stream at the very beginning of the stream. Some sort of foreshadowing. Purposeful foreshadowing. Purposeful wording for how foreshadowing goes. Really liking the story so far. Wait till the end. You'll really like the end, Fireblade. The end is going to be phenomenal. So think about this. The entire story I like. This is inspired by Choke. So if you've read Choke by Chuck Palahniuk, the same guy who wrote Fight Club. So this character goes around and fucks with people in nightclubs. Winning Ticket! What a name for a horse. Winning Ticket. 500 words for the sparring match. Just gotta finish my chapter now. Nice, Sean. Hell yeah. So remember, you guys are fucking awesome. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Really enjoyed today. We finished a fucking story in a day. That's an accomplishment. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yeah, but Snow is begging me not to. He's like, no, don't pick Queen. Snow tempts me more to pick you. No, please don't pick Queen. He named a third player who allows me to pick. And he named two who doesn't want me to. Queen is one of those two. So I'm very tempted to pick him suddenly. No! I don't know. Both Queen and Bisu are both, like, kind of a little bit weaker than they have been. So I don't know if Best and Queen or Best and... But Best is 100% getting out. Unless there's a major upset and BTS is better than I think he is. I mean, he did get to the round of 16, but so did Scan. No, the thing is, Blessed, is does a tree make a sound if it falls in a forest and no one's there? And the answer is, it depends on how you define sound. The only time that it goes from being particles moving in the air to sound is when it goes through your eardrum. Your brain transfers the particle movement in the air to sound. Em and I do that as a running gag whenever she see trash in the window. We almost need to show, like, that to put fear of littering into people's minds. Almost need a show like that to put the fear of littering into people's minds. Yeah, true, Sean. True. And, Sean, before all of that, you make me take my glasses off so I don't know what's coming. Might need to show me how it's done, mate. Oh, God. Oh, God. No thanks. I'm just the mastermind. I'm not the enactor. I will not dirty my hands with such foul things.
I do say, first the man was gay who brought my curry. My curry. He brought my curry. Brought my curry.
The man was gay who brought my curry.
Actually, the plan after the stream today was to watch Tropic Thunder.
Yo, I ain't watched that film since I was about 12. It's one of the funniest films I've ever seen.
Fucking amazing. That is
Look, Look, my
Classic.
name's David Beckham and fucking kicks his head, bro. Fucking loves that shit, bro.
Well, we had fun today. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. As always, you guys are fucking amazing. I love you. Thank you so much. We have a good time. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! So far, we have the inciting incident that causes the character to come into the world, which is their parents offer them a joint for the first time. They smoke the joint, they inhale a seed that's just like on the edge of the joint. They choke on it, they die. I'm getting to the end of the bags. This weed's getting pretty dry. I gotta go buy another ounce. Oh, I smoked too much. Callie, have you just eaten so much pizza that you're just not in the mood for pizza? Because I don't think you don't like pizza. I just can't get the inflection right. It's too close to brown that I just fall. It's like I have to like teeter on the edge and I just fall into brown. That's why I like the sentence of not every battle is a challenge. He considers a battle to be writing a speech for inauguration. Because it feels almost like an out-of-body experience. Like, I watched myself. As in, like, I'm not in control of my body. But it's actually him watching a video. But that's why I like being so fluid with my ideas and never sticking, like, never marrying an idea. Because you never know what idea might be just slightly better. And then you just keep adding those up and you take your average from here to here to here to here to here. And now that Asmon's on permanent leave, like I said this would probably happen, he announced he's on indefinite leave, which leaves a vacuum almost of, like, this kind of content. Well, I mean, yeah, but this was like 2016, 2018-ish. Like, when I was doing that, I was just like, fuck it, I'm way too lazy, I don't care enough. Piece of shit, procrastinator. But yet now I'll have my channel since 2014. So in 2040, my channel will be fucking 16 years old. Fuck yeah. So you just gotta think to the future. So I assumed you would have my back, because you know, you should have said you know what my name is. Like, if you know what my name is, you definitely have my back. If you can remember my name. Nothing to say to that. I'm glad I just don't remember people's names. They can't blame that shit on me. I don't remember your name. Okay, the one place I didn't look on the map. Of fucking course.
And with it, your end. Cleave! Drown in
You will not
darkness.
bind me here.
Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Super appreciate it. You guys are fucking amazing. Remember, we'll be back again tomorrow, as always, every day, all day we can. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Yeah, I think if anyone can outdo him, it's definitely going to be a ZVZ, and it would either be Effort or Soma. And Snow, man, if Snow just could up his game to the level of his, like, equalize his game to the level of his Reaver play, he would definitely win ASL. And now he's got the fourth base up, which equalizes everything. Plus, he's going to take out the fourth. Yo, how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. It's another day. How's everyone going today? No, I'm just fucking with you, Meow. Whoa. So looks like you're first, Meow? Damn. Alright. And it's the final chapter of Spearmaster's journey. What will be the final closure? What will happen in the end? Who knows? Spearmaster come back to Wisp? Will they have many babies? Can Spearmaster even fuck? Who knows? Bro's going for Spearmaster, and I'm already writing 140 years in the future, or something about that. Damn. Damn. That's a jump. That's a jump, meow. 3, 2, 1, toe. It's not like those are running simultaneously, right? That's some structure right there, right? We got to kind of sort shit out because we're running out of stories to read, so we're gonna have to start writing soon. Oh God! Do you have the link? Because my docs aren't loading. Oh fuck me. I probably have it somewhere. What's it called? Rain World. There we go. I'm retarded. Duh, it's called fucking Rain World. Ah, shit, this is the old one. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I'm retarded. Wait, I'm retarded. There we go. I'm gonna program a bot that automatically puts the command for first in queue and spams the link every 5 minutes so I can goon midstream in peace. All you have to do is be here at the beginning now. I start at the same time, so you just gotta be here when I'm live and then just do queue. Yo, 13, not much. We're just about to read Meows Kadara's. Wait, this is only 300. Oh, I'm retarded. I don't know why why am I not high right now? What is this? I need to shut the fuck up. But yeah, what's up, 13? It's a short chapter of 5,000 words. Yup. Yeah, that's a short chapter, all right. Yeah, what's your day been up to, 13? I've just been chilling, having a good time, you know. We're getting to the end of everyone's books. It's kind of sad. We finished Shadow's book yesterday. We finished Turner's all of the chapters that he's gonna give us for the beta read, and we're gonna finish Yuri's book in like a week. We got a lot of Meows Kadar, but he's not always here. 260 words this morning? Fuck yeah. That's epic. I spent like 3.5 hours today trying to do my Diablo Hell run for my melee lock. Oh my god, I was rage quitting, man. I was fucking rage quitting. Shit was so fucking annoying. I just kept getting like the worst combination of mobs and I'd be like, oh, I'm fine. I get halfway through the fucking dungeon. Oh, there's a gloam. Okay, well, I just gotta reset this shit. And I tried to just kill everything, and it's like, every mob's immune to physical. Every mob has mana drain. I'm like, I'm losing my fucking mind. So we made it all the way to the Ancients' Way. I made it all the way to the Ancients. I almost killed all the Ancients, and I got cocky, and I was like, I'm gonna try and position so we can't whirlwind me. Got crit by a whirlwind, insta fucking killed because my shield wasn't up, and I was like, I'm not walking back here. Took me like an hour to walk back here the second time after the first time I died to the Ancients, when I just like spawned them and just like they instantly jumped on me and killed me, and I was like, oh fuck, okay, all right. So I was like, nah, I'll come back and do it tomorrow. I just gotta do Ancient. Like I can kill them easily. I also have no money because I've died so many times. I can't even buy potions. So I'm like, well, fuck. Now I gotta go like do like some farming to get enough money or sell. Maybe I just sell all of my shit. I don't know, and then buy a fuck ton of potions because that was my problem. Everything in mana burn, and I was like, I just had no mana. I couldn't do fucking anything. It's so annoying. Like, even with my insight, it's not going so well. So, that was fun. But yeah. Because I was hoping to get everything done today so I could do all the editing tomorrow, but I'm still going to spend another hour and a half, 2 hours tomorrow finishing the fucking run before I do the editing. But at least I don't have to technically release it until, like, Saturday. But I still, again, also have to do a... You know what? Maybe that's what we'll do today, if we have time, is we'll do the Blue Horror Story story. Because those are usually only about 1,500 to 1,800 words. I just have to think, like, what can we do with that? Oh, I got a good one. Okay, guys, what about this? What about this? Fat organ donors. So you're so fat that they literally grow extra organs inside of your fat. So you get these, like, 600-pound hogs, and you grow, like, hearts and livers and kidneys, like, inside of their fat. Inside of their bodies, and you harvest it. What do you guys think about that? Is that a good story? How's it going, Callie? What you up to? They're like human incubators. 3, 2, 1, toke! Maybe we do the story kind of like a, maybe something like a police report. We do like, okay, so what we'll do is we'll do the first thing like a victim statement. And it's kind of like you know, the victim's court statement of like the things that were done to them. And then we translate that via AI into like a comprehensive police report. And then we present it as a police report. I think that would go fucking hard as shit. Then we just have this, like, fat-ass fucking hog eating food with, like an x-ray kind of thing, and it shows, like, the different organs inside of him. Quasi, here while I eat. So, Turner, what do you think about this for an idea for a new Blue Horror Story idea? So it's, like, cyberpunk futuristic stuff, but it's, like, they take all the hogs that are, like, 500-600 pounds, and they use them as organ farms, and they basically grow, like, extra organs inside of their body, inside of their fat, because there's, like, so much room. It's like an incubator, and they grow, like, hearts and livers and lungs inside of, like, their fat, and then they harvest it. And it's like an organ harvesting program, like, by the government, or corporations, in this case. And then it's presented as a victim statement of someone who had that happen to them. And it's like basically they feed you until you get like 600 pounds, and then they start, you know, because they don't want to harvest your organs, because harvesting your organs, they don't have any more organs. So they found out a way to grow organs inside of you. Organs don't grow in fat, not enough blood flow. But it's all external, Turner, because the they're basically used as, instead of building like an incubator inside of a lab, they're just using inside of a human body. So it's like, it takes away needing the infrastructure. So all you need is just the, like, the cell, the programming, and, like, a bag. And you put the cell inside of the bag, and then the bag grows inside. So it's like, it's its own contained system. It's just the fact that you have, like, the body heat, like, the nutrients and everything can be absorbed directly from the body. So that, like, there's no external thing. So you're using, like, the human body's energy source, like, to conserve, like, your energy payments, right? It's like it costs this amount of money to build a factory, but it costs only this amount of money to have a bunch of humans living in a fucking building and harvesting them. Does that logic track, or is that, like... That's the problem, though. Blood flow. Energy is via blood and oxygen. Not enough blood vessels in fat regions. Then you just have, like, a tube. That, like, you've got the bag, and then you've got the tube, and then the tube goes to, like, a higher bloodstream place, right? So it's like, that's an easy fix with technology, right? We just have to rewrite how your fat grows, right? So if we could just, it's like, think about it like we studied the Inuit because they have different blood flow in essentially the human body. Just becomes a temperature provider. Yeah, and then you just absorb all the nutrients from it, but instead of deriving the nutrients themselves, the human body is doing all of the work for you in breaking down the enzymes, breaking down everything, and providing it. So you don't have to have like this like bag source, right? You just have people. And I think that would like significantly cut down on the prices of stuff. And that's kind of the whole point of it, is like, we'll do anything we can to make sure that our product is cheaper, including, like, yeah, human trafficking. I'm pissed. What's up? What's up, Haffy? Why are you pissed, bro? Didn't you say you fixed a bug? What is this shit? Yes, bug fixed. I can type. Oh, you were having problems typing, bro? I didn't even know. Yeah, we present it as a victim statement and we turn it into a police report. And then we present it as a police report. Never pissed off. Would love to be pissed on, though. True, Callie. Actually, speaking of which, I saw this and it was fucked. Okay, so I saw this. Yeah, okay, I saw this, right? And I was like, yup. This is why I like bigger chicks. And then I liked this picture. And somehow by liking this singular picture, my entire timeline became OnlyFans girls. For like an hour, I just went through and it was just like, not interested, not interested, not interested. And I was like, what the fuck? I like one picture and my entire timeline turns into fucking porn. I was like, damn, bro. It wants me to goon hard. And I was like, I mean, I'm fine with that, but I don't want, like, you know, it's one thing to have provocative pictures. It's another thing to have actual porn. And when that starts popping up, and then gore starts popping up, and it's like, you'll have the NSFW for like 18 plus content for porn, and then it'll just be a picture of a guy getting his head blown off, and you're like, what the fuck? Seriously? I do not want to see this shit. I don't know how they don't have a gore filter. That shit is fucked. I don't give a shit about sex and porn and shit like that and nudity, but like, gore? That'll fuck you up, man. Yo, Salty, what's up? And Salty, I 100% agree with that pyramid video. That's how I've always believed that it was done. And you know why? I'll give you an example of that. The reason that this is at such an angle, right? Is because it's the whatchamacallit the trapezoid on the outside, right, is incomplete. So the reason that there's two different angles is either, number one, it's incomplete, and they haven't done the trapezoid yet, but the fact there's no ramp means the trapeze is different. But there's also the thing of repurposing. So it's like they were in the process of dismantling this pyramid and using it for something else. Right? It's like that kind of idea. And that's what I've always thought of. It's like, why do people always look at it from this kind of angle when it makes so much more sense to just like a cast and mold system, where you have the trapezoid is the cast and the pyramid itself is the mold. And then you make the cast and then you have the mold inside of it, right? And so it's always just made sense to me, because if you're gonna build anything, that's how you would build it. But we're retarded in, when it comes to building. Never knew Egyptian like dismantling, but considering they seem like the founders of alchemy, I kind of see it. Conspiracies are a waste of energy and time. Callie, I don't think that's true anymore, because by the end of the year, I think there is a chance, guys, by the end of the year that the Earth is flat. Space isn't real. Like, I've never seriously ever considered that, but I'm like, guys, with all the shit that's coming out, the world is run by Jewish baby-eating pedophiles. And you think the worst thing that we can find out is that the Earth is flat? That they've been lying to us, that heaven is real, and aliens are actually angels from different dimensions. Like what is it? Are they angels, or are they aliens pretending to be angels and demons? Like what's the end game here, right? Because my end game is always aliens, but aliens with interdimensionality is very much the what do you call it? It's the like the ego of existence, if you will. Rotation of the Earth. If you ever done that with dough, you get pizza. Well, I think this is the biggest problem, Salty, that people have. Did you know that the spin of the Earth reduces gravity, not increases it? Because I think this is one of the most fundamental misunderstandings that people have about centrifugal force. Because the more you spin, the more outward motion you have. So I had a conversation with AI about a donut planet. About a way, because centrifugal force or something. Yeah, so it's like, could you have a planet that has such a massive mass that it wouldn't rip apart, even if it spun so fast that the centrifugal force literally flattened it into a pancake? And the AI was like, no, that's not possible. And I'm like, how can you say that's not possible, but you've given me the mathematical equations to make it possible? And then it's like, oh, but they wouldn't have enough force to hold together. But I'm like, well, that was the whole point of the question, was so a planet that has enough force could be flattened like a disk due to its rotation. Right? Like, could the centrifugal forces of the rotation cause it to flatten so much because it was spinning so fast? Like, the idea of, but that's, you know. The changing of materials due to temperature over time and that layered effect is also another big, like, constituent of the problem.
Water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom.
True,
Have another
touch
Coke.
grass. The only grass I'm touching is your mom's. Everything would go towards the center of Matt's. No, Meow. This would be the physics. You would have a ball. The ball would rotate so fast that it flattens. Right? And then whatever evolved on that planet would have the same gravity on it. Right? And when we're talking flat, we're not talking like straight flat. We're just saying like there's the diameter versus the width is like 100 to 1. Right? Like it's 100 times longer than it is thick. So it's like there would literally be like a drop off of the Earth because the gravity would be so strong if you went around that the edges, it would literally crush you. So you could never get from one side of the planet to the other side of the planet. So you would have one type of species on the bottom and one type of species on the top, and unless they gain space travel and manage to get off the planet, there would be no way for them to know that there was another side of the planet. That's how, like, the logic of it would go. Think what the halos are in Halo? I mean, that's fair, yeah. Because, like, the idea is they're supposed to generate such, like, a gravitational force that, like, it bends space-time, right? So it's like creating a portal. Like a connection between a wormhole, like a Stargate. Alright, guys, we're back to the Wild Rose Reserve. The 29% good stuff. So we got a brand new quad. It is the Whitening! But I just love, like, thinking about that kind of stuff, right? The what-ifs of physics and stuff. I mean, literally, we know that it rains diamonds. Is it on Jupiter or Saturn? I don't remember. No, it's Titan. It's the moon around Saturn. Titan. The gravity is so heavy that it rains diamonds. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Something like that. So I'm like, wait, it can't rain diamonds on an actual gas giant. Because then eventually you would have a solid ground after a certain amount of time. But you know what's the single stupidest argument I've ever heard from anyone who doesn't know anything about space? Was in Starfield, when people were like, why can't you land on a gas giant? Enough internet for the day, guys. That dropped my IQ by like 8 points. Like, the fuck? What do you mean, why can't you land on a fucking gas giant? Because a gas giant doesn't have a surface. You can't land on gas. I mean, technically you can. You could, like, float on gas, right? You ever seen those, like, the carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide things? Where they take the gas and they put it into, like, a container because it drops, and they'll take, like, a paper boat or something, and they'll float it across the surface because the gas is so heavy. So maybe in some ways you could, like, sit on top of the gas itself and, like, hover there, but, like, you can't, like, actually physically stand on it. I have another query. SCP stands for Secure, Contain, Protect, and that's the factions, the founding, that is the faction, you mean the Foundation's founding principle. If you had to deal with Cthulhu creatures, what would your facility's acronym be? RHS. Run, hide, surrender. 3, 2, 1, toke.
TTS Harfy, if your computer wasn't cooking like a baked potato, maybe your fucking donkey of a self would have been in first place in the fucking queue, you moron.
I mean, true, Happy. I felt like that would be your answer. You can't stop Cthulhu, man. That's you're running from. Yeah, this is what you do. If this is the universe, and this is Cthulhu, and this is you. Stay as far away from that shit as possible. But I like the contradiction of that, because the idea that, like, you could run away from Cthulhu. Because his essence is literally dreams. So, like... Guys, what if the psyop from the government, in order to eliminate dreaming, is actually to kill Cthulhu? And it's to, if all living beings stopped dreaming, Cthulhu would lose all of his energy and eventually he would die. So would you sacrifice dreams to kill Cthulhu?
I'd sell out the human race.
That's true, Mr. Meesey. It's true. Fuck humans. See, I think that's the problem, is everyone knows that everyone would sell everyone out, but everyone says that they wouldn't sell everyone out. No, man, I'd sell you the fuck out instantly. Like, if I could get what I wanted by selling you out, I would sell you out. I would throw you under that bus so fast, you wouldn't even know. Like, you're never gonna beat Daddy Cthulhu, but how would you deal with the smaller threats? Salty, I would use Cthulhu as my weapon and use the weapon against him. I would study dreams, learn how he connects through dreams, and I would use, like, the dream state to train my soldiers, and then I would have them basically be, like, lucid dreaming, astral projecting warriors. And they would just, like, hunt down threats and fucking destroy them. It's my favorite SCP. Actually, my favorite SCP is the most recent SCP I learned about, the Memenoid. That turns everything into memes. It's like, from the last story that I read, it's like the one thing that can destroy the Foundation. Because it can turn the Foundation itself into a meme. So it's like, knowledge of it is basically contained, because by knowing about it, you infect everything else and memify everything. And I'm like, that's fucking intense. I love the things that you have to be so afraid of them, you can't allow even, like, the idea of them to propagate, because the idea is the SCP. And it will just devour everything. The stairs to hell? They will devour you. There's so many good SCPs, though. That's probably, like, of all the original fan, like, conglomerated, like, universes, I think SCP is by far, like, the best. Like, that's some good, that is, like, millions and millions of people coming together to create a universe of, like, supernatural shit and catalog every idea, every possible entity you could ever possibly think of. I like think of anything that can be SCP. It's not just about the monsters. Yeah, it's ideas, right? Like the chair that, like, it skins you alive if you sit in it, and then it takes your skin and puts it on the chair. It's like, I fucking love that shit. That goes so hard. Alright, we're gonna have one more token, then we're gonna read Meow's story, because this is the final chapter of Spearmaster's journey. Unfortunately, we are getting so near the end. Three, two, one, go! Abiotic is a good game because it's like SCP and Half-Life combined. That's crazy. I've never heard of Abiotic. There's too many games to keep track of. I just can't do it anymore. Abiotic Factor. Huh. Cool. Sounds badass. We are starting, Meow. Alright. Chapter 14, the final broadcast. No, it's gonna be over! I highly recommend it. I'll have to watch a playthrough of it. Like, I don't really play games. I like watching other people play games. If you've ever watched me play a game on stream, other than, like, StarCraft or Diablo or Path of Exile, like, it's fucking retarded. Like, you should have seen me playing fucking Windrose, trying to, Euclid? Web crawlers? Oh yeah, mimetic agent that exists under the false identity of a fan website. This is the SCP that I was talking about, 3312. Yup. Anti-memetics! The journey back to Moon's superstructure took 3 cycles. 3 cycles of retracing paths that had seemed urged in the opposite direction. Now traveled in hollow silence. Spearmaster moved through the regions mechanically. The wall, underhangs pole forest, the legs spider territories. Each obstacle overcome with precision that required no conscious thought. His body had healed. The chest wound from 5 pebbles' brutal extraction had sealed completely. His enhanced regeneration leaving only the faintest scar tissue beneath his purple fur. Physically, he was restored to full capacity. Something else remained damaged, something his biology couldn't repair. 3 cycles without them. 3 cycles of silence where there used to be the outlaw's commentary, Wisp's careful observations. The warmth of packed presence. The efficiency is optimal. No need to adjust pace for others. No need to coordinate attacks or share resources. The optimization feels wrong. Empty. I was designed to function alone. Why does alone feel like malfunction now? The threats he encountered barely registered as threats anymore. The Zion lizard coiled the leap. Spear generated, thrown, impact, death. The entire sequence completed before conscious decision to engage. His enhanced reflexes had always been fast, but now they operated in pure reaction mode, body responding to danger while mind remained elsewhere. With them. Wondering if they had made it safely back to Waterfront Facility, if Wisp's parents had been angry about the extended absence or just relieved at her return. The outlaw was already telling exaggerated stories about their journey to anyone who would listen. His ridiculous hat, tilted as his characteristic at its characteristic angle while he narrated adventures with theatrical flair. They're safer without me. The mission brought them into danger they never needed to face. Acid water, spider territories, vultures, 5 pebbles rejection, all of it unnecessary for them. And they had lives before I arrived. They'll have lives after. Better lives. Safer lives. 3312 is focused on the furry fandom. Didn't know that, Haffy. How? How? I never... Huh. Interesting. I mean, I guess it's where you look, right? Separation is optimal for their continued survival. The logic is sound. Why doesn't it feel sound? Crossed through the precipice without incident. The exposed bridge no longer inducing the tension it had on first traverse. Heights were just heights. Falls were just physics. Everything had become mechanical assessment, divorced from emotional response. Scavenger toll appeared ahead. 3 scavengers positioned to demand payment for passage. Spearmaster generated spears without breaking stride. His body language conveying simple message. I am not stopping. I'm not negotiating. Move or be moved. Scavengers, recognizing something dangerous in his approach, stepped aside. Smart scavengers. Survival-oriented scavengers who understand that some travelers were best left unbothered. You know, I would have tried to trade with them. Would have pulled out pearls, attempted negotiation. Probably made some joke about scavenger-slugcat diplomatic relations. Would have made the encounter meaningful instead of just obstacle to bypass. He made everything meaningful. Even the dangerous parts, especially the dangerous parts. Moon's superstructure appeared on the horizon as the second cycle ended. Its familiar silhouette triggering something in Spearmaster's chest. Not pain, not quite relief. Something adjacent to both. The knowledge that answers waited ahead, even if those answers might not be comforting. My Spearmaster is a 92 out of 100 in spear skills. He's not 100 out of 100? What a noob. Found shelter in one of the maintenance hubs he'd used on the outward journey. Space feeling larger now that he occupied it alone. The ancient mechanism still functioned. Only reason he isn't 100 is due to the lack of experience. Oh, so he can be level 100. He's just got to train more. Sleep came fitfully. He was born like 10 cycles ago, so... Current form of SCP affects an individual in 6 stages and may only affect individuals with no prior involvement in the furry community. Should be noted, it evolves from a compulsive mimetic to mind-affecting agent. Compulsive mimetic to a mind-affecting agent. Passed. Stage 4. Cancer stage 4. So basically, furries are immune to SCP? Damn. So only furries are going to be left alive once SCP is 3312 is done with everyone. And the Foundation is going to fall. Or the Foundation is just going to be run by furries. That's crazy. Am the antidote, then. Being exposed, affected individuals would appear piqued interest in anthropomorphic characters in mainstream media, including but not limited to brand mascots, animated cartoons and games, and cereal box art. Compulsive effects related to mind during the stage. It's being reversed with no side effects. Wait, so it can't affect you if you already like anthropomorphic characters? Because it's like it can't change your brain chemistry because your brain chemistry is already that way? Or it just instantly turns you into a furry? So are all furries affected by SCP-3312 then? These are some damn hard questions, man! Holy shit, this is what I love so much about the universe, right? There's so much to interpret, there's so much there. The ancient mechanisms still functioned, providing water and minimal security, and Spearmaster settled in to wait out the cycle's end. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by thoughts circled without resolution. 5 pebbles, anger. Moon's inevitable collapse, the outlaw and wisp somewhere far away, unreachable. No. Well, which one is it? Yes or no? 7 red suns, waiting for report about mission that had technically succeeded about practically failing. So yes, furries are immune. No, not all furries are infected by SCP. All of it spiraling in his enhanced mind without finding purchase or peace. The third cycle began with rain that felt heavier than usual. As if the world itself was processing grief.
Listen carefully. You're standing there waving that SCP document around like it's some classified masterpiece, but nobody in this room is losing sleep over it. It's pages of overcomplicated jargon, dramatic redactions, and lab report cosplay. And you're shocked people aren't applauding. Passion is great. Effort is great. But dumping a wall of text on the table and expecting instant fascination. That's not how this works. If you want people to care, make it sharp, make it gripping, serve something people actually want to bite into. Right now, it's cold, and nobody ordered it.
Damn, Meow. Why are you being so harsh? I ordered it. Why are you shitting on what I ordered, Meow? I'm literally the one who brought up SCP-3312. Like, Salty may have brought up SCPs in general, but I specifically brought up this SCP. I don't even know if they knew about this SCP before I brought it up. So I don't know how you could even say that. Like, unless you're talking to me, but you said Haffy, so I'm confused. I just reminded Relic using this and wanted to use it. I mean, you did great, Meow. That was hilarious. You should have just directed it at me. Instead of Haffy. That would have been funnier. Now you know. The more you know! Spearmaster emerged from the shelter and continued toward Moon's chamber, following path that memory had etched into permanent reference. Her structure showed more decay than before. The difference was subtle but unmistakable to his analytic perception. More neural tissue gone dark, more systems flickering instead of steady, more evidence of collapse accelerating beyond any hope of reversal. 5 Pebbles had read the warning and chosen to ignore it. Mom would die because her brother couldn't admit our fault or accept help. The tragedy of it felt almost too large to process. She knew. When we first visited, when she asked us to deliver the message to 5 Pebbles, she knew we probably wouldn't listen. Knew this outcome was likely, but she tried anyway. Because trying was better than accepting inevitable without attempting at prevention. Because love persists, even when logic says it shouldn't. Because she is better than the situation she's trapped in. He navigated through the zero-gravity zones, past the inspectors who recognized him now and offered no challenge. Through corridors that felt simultaneously familiar and strange. Everything was the same. Everything was different. He was different. The tool that had first entered this chamber, carrying singular purpose, had been transformed by journey and pack and failure into something more complex. Chamber entrance appeared ahead, and Spearmaster paused. His next actions would cement the mission's failure in Moon's consciousness, would deliver the news that her brother had rejected her love and the warning meant to save her life, and confirm that she would die alone, her vast consciousness fragmenting into nothing while 5 Pebbles continued his doomed experiments nearby. He entered. The chamber was dimmer than before. Neural tissue pulsed with weaker light. Calculations on walls.
Met 3312, they become a furry. But if a furry meets 3312, nothing will happen because they are immune.
Damn, that's hardcore. And the only way to know whether they're infected and they're a furry is if they go to stage 3, right? So you always gotta watch furries to see if they progress to stage 3. But furries are the only ones who can inspect them, because furries are the only ones who can't get infected. Calculations on walls flickering with patterns that suggested imminent consciousness rather than sustained thought. Intermittent consciousness rather than sustained thought. They are already autistic. And in the center, Moon's puppet hung with even more obvious deterioration. Panels that had been scratched were now cracked. Arms that had functioned with effort now barely moved. Her eyes, which had glowed with dim but steady light, now flickered like candles in wind. But when those eyes focused on him, when recognition sparked in failing systems, Moon's voice emerged with the same gentle quality he remembered. The messenger returns. I wasn't certain I would see you again. Cycles have been difficult. Systems failing faster now. Consciousness fragmenting. But you're here. That means... She trailed off, her attention shifting to what she could perceive about his condition. The analytical scan was slower than before. Her processing degraded, but still functional enough to notice the critical damage, the critical change. Pearl, it's gone. You delivered it. The extraction wound on your chest, already sealed but recent. 5 petals removed it himself, didn't he? I can tell from the precision. He was never gentle with biological matters. Spearmaster nodded, the gesture feeling heavy with implications. Yes, he had delivered it. Yes, 5 pebbles had read it. Yes, everything Moon had feared would happen had happened exactly as predicted. And his response? Did he...
Living conditions of stage 4 individuals have been deemed unfit for any human. Residences undergo a rapid state of dilapidation due to the individual's own unwillingness to tend to anything outside of SCP-3312, including themselves. Induced behaviors have been noted to fall in line with those of victims of severe hoarding disorders. 55% of stage 4 individuals have experienced eviction and/or homelessness due to their neglect of both themselves and their place of residency.
Shit, I may have been infected by SCP-3312 when I was like 14. Actually, you know what? Probably younger than that. When did Space Jam come out? I probably watched it in 98 or 99, so it's probably like 7 or 8. So it might have gotten me at 70 or 8 with Lola Bunny. Swear there will be eventually some SCP that touches you inappropriately, turning you into a skibidi toilet, making Diddy the diddler shit on you. Why not, Meow? That's like literally the entire point of the SCP universe is ideas. Like, at the end of the day, the cataloging of the Foundation is to catalog every possible idea that could ever be thought. Thus cataloging all of human thought. It's a law. It's like the beginnings of the Bene Gesserit. Like, we're talking like tens of thousands of years of like planning, right? Well, what's Bolt? Well, I'm guessing you're younger than me, Haffy, so I probably don't know all the shit from like the 2000s and stuff like that. The dog? I've seen some shit about Bluey, but I never heard about Bolt. Did he understand? Did he say he would stop? How to convey rejection without words. How to communicate that her brother had read her warning, understood the consequences of his actions, and chosen his experiments over her life anyway. Spearmaster's inability to speak had never felt more like disability than in this moment. He shook his head slowly. The universal gesture of negation, of failure, of outcomes that didn't match hopes. Moon's puppet went still for a long moment. Spearmaster wondered if her systems had failed, if he was witnessing the final fragmentation. But then she moved again, a sigh emerging that was somehow audible despite her mechanical nature. I see. Yes, the dog. What's Bolt? Wait, what? But that's like an actual dog. Like that's that's not anthropomorphic, bro. There was no anger in her voice, no accusation, just sadness. Deep, profound sadness that an iterator's vast intelligence couldn't fix fundamental problem of beings hurting those they loved through inability to see past their own desperation. Yeah, but it has no, like, bipedalness to it. It's just a talking dog. That's a little bit different. I think we're talking about two different types of categories. Right? Like, furries are humanoids, like, zoos are animals. Like, that's a whole different story. Like, you're talking about, like, a whole different thing. There's a spectrum, bro. That's the far right. You tried, little messenger. That matters. The attempt matters even when the outcome fails. 7 red suns created you well, sent you on an impossible task, and you completed it. The rest is between Pebbles and me, between siblings who couldn't find way to speak across the gap of our different choices. She drifted slightly, cable tethered her puppet along, allowing minimal movement. One of her functional arms extended, manipulators opening in gesture that seemed to invite approach. Come closer. Please, I have something to ask of you. One more task, if you're willing. I understand if you're not. You've already done more than should be expected, but... I'm just saying, if you're talking about your furry awakening and you're talking about an actual dog, Haffy, that's a little bit different, bro. I'm just saying, like, you gotta look at the spectrum. You're the one who said it, not me. I'm just trying to point out to you that's not a bipedal anthropomorphic creature. That's a fucking animal. Like, can we consult the furry chart, guys? Do we need to consult the furry chart? Whatever. Oh, we're in the middle of an ad. I'm retarded. Oh. I mean, you gotta remember at the end of the day, that everyone has fucked up thoughts. It's turning those thoughts into reality that's the problem, right? You know? Or, like, excessive, like, obsessive thoughts. I'd say those two things are like maybe you should go, yeah, that's when you need to get off the internet. Like, I joke a lot, but it's all just jokes. It's just because I've been on the internet so long, I pretty much fucking know everything, so it's like, well, shit, you can't stick that past me, man. I seen Uritin, you know? We've been around for a long time. You know, like, we can all have our own fiction, but as long as we all know that it's fiction, I think that's the main key takeaway here, right? Difference is I don't. Well, Haffy. That's when you're like, well, then why did you say the thing that made you realize that you're a furry was a dog? You see how that can misconstrue a little bit? Whereas, like, my example was, like, an actual, like, person that just happens to be an animal. Like, I'm using your own words here, bro. You said your awakening was from a dog. That's, unless I'm misinterpreting this shit, that's what I heard. So, I mean, I'm not accusing of anything. I'm just saying, hey, bro, maybe you shouldn't say that. People might misconstrue that. Right? Like, we need to put this into some context. Oh, no, I know that, Haffy, but I'm just saying, if you go, yeah, this is what made me realize I was a furry, and you show a person a dog, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? Whereas if it's like, oh yeah, Lola Bunny, oh yeah, Mika Mink or whatever her name is, oh yeah, you know, the mom from what the fuck is that called? The blue rabbit thing, Gumball's World. Check Sky from Paw Patrol and change your mind. No, Meow. I have, like, a niece and a nephew, and I have friends that have kids. I've seen tons of Paw Patrol. Wait, what? No. What? Like, that's a dog, bro. That's a dog. That's not a human, like, that's not a, like, guys. No, Happy, furry does not equal zoo, but this is, okay, we're bringing up the furry chart, guys. See how it says still a furry? But it's a cat. It should actually say plus zoo. Like, this is zoo, this is not zoo. That's the line. This is humanoid, that's an animal. It's still a furry, but it's also a zoo. This is also furry, but not a zoo. This is way furry, but still not a zoo. Right? Like, you can't say you're not a zoo if you're like, I would fuck that cat. That's the definition of it. Yeah, sure, you're still a furry, but, like, you're a zoo at that point. Right? Like, I don't know what to say. That's the facts, bro. So, check your headcanon, maybe. I don't know, man. I'm just saying. You can't say you're not zoo if you're like, that's what turns me on as a dog. It's like, okay, that's not the same thing. Hey, you know, I'd say the line is where sentience comes in. So if the one beside the cat is sentient, that's a furry. If it's not, it's total zoo. To me, Sean, and I'm pretty sure to everyone else, zoo is just, like, you're attracted to an animal shape. Like, it's not about being attracted to a human shape that has fur because it's exotic. It's no longer about, like, an off-brand human. You have moved into an entirely new spectrum. Like, it's one thing of, like, fucking a girl in doggy style. It's another thing to fuck a dog. Right? Like, these are two completely different... One is an imitation... The other is an actuality, right? Like, one's animal abuse, the other one is fiction, right? Bolt being my furry awakening does not mean I want to fuck Bolt. No, it doesn't, Happy, but what I'm saying is if you tell someone that an actual dog was the reason that I know that I'm a furry, then... people are gonna think that you're a zoo. She's not sentient, she's an animal, regardless of her shape. Otherwise, doing a gorilla wouldn't be animal abuse. But Sean, we're talking about fictional worlds. We're not talking about reality. It's like, you can't say that someone wants to fuck animals when the person that they're fucking looks like a human. But you also can't say you're attracted like you're not attracted to animals if you want to fuck an animal. Like, these are mutually exclusive statements, right? You either are sexually attracted to animals or you're not, right? You're either sexually attracted to humanoids or you're not. There's no mutual exclusivity. Now, you can be attracted to both, but you're still attracted to an animal. That's what I'm trying to say. That is the fundamental definition of it, is your attraction to it. Do you find it sexually attractive? If you find an animal sexually attractive, you're a zoo. But I'm just saying, Happy, if you say that to people, that's what people will interpret, because you're like, this made me think sexually about animals. That's fundamentally what you're saying. So all I'm saying is, if you say that, people might think that you're a zoo. So you might have to clarify that, like, it was an understanding, right? Of a coming to realize moment of being like, I could see that on a human, or that in a human shape, right? Yeah, I could see that on two legs, right? It's like, that's a big, big difference there. Anyways. Good talk. Whatever Moon needed, whatever she asked, he would do. The mission to save her had failed, but he could still honor her requests, could still choose to help, even when help couldn't solve the fundamental problem. Brave messenger, do you mind if I rewrite the contents of this pearl? This is like the abortion discussion. No, meow. It's not, because there's a fundamental thing. Like, we're not talking about morality. We're not talking about legality. We're not talking about anything except an attraction to a shape, right? We're talking about an attraction to a bodily shape. That is simply all we're talking about. And we're saying, if it doesn't stand on 2 feet, it's an animal. That's the line, right? That's the line between furry and zoo, is an animal. It's a double-edged sword. I like the ideas of killing babies, but I just like the idea of letting women choose. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, meow. Well, that's why you don't let the women choose, and you have the men choose. And then you just eliminate that. Women can't choose, the men choose. The father chooses. Yet some say Lady and the Tramp are their awakening. See, but again, Happy, all I'm saying is people that don't know the nuance of furry could misconstrue that as being zoo. Right? If you are not educated in the nuances of furry, like, attractions and what people like, because what you say with that, like Lady and the Tramp as an example, right, is the gentleman and lady, like, dichotomy. So, to me, it's not even the fact that it's an animal, it's the understanding, and it's almost like a psyop, right? It's like you're being manipulated as a kid to think that you're a furry, but actually what you want is a nuclear family. But because the only time you've ever seen a nuclear family presented was as animals, it wired your brain to believe that the only way to do that is through animals. Now, that may not be true to everyone, but there is psychology behind that that says, for at least like 1% of people, that's absolutely true, because they don't have the association skills to separate the idea of the relationship being separate from the animals. So in their mind, the only way to have that nuclear perfect, like, gentleman and lady dichotomy is to indulge in the furry. Which you will have people that are not furries that think that they're furries, and then you will have people that are furries that think that they're not furries, right? And it all depends on your ability to discern and disassociate those differentials, right? And some people just can't do that, and it winds up fucking up their minds. But again, it's like 0.1%, 1% of the population of, like, those potential furries, right? People that, like, are being introduced to this concept of this type of relationship in this medium. And I think that's what's the potency of the psychology behind it. Whereas I bet, and I'm making this shit up, but I bet if you did research, I'd say probably the 80 to 90% of the people that said their awakening was from Lady and the Tramp. Lady and the Tramp was the first time they were introduced to that kind of sexual frustration type dichotomy of a relationship. Where you have kind of like the badass guy who doesn't follow the rules and does whatever he wants, and then the stand-up lady who follows all the rules. She's pristine, she's great, and then it's like, you know, she loses that, like, almost pompousness through her understanding. My awakening was Lucario. See, and that's like, okay, that's humanoid, right? Makes more sense. Understandable. Yo, country girl, what's up? We're having a very interesting conversation right now. So, good to see you. So you wanna get in on this conversation, country girl, since, I think it's an interesting conversation. Because but to me, again, it's more about the psychology of it than anything else. And, like, it's not whether it's true, it's the potential for it to be true, right? We're basically talking about, like, furry awakenings. Like, what character made you realize that you might be a furry, right? I'm like Lola Bunny. I was like one tap when I was like 7 or 8, and I was like watching Space Jam, and I'm like, fuck, man, she's hot. But it's not like oh my god, now I'm only ever attracted to, like, anthropomorphic bipedals. It's just, oh, okay, I understand why people could see that could be hot, right? And I'm like a sci-fi person, so I love, like, aliens and shit like that. So furry also, to me, furry is just like, oh, so you would like aliens, right? Like, it's like an interspecies kind of thing, and it's like, yeah, it's totally understandable. Hang's Head and Shane, Kovu from Lion King 2. See, everyone has one. It's just that moment where you realize, of like, huh, okay, yeah, I could see how that could be attractive, right? Now, here's the problem, country girl. This is what, Happy said his awakening was. So this sparked an entirely different conversation. It's like a ginger. But yeah, see, it's like one of those things, right? It's like, okay, that's an animal, right? It's like, okay, that's an animal, right? But then it's like, that's different. So the conversation is, despite this being what you've realized as your awakening, right? And this is the line that we're talking about. If you just randomly tell someone who doesn't have the nuance of understanding of, like, the internet furry community, and you say, this is my awakening, they might think that you're a zoo because it's a dog. Same with, like, this, right? But if you understand the nuance of the community, you understand it's just the, it's a separation of personality. And, I think it was Happy brought up a good point about Lady and the Tramp, or was it Meow? And it's like, the idea of separating the personality. The reason why you had an awakening towards this character... nope, specifically Kobu in that orange fire-filled skies picture. Like this. But, it's like with the Lady and the Tramp, it's the idea of the relationship. So, it's not that you're attracted to the animal, you're attracted to the personality of the animal. So this is like the nuance of it, right? I'm not attracted to the personality of Lola Bunny. I'm attracted to the actual image of Lola Bunny. Whereas, if you're saying this is your awakening, 99% of people are going to say it's the personality of the character, not the fact that they're a lion, right? And if you don't dictate that nuance, that's where it's like people will be like, okay, people might think that you're a zoo. And that was the simpleness of the conversation. Yup. Femboy energy out the ass. Love it. Furry awakening is not inherently sexual because it is primarily an identity discovery. You're realizing you connect deeply with anthropomorphic animals as part of who you are. Core feeling is usually belonging, comfort, euphoria, or recognition. This is me. Not arousal. Sexual attraction to furries characters is a separate axis that may or not be present. And that comes down to the nuance too, Happy. That's why you have to, when you say that kind of thing, adding the nuance of it is kind of important, right? It's just like, people are so bad at misinterpreting, never give them ammo, right? Happy, your Twitch chat isn't loading, hence the shame. And yeah, it's completely normal to feel shame. Because you know what? Some people, like for instance, I saw this today, and I was like, this is why I like bigger chicks. I was like, yup. Any day of the week, bro. Any day of the fucking week. That's my kind of jam. Though there is a curious thing about how U.S. government is fighting this problem, they came up with a brilliant solution. They sent $5 billion to Israel. True, Meow, true. Absolutely true. And this whole conversation comes from, comes from, well, nice, there we go. We're in queue now, boys. What was I gonna say? Where did all this stem from? God damn, I'm a retard. Okay, I need a coat. Lost my train of thought. Three, two, one, tote! It all came up with the talk about SCPs and SCP-3312. Because I didn't know that SCP-3312's ultimate weakness and, like, the thing that can defeat it and stop it is furries. The only thing that can beat the only thing that can run the anti-memetics, like, division is furries. And you have to make sure that they're furries that aren't infected by SCP-3312. Whatever Moon needed, whatever she asked, he would do. The mission to save her had failed, but he could still honor her requests. Could still choose to help, even when help couldn't solve the fundamental problem. Brave messenger. Do you mind if I rewrite the contents of this pearl? After all, it already served its original purpose. She gestured at the pearl he still held. 7 red suns, warnings now obsolete. The data it contained was meaningless. Words that hadn't changed anything. Calculations that 5 pebbles had rejected. Does slugcats count as bestiality? Yes, meow. Anything that is not bipedal, like, humanoid, is... Even some people would even consider furry bestiality. So... But again, I'm like, if they're humanoid, I just think it's aliens, not, you know... It's like if it was like a jaguar humanoid on another planet, right? Or like a dolphin humanoid, or a frog humanoid, or a snake humanoid, right? And that's where the definition of it can get. It's interspecies. The entire idea of bestiality is interspecies. So by definition, if they're not human, it's bestiality. But, you know, we've come to a point of, like, accepting bipedal anthropomorphics as humanoid. As long as it's more human than animal, aliens by definition is bestiality. It's interspecies. Bestiality is interspecies breeding. So anything that's a completely different species than you. So yes, aliens are a different species. So aliens would be the same. And you could even say that for the fact of, like, if we had a civilization on Mars, the species on Mars in 1,000 years from now would not be the same as the species on Earth from 1,000 years from now. So, like, even between planets like Earth and Mars, you would have, like, over thousands of years, like, slightly different species. Even though they're humanoid in a way. Like, they have different musculatures, probably different, blood circulation patterns. They'd probably have different, maybe even different environmental needs. Right? A lot can happen over a couple thousand years, right? Especially if you have, like, genetic engineering involved to make, like, habitation of the planet more plausible. Does crossbreeding... See, that's the thing, Meow, is crossbreeding between certain species, like, for instance, if you're talking crossbreeding 2 different dogs, like a pit bull and a golden retriever, that's, like, crossbreeding in the fact of, like, a black person and a white person, right? You're the same species, you're just different sub-races of that species, right? Because you have slightly different genetic markers and genetic activations due to, like, environmental causes and, specific, like, genes, right? So, like, for selective breeding and stuff like that, it never happens, like, interspecies, it just happens inter-subspecies. Like, different species and breeds of dogs. Which you could say... Some people would say it's racist to say different breeds of humans, but we are different breeds. Like, even, like Native American, like, Inuit people, right? We were talking about this, breeding with a Haitian bestiality. No, that's crossbreeding between species, right? So if you're breeding with someone from a different part of the world with a different skin color and a different genetic makeup and a different, like, bone structure and, like, muscle density and brain chemistry, that's still within the species. You're gonna get a kick if and when you ever read my book, Two involves a demonic worshipping horse cult that's inspired by a real group in Washington town known for having sex with animals? That's not a human with a Neanderthal. Meow, stop being fucking racist. Haitians are not Neanderthals. Yup, people died. Oh, I believe it, country girl. I believe it. I hate to say it, but I've seen Mr. Hands. We were all kids on the internet, okay? We all seen that shit. But yeah, that's fucked up. I could definitely see it, yeah. People absolutely underestimate that kind of shit, right? It's like, it's funny to make jokes. It's funny to meme. We all know the meme, like, of the girl crying, and it's like, when the cowgirl realizes that her horse is a female. Or her dog is a female. We all know the memes, but we all know it's a fucking joke at the end of the day, right? There are some fucked up people out there, but it's more of, it's desensitization to a joke of it. Reason why Washington State has bestiality laws. Makes sense. I mean, literally, if it's not a law, people will fucking do it. Not what I meant, but got interrupted in an offensive way, so works. Well, you said mating with a Haitian is bestiality, and then you said that because they're a Neanderthal, because they're not human. That's racist as fuck, Meow. We all know Neanderthals got wiped out by humans, because humans are the superior race. We fucking killed them. We mated with them, and then killed all the men, and then all of the women died off. I didn't say you were wrong, Meow. Washington has that as a law because a guy got himself killed by a horse. I feel ashamed that we had to make it a law. I don't know if I want to open this on stream. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Thank you, and Newman Claw. Ads! Num Claw. Interesting. Never heard of that. Is that the name of the cult? Or was that name of the horse god that they worshipped? Oh, the name of the town. Okay. So guys, speaking of this one last time before we get into the story. So you know what my thoughts are for, like, the worst of the worst with the Epstein files? So, like, genetic engineering to make it so that you could, like, interbreed between species, and then you breed out the consciousness from the species, and then you have basically, like, mindless, sex slaves. Because it's really fucking annoying dealing with people, but if, like, you could genetically engineer it to make, like, a sex, like kind of like a, incubative husk, and then you could just, like, you know, infinitely produce babies from that. Because I'm like, what's the most fucked up thing that you could possibly do? Because, like, they obviously have done the most fucked up thing you could possibly do. So what is the most fucked up thing you could possibly do, right? Did you look at the photo? What photo? Affy? Whatever that thing you sent me was, I could only access it by being a member of the site. And I'm not a member, so I couldn't look at it. But if you want to take a screenshot of it and send it to me in Discord. Three, two, one, talk! She gestured at the pearl he still held. Seven Red Sun's warning, now obsolete. The data it contained was meaningless. Words that hadn't changed anything. Calculations that 5 pebbles had rejected. But the pearl itself, the physical storage system, retained value. It's not E621, what's that? I will attach a broadcast key to it, signed with my communication serial. A message to the local group, a farewell, I suppose. I want them to know what happened, to understand, to not blame themselves or each other when I collapse. What the fuck is this supposed to be? Like, slowly turning himself into a furry? This music works with the story. What is this? I don't know. Her manipulators began working with the pearl, her systems engaging it despite their degraded state, rewriting data, compressing new information, adding security protocols and broadcast signatures that would identify the message as authentically hers. To the far west of here, past the silently towered chimney stacks of Five Pebbles Complex, you will find a place of sun-baked lands with beautiful flora that straddle the clouds. She spoke while working, describing the location with precision that belied her failing systems. There is a communications array located there. It is the nearest one that may still be functioning. Systems should recognize and respond to my signed broadcast key. If you could please stop there on your return trip to Seven Red Suns, I would be very grateful. This is my only hope to get a message out to the local group. It's Pokemon transformation. Yeah, it's like throwing a Pokeball and then you turn into the Pokemon instead of like releasing the Pokemon. Another journey, another delivery. This time not a warning, but a goodbye. Moon's final message to the other iterators who tried to help her, who watched helplessly while their brother's actions killed her, who deserved to know the outcome, to understand what happened, to hear from her one last time. Yes, I'll do this. Not because mission prayer body length demanded it. Because she's asking. Because she deserves the small mercy. Because failing to save her doesn't mean I should fail to honor her final request. He nodded firmly. Agreement. Commitment. whatever she needed. Moon's manipulators completed their work, the pearl now containing new data, new purpose. She held it carefully, examining it with the tension of someone saying goodbye to possibilities. The broadcast will reach the entire local group. 7 Red Suns will hear it too, so you won't need to explain the situation separately. They'll understand. They'll know you completed your mission, even though the outcome wasn't what any of us hoped. She extended the pearl toward him, and Spearmaster felt his chest tighten, not from injury, from the knowledge that accepting this pearl meant accepting Moon's approaching death, meant becoming messenger for her final words, meant carrying the weight of closure when he'd hoped for solution. No, he got hit by a Pokemon. It's what happened to Meow. I'm confused. I know this is difficult, asking you to witness failure, to carry news of my collapse. Do you mean like Mewtwo? Or like is that like the lore of Meowscarada? I don't know what the actual lore of like the new Pokemon is and shit. Is that like the lore of the actual Pokemon? Yeah. Yeah, I know Meowscarada is a Pokemon. And I'm like, isn't that kind of the same concept of like Mewtwo, right? Wasn't Mewtwo like the original? Because they're like, hey, let's take human DNA and Pokemon DNA and combine it and create Mewtwo. So there is like Meowscarada also like another evolution like that, where it's like the full human turned into a Pokemon? Is that like the actual lore of the Pokemon? No, it was a joke. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm taking this too seriously because I was interested to know if that was actual lore for Pokemon. Cause like that'd be fucking badass. It's actually the Pokemon, some like the humanoid Pokemon are actually genetically engineered by like Team Rocket or something like that to like become Pokemon because they're like trying to genetically engineer shit. That's fucked. Meant becoming messenger for her final words. Meant carrying the weight of closure when he'd hoped for solution. I know this is difficult, asking you to witness failure, to carry news of my collapse. But you're strong, messenger, stronger than you know. 7 Red Suns created something remarkable when they created you. Not just capable, but good, genuinely good. That's rarer than capability. Spearmaster accepted the pearl, holding it in his paw instead of requiring internal storage. Mewtwo is attempted to recreate Mew. Yes, but wasn't human DNA introduced? I thought that was like the main thing for it. It's like they took human DNA and the Mew, like the old Mew DNA, and tried to like use the human DNA to bring it to life. Spearmaster accepted the pearl, holding it in his paw instead of requiring internal storage. This pearl was different. This one he would carry externally, would keep visible, would remember as memorial to Iterator, who had been kind when she had every reason to be bitter. Be careful, messenger. Communications array is beautiful but isolated. Few creatures venture there. Those that do tend to be dangerous, more desperate. Watch for threats. Protect yourself. And when you've delivered the broadcast, she paused, her puppet's eyes flickering with the effort of maintaining consciousness. Live well. Whatever that means for you, find meaning beyond missions. Find connection beyond purpose. You have capacity for more than tool existence. 7 Red Suns gave you that capacity, perhaps without fully understanding what they were creating. Use it. Choose happiness when you can. Choose pack. Choose life that extends beyond function. She's saying goodbye. Not just to the local group through the broadcast. To me. Slugsonality. Slugsonally. Because she knows I might not return before she collapses. Knows this could be our last conversation, and she's using it to tell me to be happy, to live beyond mission by her body lengths, to embrace what I've become instead of what I was designed to be. How do I thank her for that? How do I convey that her kindness mattered, that her words will stay with me longer than any mission directive? He approached closer, close enough to press his head gently against her puppet's hand. The gesture was simple, probably inadequate, but it was all he could offer. Gratitude, affection, respect, the promise that he would remember her, that her existence had mattered to him. Moon's manipulators moved slightly, a gesture that might have been patting his head. Gentle, maternal, the kind of touch that conveyed care beyond words. Well, they tried to clone Mew and failed. Ditto has also failed clones as well. But didn't they use other like Pokemon DNA? Like they couldn't they didn't have just enough DNA from Mew, right? Like the whole thing was an advanced genetic experiment. Go now, before I lose coherence again. The array is waiting. The local group is waiting. 7 Red Suns is waiting for your return. You have people counting on you still. That's good. That's as it should be. Spearmaster pulled back. The pearl clutched carefully in his paw. He looked at Moon one final time, memorizing her form, her presence, the quiet dignity with which she faced inevitable collapse. Then he turned and left the chamber, the door sealing behind him with finality that felt like punctuation on chapter that couldn't have happy ended, sorta. Journey to the communications array would take time, would require navigating unfamiliar territory. The Moon had described the route with precision, and Spearmaster's enhanced memory had recorded every detail. West past 5 Pebbles structure, through regions where beautiful flora somehow thrived, to place where ancient technology still maintained function despite cycles beyond counting. He began traveling immediately, moving through Moon's structure toward the exit that would lead west. His body operated on autopilot, reflexes handling navigation, while his mind processed everything else. Moon is dying. 5 Pebbles won't stop. The Outlaw and Wisp are gone. My pack is scattered. My mission technically succeeded, but actually failed. And I'm carrying a farewell message to broadcast iterators I've never met. This isn't what 7 Red Suns intended when they created me. Isn't what I expected when the journey began. But it's... Come on, you're not even gonna do the thing? You're not even gonna do the thing? Why would you ruin it like this, Haffy? Why? Why would you ruin it? It is...
Phantump is a dual-type ghost grass Pokemon known as the Stump Pokemon that is born when a spirit, specifically that of a child who died while lost in a forest, possesses a rotten tree stump. Appearing in Generation 6, these small, wandering creatures mimic children's voices to lure people into forests, seeking companionship.
That's some epic lore. Ghost grass. That's a combo. But it is what it is. I'm just gonna say it, whether you typed out or not, Happy. I'm gonna say it is what it is. Reality doesn't care about expectations or intentions, just present situations that require response. So I respond. I carry the pearl. I travel to the array. I deliver Moon's final broadcast, and afterward, I return to 7 Red Suns, report everything except whatever comes next. Because that's what tools do. That's what messengers do. They complete tasks even when tasks hurt. The temporary beyond Moon structure was unfamiliar, but navigatable. You need a Pokedex, TTS? I'm sure there is one on Tangia. Apparently not. I don't know what you would call that. Maybe you can look that up and see if Tangia has something like that. Maybe it's under a different name or something like that. Like whatever the narrator is, I have no idea. That's what messengers do. They complete tasks even when tasks hurt. Territory beyond Moon's structure was unfamiliar, but navigatable. Ancient infrastructure stretched in all directions. The remnants of civilization that had achieved heights slugcats could barely comprehend. Spearmaster moved through it with practiced efficiency. His perception cataloging threats and routes automatically. A blue lizard emerged from shadows ahead, its tongue whipping toward him with predatory intent. Spearmaster generated a spear without conscious thought, threw it with perfect accuracy, struck the lizard's head with lethal force. The creature died before completing its attack. He didn't slow down, didn't collect the body for food, just continued forward, the engagement already forgotten. Mind returning to thoughts that mattered more than survival. I wonder if they're safe, if Wisp made it back to her parents without incident, if the outlaw is already planning his next adventure, his next independent journey that will probably end with him joining someone else's mission because pack matters more than pride. If they remember me. If they think about the journey sometimes, if they stop. They're fine. They have to be fine. Anything else is unacceptable. The mission failed, but at least they survived. At least that part worked out. At least I managed to protect them, even if I couldn't protect Moon. The terrain gradually changed as he traveled west. The harsh, industrial architecture of iterator facilities gave way to regions where nature had reclaimed more aggressively. Plant life grew with abundance, seemed impossible given the environment. Flowers bloomed in colors his enhanced perception struggled to categorize. Vines covered ancient pipes, transforming metal into living sculpture. Beautiful. Moon had said the array was in beautiful place. She hadn't exaggerated. The flora here was remarkable, thriving despite or perhaps because of abundance. Without maintenance, without ancient intervention, life had found its own balance. Spearmaster climbed higher, following Moon's directions toward the array's location. The elevation increased dramatically, structures rising towards clouds with geometric persistence, and as he ascended, the flora became more dramatic. Trees that grew at impossible angles, flowers that seemed to float on air, vines that connected structures and living bridges. A vulture circled overhead, its shadow passing across him. Spearmaster generated a spear and tracked its movement, but the bird seemed content to observe rather than attack. Smart vulture. Or wary vulture that recognized Slugcat carrying spear as poor target choice. Vulture departed, and Spearmaster continued climbing, higher, always higher, toward clouds that seemed close enough to touch, toward a ray that would broadcast Moon's final message, toward closure that wouldn't feel like closure. The outlaw would rate this region highly. Beautiful views, interesting flora, moderate danger level, probably 8 out of 10. Would traverse again if circumstances required. His rating system was ridiculous, but somehow it made everything more manageable. Made tragedy feel like adventure, made fear feel like excitement, made companionship feel like inevitable rather than accident. I miss him. Miss them both. Miss the way they made the world feel less empty. But they're better off without me. Safer. Happier. Free to live lives that don't involve iterator missions and existential threats and deadly journeys across hostile territories. This is better. The separation is optimal. Why does optimal feel like failure? Cyan lizard burst from cover ahead, its body coiled for explosive leap. Spearmaster's reflexes engaged before conscious recognition. Spear generated and thrown in smooth motion that intercepted the creature mid-flight. Lizard's momentum carried it past him. Already dying, already irrelevant. He didn't slow down. The array's structure appeared ahead as the third cycle drew toward evening. The communications tower rose higher than anything around it, a spire of ancient technology that seemed to pierce clouds themselves. The architecture was different from iterator facilities, older, more primal, purpose evident in every design choice. This was built for one thing: transmission, sending signals across distances that made physical travel meaningless. Moon's Pearl would interface with this system, would broadcast her message to every iterator in the local group, would ensure her voice reached those who cared about her before consciousness fragmented into nothing. Spearmaster began ascending the tower, finding handholds and routes that suggested this structure was meant to be climbed, not by ancients. They were long gone, but by maintenance systems, or perhaps by smaller creatures that might need access to various heights for reasons lost to time. The climb was long, exhausting even for his enhanced physiology. Lee continued without pause, driven by commitment to Moon's final request. She deserved this, deserved her message heard, deserved farewell on her own terms. Higher. The clouds surrounded him now, moisture condensing on his fur, visibility reduced to immediate surroundings, but the tower's structure remained solid, climbable, leading upward with geometric certainty, and then he emerged above the clouds. Viewers. Spearmaster struggled for classification. His enhanced perception and catalog details, atmospheric conditions, cloud formations, distant structures visible through gaps, but couldn't capture the emotional weight. The sun was setting, painting the cloud layers in colors that shifted between orange and purple in shades as training data lacked names for. The sky above was clear, stars beginning to appear despite lingering daylight, and below an ocean of clouds stretched to every horizon, hiding the world beneath the soft anonymity. Beautiful. Inadequate word, insufficient descriptor, but the only one his limited vocabulary could supply. Majestificantala great. Tower's top was a platform, wide and stable, with ancient mechanisms still humming with residual power. The array itself dominated the space, massive dish aimed skyward. Covered in panels and projectors that would convert data into signals into broadcasts that would reach across impossible distances to other iterators waiting for communication. Night was falling, cycle ending, and here, above the clouds, the rain couldn't reach. Water that fell from sky hit the cloud layer below and went no further. This place was shelter without walls, safety without enclosure, refugee that existed in simple fact of altitude. Spearmaster approached the array's central mechanism, holding Moon's Pearl carefully. The ancient systems recognized what he carried, sensors detecting the data signature, the broadcast key, the communication serial that identified the Pearl as legitimate transmission. Yo, Yuri, what's up? From recognized iterator. How's it going, brother? What's your day look like today? What you doing? What you at? What you got? How you are, my bro? Hoo. We got 2 chapters we worked through today, bro. We got this. Fuck yeah. Panels opened, mechanisms engaged. The Pearl floated from his paw, drawn by magnetic forces into the array's core where processing systems waited to convert data into signal. Just woke up? Fuck yeah, dude. Perfect morning or whatever time it is. Beautiful. It was done. Out of his paws now, Moon's message would broadcast when systems determined optimal conditions. His role in this was complete. The final task, Moon's last request, her farewell, delivered to a machine that will send it further than I could ever travel. The message will reach 7 red suns, will reach the entire local group, will tell them what happened, will give Moon's voice one last chance to be heard before silence takes her. And I'm here, above the clouds, watching sunset that I can't share with anyone, completing mission that feels hollow despite its importance. Being tool functioning exactly as designed while somehow feeling entirely wrong about all of it. He sat down on the platform, settling into position where he could watch the sky change colors. The Pearl was processing. It would take time. He had nothing but time now. Nothing but this moment about the world, waiting for broadcast to complete, thinking about Pack that was scattered, an iterator that was dying, and mission that had failed despite technical success. The spear materialized in his paw without conscious decision. The familiar process of protein restructuring, providing something to focus on besides thoughts that circled without resolution. He held it carefully, examining the weapon he'd generated countless times, the tool that had kept him alive through so many dangers. The array's hum changed pitch slightly, systems shifting to transmission mode. The broadcast was beginning. Moon's voice was about to reach across the space to every iterator in the local group, including 7 red suns, including 5 pebbles, though he'd probably ignore it, just like he'd ignored the warning. Spearmaster closed his eyes, letting the moment exist without analysis. Moon was speaking, her final message sending, and he was witness to it. Listener, even though the broadcast wasn't meant for him. Participant, enclosure he couldn't prevent or improve. This will be my final broadcast to the local group. Within several cycles, my structure's legs will fail. Even if 5 pebbles were to calm, the damage has already been done. I can only hope that someday you will find the answer to our great question. Live broadcast announcement. Big Sis looks to the moon to local group. I do not think I will see that day. I want to thank everyone for trying so hard. It means a lot to me that you would all go to such lengths. I can't excuse his actions, but I understand his frustration. We all share that. I only wish we had the chance to speak one last time. Thank you, everyone. I'm happy to not be alone. I know many of you have already turned your efforts elsewhere, and I don't blame you. Hope is a resource just as finite as water, and we have all been running dry for a long time. Fuck! Right at the good, heartfelt moment. How dare ads interrupt our beautiful heart-to-heart? I can no longer trust ads. They're not on my side anymore. They betrayed me! They're all bastards! Who's next? That would be Happy. Happy, my beloved. We back? If any of you receive this message long after I'm gone, please don't let my end dishearten you. My failure does not mean the cycle cannot be broken. It only means that I was unable to reach the conclusion myself. I want you to remember that we are more than our tasks, more than our directives, more than the long shadow of the ones who created us. We were meant to seek understanding, but I hope you also find peace, whatever form that takes for you. As for my little messenger, I wish I could have thanked them properly. Their courage, their persistence, it meant more to me than they could ever know. My systems are beginning to dim. I will maintain this broadcast as long as I can, but responses may become delayed or incomplete. Please forgive me. To my brothers and sisters in the local group, I cherished every moment of connection we shared, no matter how small. May the answers come to you in greater times than these, gentler times than these. Goodbye. Damn. Damn! What a eulogy. Transmission completed after several minutes. The array's mechanisms settling back into idle state. Pearl ejected from the processing core, floating back towards Spearmaster. Its data now transmitted, but still preserved. Evidence, memorial, physical reminder that Moon had existed, had tried, and loved despite everything. He caught the Pearl carefully, holding it like the precious thing it was. Moon's voice compressed into data storage. Her final thoughts made permanent. The message would reach its destinations now, traveling at speeds that made physical distance meaningless. 7 red suns would hear it, would understand the mission's outcome without Spearmaster needing to explain, would know that he'd completed every task assigned despite impossible odds and tragic results. It's over. The mission is complete. All tasks finished, all objectives achieved to extent possible. Moon's warning delivered to 5 Pebbles. Moon's farewell delivered to the local group. Pearl returned to me as memorial. Nothing left to do now except return to 7 red suns, report, accept whatever comes next. But not yet. Not tonight. Tonight I sit here above the clouds, holding this Pearl, thinking about Pack that's scattered, and Iterator that's dying, and the way everything that mattered somehow slipped through my attempts to preserve it. Damn! What an ending to Spearmaster's story. That's brutal. But at least we know that, like, that Wisp and Outlaw know that he's alive, that he's doing his own thing, and that he might come back. And who knows, even after he goes to 7 red suns, he might be able to go back to them. So I like that open-ended ending like that, of, like, it's kind of got the despair in it, but it has that spark of hope, right? Of being like, if I'm a good little slug cat, maybe I can see my friends again. Wahaha. So I look forward to the rest of the other characters that you're playing through, I guess.
Your book's so purple, it makes eggplant emoji jealous. Moonlit wolf, more like budget glow stick auditioning for a rave in a crumbling church. Glows, flickers, pulses, ripples, pools. Bro, pick a luminosity and commit. Levi's emotional range. Swallow, nod, chest tightens, heart pounds, cheeks heat. Repeat, X47. Man's a human stress ball with 0 plot armor. Jade, sharp, crisp, amused, intense, not soft. She's one adjective away from being a walking thesaurus, cosplaying Elsa's edgier cousin.
But you're talking about your own book, Happy. I'm so confused. Did someone say that about your book, or are you saying that about your book? Anyways, that's the ending of part 1. I liked it, Meow. It was a nice, you know, deserved ending, right? 6 more to go, exactly. You'll keep me busy, Meow. You'll keep me busy. Alright, Happy, you're up. This one was the shortest. Of course it was. Of course it was. Who's that? Country Girl is after Happy. We're on 35 and 36. 35. Champions and Currents. Jade's POV. Damn, so many people. I know, right, Yuri? We're just going hard today, right? Bada bing, bada boom, story up, story down, in and out, and we're good to go. Alright. That country girl not gonna be here by the time it's her time though. Well, I'm sure she will. You know. You guys don't understand, Yuri. Country Girl is an OG, okay? She knows how the stream works. She's familiar. She ain't new. She knows how this goes down. Also on the West Coast. Hell yeah. Northwest Country Girl. Makes sense. Although your Northwest is my Southwest. Because you're American, right, Country Girl? 3, 2, 1, toke! And I got Con Crutch. So much certainly not getting long hours of sleep. Don't know what Con Crutch is. Oh, Crunch. I'm in the country. I'm in the country of Canada! I'm proud to be a Canadian, where we lose at our own national game, and we cheated our other national game. God, what happened to Canada? We used to be the good guys, and now we're the dicks. I know, it's a debuff. It's like a permanent debuff being Canadian. Fuck! Our money is debuffed. Con crud. Concord! It's an insult to say anything other than Concord because it's an insult to the word crud and all other shit. Concord is so bad it's its own definition of category. When you say Concord, it's like, oh my god. It's bad. It's really bad. Jade slipped into the lecture hall just as Vare tapped his talon against the lectern to begin. Winter padded silently at her heel, black ice claws clicking once on the stone before the wolf folded herself into half shadow, visible only as a faint shimmer of frost and golden eyes. The room smelled of chalk, old vellum, and the faint electric hum of too many shifter auras packed together. Damn, isn't that in the top 3 things you people are supposed to be good at? Donuts, hockey, and war crimes? Yup. Yup. Emphasis on supposed to. But, I mean, what are we gonna do now? We're getting into bed with China, apparently. Like, we're going full on China, guys. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I have nothing against the Chinese people, but I have everything against the Chinese government. Because I am a massive fan of Chinese history, and I think China... If China was not communist and, like, a dictatorship, China would be like the #1 like country in the world. Like if it had spent the last 200 years taking Western ideas and evolution of technology, because China's always been at the forefront of technology throughout all of civilization. But now they've reduced themselves down to such shit. It sucks because they basically destroyed all essence of what made China China. Which I think is very, very sad. Well, the only reason either of us had a chance of a gold in that event was the lack of Russia.
Gordon Ramsay's, do not approve of this hair salad. What's Harvey doing cooking this crusted mess? Look at that grammar. Did Lil Boy ask ChatGPT to add choke semicolons? It's okay, you mate. Slop is slop. Just buy an ad in singlefurries.com and find some readers, mate.
My thing, I have no idea how grammar works, okay? I literally could not tell you if a sentence was grammatically correct. I just read it and I go, do I understand the sentence? And if I understand the sentence is correct. Visible only as a faint shimmer of frost and golden eyes, the room smelled of chalk, old vellum, and faint electric hum of too many shifter auras packed together. Okay, lurking till it's my time. Sounds good, country girl. She claimed her usual seat near the back, high enough to watch the room, close enough to the door if she needed to move fast. Levi was already there, 2 rows down, shoulder relaxed in a way they hadn't been a month ago. Ryan's glow brushed his left side like a second skin. Beside him sat Leora and Tavrin, peacock stag pair who had somehow turned public affection into performance art. Leora's tail feathers were fanned slightly across Tavrin's lap. His hand rested openly on her thigh, thumb tracing slow circles. For a few seconds, one of them would lean in and whisper something that made the other laugh or flush or press a kiss to a temple. Jade had been seen less overt mating displays in actual mating season. She rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth twitched. At least they were honest about it. Vare's voice rolled out, low and precise. Companions, he said. Not mates, not lovers, not pack. Soul companions, or something older, something rarer. They are not chosen by romance or politics. They are chosen by the gods themselves. Canada thinks the Geneva Convention is a checklist labeled I must do. I mean, fair enough, Haffy. Shit's undercooked, mate. Why is it not doing it? Guys, why isn't it doing it? Did it break? Oh, it might be not be able to say dick. I don't know. Try that again, Yuri. That sucks. Yeah, it ripped you off, bro. What a bitch. What a little bitch. It totally ripped you off. Shit's undercooked, mate. I have all the dick swagger. Wait. Shit's undercooked, mate. I have all the dick swagger to say shit's worse than grandma's leftover mashed potatoes. Get rid of dick. See what happens if you get rid of dick. I don't know if you can say dick or not. Even though you can say pussy, so why can't he say dick? Please remove your mating dick fursuit next time you write. Well, you broke it, Yuri. Try something else and see if it still works. Get some quid out of your effort, buddy. Might just not like that saying. don't swear, Yuri. Just do something that's not a swear word. Say, like, I like food. And see if it works. Scotty! What's up, Relic? How's it going, brother? What you doing? What you at? What you got? What you on, my son? Relic, Gordon won't say dick for Yuri. The bastard won't say dick for Yuri. He turned the massive tome to a new diagram. 2 silhouettes. 1 human, 1 pharaoh, linked by thick silver veins that pulsed like living rivers. At the center of each connection glowed a small, radiant knot. Every shifter is born with the potential for convergence, Vare continued. Most never reach it, but some, very few, are marked from the moment of their first shift. Yeah, he broke it. What the fuck? Wait. Guys. You've hit monthly channel point TTS limit. You guys literally used my entire month worth of points in like 2 days. So if you guys want more TTS, I guess you have to buy more TTS. Yeah, apparently there's no more Gordon Ramsay TTS. Whenever I can turn it off, turn it back on. Wait, what the fuck happened? I don't know why it's not showing me. I don't know why. It's gone now. Oh, there it is. Favorite that shit. Super annoying. Okay, try it now. See if Meeseeks works. We need to buy more titties. No more titties. Fuck this Light Yagami bitch Happy. He used up all the TTS sabotaging us, and when it's our turn to sabotage him, we're apparently out of TTS. I mean, there's still the normal TTS that's infinite. Try and see if there's... Yeah, okay, well, that sucks, guys, because I'm not paying for Tangia, just so you guys can get, TTS.
My book is available for pre-order on Barnes & Noble and for ebook on Amazon. Waiting for the paperback to get finished verifying to unlock pre-orders.
Yeah, fuck that. I hate paying for shit. Paying for shit is so dumb. TTS1. I mean, it's the way that it is. Well, that's the one nice thing about Botrix. It may crash all the time, but it's free. It's reliable. It is what it is. You can't win them all. I mean, we tried, right?
Every sentence is at the source crime scene. Sharp, quick, almost amused, crisp, bright, too bright, intense, not soft, edge, not unkindly, amused, not mocking, curious, sharper now, tone dry but intent, excitement and tension mixing. Jade has one personality slider and it's glued to sassy Ice Queen W.
With 0 chill. Well, yeah, that sounds about right. My book is written but not published because AO3 doesn't want to promote my work. Shut the fuck up. I mean, fair enough, Meow. That's why I hate the idea of, like, having to rely on the algorithm to, like, push your shit. It's like, that's so dumb. Just go and find your own audience on your own, right? Fuck it. Or write smut, right? Smut sells. A guardian spirit answers. Not a god, not a ghost. Something between. Orion, Winter, the great owls of the old spires, the shadow cats of the deep wood. They do not serve us. They walk beside us. They guard the ballads within us. And when the time comes, they bind. He tapped the diagram. This knot is the anchor point. It forms in the lunar nodes during the first true convergence. Once bound, the companion cannot be severed without killing both. Shifter loses half their magic. The companion fades. Return to the wild ether. Neither survives long after. The room went quiet. Even Leora and Tavern stopped whispering. Vare's amber eyes swept the benches, lingering on Levi, then on Jade, then on a quiet corner where a young raven shifter sat alone, feathers ruffled. Companions are not pets, he said. They are partners in the oldest sense. They feel what you feel. They see what you cannot. They temper your power when it burns too hot, and they lend strength when you falter. But they are not yours to command. They are yours to honor. Close the tome with a sharp snap. Soft snap. Today you will meditate. Close your eyes, reach inward, feel for the knot. If you already carry a companion, you will sense their presence, distinct, alive, separate, yet intertwined. If you do not, you will feel only silence. Do not force it. The wild does not answer demands. Students shifted, settling into stillness. Some closed their eyes immediately. Others hesitated, glancing around as though embarrassed to be seen trying. Jade exhaled slowly and shut her eyes. Winter pressed against her leg, solid, cold, eternal. The knot in her chest bloomed at once, a cool, steady star of black ice and moonlight, pulsing in perfect time with her heartbeat. She could feel Winter's awareness, quiet, watchful, amused in the wordless way wolves sometimes were. No words, just presence. A deep, unshakable knowing that they were one thing wearing two skins. Across the room, she felt Levi's resonance flare, warm silver threading through her own frost. Orion's glow brushed against Winter's ice like moonlight on fresh snow. The two guardians twitched, brief, deliberate, and settled, content. Jade opened her eyes. Leora and Tavrin were already deep in meditation, heads tilted toward each other, feathers and antler nubs touching. Their companions weren't visible, not yet, but Jade could feel the bright, iridescent pulse of peacock spirit and the steady earthly thrum of stag magic weaving around them. Overt in life, overt in spirit. No wonder they couldn't keep their hands off each other. Levi turned slightly in his seat. His eyes found hers across the rows. The bond thrummed, gold and silver, frost and moonlight, steady as a heartbeat. He gave her the smallest crooked smile. Jade returned it. Small, private, real. Vare's voice drifted over the quiet room. Companions are not given to us because we are strong, he said softly. They are given because we are needed. Honor them, trust them, and never, never take them for granted. Jade looked down at Winter. Dacewolf lifted her head, golden eyes meeting Jade's. A single silent agreement passed between them. Whatever came next, hunters, suppressants, crowns, wars, they would face it the same way they always had, together, unbreakable. And for the first time in years, Jade didn't feel the weight of that word as a burden. She felt it as a gift. Damn, so now we know what companions are. So companions are completely different. So only certain people get companions, and then each companion has kind of like its special attunement and like a name and stuff. Like there's a limited amount, right? And they're like, can there be new ones? Because there has to be a way to create new ones, right? If old ones die off, or is it just like since the beginning of time there's only been this amount? Other than that, everything was great, you know? I can get behind that. Especially knowing that, like, the other two, like Tavern and, what's her fuck, are, have potential to have companions. But doesn't it also make you more vulnerable? Because then someone could attack your companion? Like, what's the rate of corporealization, basically? Can they just, like, insta-non-corporealize themselves? But if, like, they corporealize themselves and you shoot them, like, they die? Like, do they have to be aware that they're being attacked? So, like, the biggest thing to kill, like, a companion is, like, surprise? So they can't, like, themselves? Not quite 100% sure. But it's questions I have about it and being like, okay, well, limitations make for the points. So we have to find what can we not do and do that. We're gonna have an ad in a sec here, so let's just sit back, relax, enjoy the ad before we get into the next one. We usually do 2 chapters of halfies because the chapters are so short. Because they're only like 1,200, 1,400 words. So if everything goes well, it should be about 20 minutes. An hour if everyone interrupts me, so expect an hour. Ads! Every shift has a companion, but there are the regal companions like Old Orion and Winter. Okay. Orion. Alright, let's do Toke. Let's do this. Three, 2, 1, Toke! Alienware Area 51 computer ad. Oh, that's not bad, Happy. We all know Alienware is shit, though. It used to be good. Because it used to be military, ex-military tech. That was just shit. Alright, chapter 36, Currents of Uvenor. Jade let the heavy door of Vair's lecture hall swing shut behind her with a muted thud. Winter padded at her heel, full form now, black ice claws clicking once on the flagstones before the wolf folded most of herself into subtle frost and golden eyes. The corridor outside was quieter than the atrium. Snow muffled the distant festival echoes, and the air carried the clean bite of winter pine and rune-etched stone. Levi fell into sleep beside her without a word. Orion's glow brushed his shoulder like living moonlight, steady and warm. Their fingers brushed once, deliberate, brief, then laced together as they walked. The bond thrummed. Between them, gold and silver, frost and moonlight, calm but alive. So what did you say about the companions before the ads? I was just reading your message. I didn't know that every shifter has a companion and there's just some that are higher class, like higher tier. None of them spoke about the companion lecture they'd just left. There was no need. Winter's presence was solid against Jade's leg. Orion's light wrapped Levi in like a second skin. The knot in her chest pulsed once, quiet acknowledgement. They carried their guardians the way most people carried breath. Necessary, unquestioned, eternal. They turned left, the arched stairwell, heading upward toward the third floor rune wing. Next is Uvenor, Levi said, voice low. Elowin again. Jade nodded once. She's good, doesn't waste time on poetry, just the currents. They climbed in silence. Snow drifted past the narrow windows in slow, hypnotic spirals. Somewhere far below, the long moon festival was winding down. Lanterns dimming, music fading into soft echoes. But up here the castle felt older, heavier, as though it remembered every winter that had ever pressed against its walls. The Uvenor classroom was smaller than Vair's hall, circular stone chamber, domed to ceiling painted with faint silver constellations that glowed when the lights dimmed. Low benches curved around a central dais where a single obsidian pillar stood. Embedded in the pillar were 7 fist-sized crystals, each a different color: crimson, pale silver, deep sapphire, emerald, smoky quartz, amethyst, and one pure black that seemed to drink the light. Companion is what allows a shifter to shift. Okay. Elowin waited at the pillar's base. Today her silver-white hair was braided with thin silver chains. The black feather at her throat moved gently as though breathing. Sit, she said. Simply, no preamble, no smile. Class was small, only 12 students, all upper years or those with proven elemental affinity. Levi and Jade took seats near the back. Leora and Tavrin weren't here. Their affinities ran more toward illusion than growth than raw elemental currents. Elowin placed both hands on the obsidian pillar. The 7th crystal flared to life. The 7 crystals flared to life, one after another, in a slow, deliberate sequence. Uvenor, she began, is not shifter magic. It is older. It is a language the world spoke before Selena gave us forms and Venturon taught us hunger. Every shifter carries a trace of it in their blood, but only some can speak it clearly. We call these currents. She touched the crimson crystal first. Fire, passion, destruction, renewal. The current of ending and beginning. Those who carry strong fire can call flame without fuel, reshape metal with a thought, burn away corruption, but fire consumes. Lose control and you become ash. Next, pale silver. Moonlight, clarity, illusion, tides, the current of revelation and deception. Moonlight sharpens sight and darkness, bends perception, pulls at blood and water. It is the current Orion carries most strongly. Levi shifted slightly beside her. Jade felt the answering pulse in her blood, silver flaring bright. Deep sapphire. Water. Flow, healing adaptation, the current of change without breaking. Watermen's flesh, calms rage, finds paths where none seems to exist. The water erodes, it wears down stone over centuries, it drowns as easily as it saves. Emerald. earth, stability, memory, growth, the current of endurance and ancestry. Earth anchors, remembers, feeds those bound to earth, can call stone, speak to root, draw strength from soil. But earth is slow. It buries as surely as it protects. Smoky quartz. Air, speed, freedom, thought. The current of movement and intellect. Air carries sound across distance, lifts weight, sharpens the mind, but air scatters it, forgets it, leaves nothing behind. Amethyst. Shadows. Secrecy, protection, truth, and darkness, the current of what hides and what must be hidden. Shadows cloak, reveal deception, guard what cannot bear light, but shadows thrive in absence, too long in them, and you forget the sun. Finally, the black crystal, the one that drank light, and void, Elowen said quietly. The current of absence, not darkness, absence. Void unravels, it erases it, returns things to the state before creation. Only the strongest, those who have lost everything and still stand, can touch void without being consumed. It is the current Nyx carries. It is the current I carry. She stepped back from the pillar. All 7 crystals dimmed to a soft, steady glow. Uvenor is not yours to command, she said. It is yours to listen to. The world speaks through these currents. Your companion amplifies the one or ones you were born closest to. Winter carries frost and shadow. Orion carries sun, moonlight, and void. Together they balance each other out. That is why your bond is strong. She looked directly at Jade and Levi. You two carry a rare convergence. Frost tempers moonlight. Moonlight illuminates frost. You are not one current wearing 2 bodies. You are 2 currents learning to speak as one. Jade felt the knot in her chest tighten. Cold certainty, silver clarity intertwine. Elowen's amethyst eyes held theirs for a long moment. Today, you will not cast, she said. You will listen. Sit with your companion. Feel which current answers first. Do not force it. Do not name it yet. Simply hear. She dimmed the overhead lights. The 7 crystals glowed brighter in the dark. Living stars in miniature. Jade closed her eyes. Winter pressed against her ribs. Cold, silent, eternal. Frost rose sharp. Sharp, clear, unyielding. Then shadow followed. Soft, enveloping, protective. And through it all, silver moonlight threaded. Levi's current bleeding through the bond, bright and patient. She felt him beside her, his breathing slow, his hand resting near hers on the bench. Their currents touched. Ice meeting moonlight, shadow meeting clarity, and for the heartbeat, the room felt smaller, warmer, alive with possibility. Elowen's voice drifted through the stillness. I will say, like, the one thing here with this is, like the absolute overabundance. Yeah, I could see where the adjective overabundance comes in. And it kind of it kind of ruins the emphasis because you get this numbness to it. Where it's like, and now when you get to like this important part, oh well, now I have to do 7 adjectives, right? And the escalation of it can kind of get out of hand. I fucking mind blanked. I had an idea on this, because I was like, I don't know if I have a clarity of thought enough to talk about this, and I was like, oh, well, I could do that, and then as soon as I started talking about it, I was like, fuck. Wait, what was the point I was gonna make by talking about this? How was I gonna solve and fix this problem? Fuck. It was something about spreading it out more. Right? And, like, using it as, like, very important points of convergence. So you don't wind up escalating everything. To a point of needing 7, 8 adjectives to feel like there's something there, right? So it's like, I don't think it's heavy-handed, but I do think it's getting to a point. Like, I don't know if I would have noticed it if you hadn't said something about that earlier, Happy. That's why I, like, you know, critique, like, your own critique and the way you feel about your writing can be spoilers and influence the way that I think about it. Right? Because I'm like, well, then is this something that's like, do I not like this because I'm subconsciously being like, okay, this is something I'm supposed to pay attention to. And that's what pulled me out of the immersion, not the actual lines themselves. So I'm just going to put a giant question mark there and be like, if that, like, this would be an example of that overuse of adjectives. And you're already in, like, a heavy exposition couple of chapters. So it's kind of a dangerous game to throw that in when you're already at a point where this is just information drops, and this might be a point in time where people would skip this chapter or the next chapter, right? Uvanor is not power, it is relationship. Honor the currents that answer you. They will carry you when nothing else can. Jesus. Jade opened her eyes. The crystals still glowed. Levi turned his head slightly. Their gazes met. The bond thrummed. Frost and moonlight, shadow and clarity, two currents learning to speak as one. He gave her the smallest crooked smile. Jade returned it. Small, fierce, real. Class ended soon after. They rose together, fingers brushing, then lacing as they moved towards the door. Winter and Orion fell in behind, ice and moonlight moving as one. Outside, snow drifted past the arch windows in slow, hypnotic spirals. I thought it was 4 months. Well, they did say a month, and it may have been 6 months. Well, maybe, yeah. 5 months remained. Suppressant crisis still loomed. A hunter defector lived under their roof. The crown waited to be claimed. But right now, in this quiet corridor, Jade's hand was warm in Levi's. Winter's presence was steady at her side. And the currents inside her, frost, shadow, moonlight, hummed in quiet harmony. She glanced sideways at Levi. He met her gaze. No words, no need. They simply walked together towards whatever came next. Fuck yeah. So yeah, maybe overdoing it with the adjectives, but I don't know. I mean, it's a style thing, right? So it can have that numbing effect. So just decide, you know, is that something I can work around? Other than that, I thought it was great, right? Like, I love exposition. I love lore drops. I love learning about everything, right? It's like, it's one thing to do it at the beginning of the book, but now that I'm invested, it's 30 chapters in, I think we deserve some explanations for shit, right? It's like they're in school, so it's the perfect opportunity to give that information, right? Alright, Country Girls up next! Yes, exactly, right? Makes sense. Whoops. Seeds under snows. I add merch, would you buy? changing the title. Ah. I'm frugal as fuck, Happy. But if it was like something that I could display on the stream to like promote your book or your writing, maybe. Like if I had stickers and a body pillow, would you guys buy them? Like I know you'd say that you would, but like would you actually? I know we meme a lot, but it's like, would you actually? Because like I just don't have the time to put the effort into doing something like that, right? Like, I don't have to pay to have my own website. I don't have to pay someone else to have the privilege of doing it, right? I just think it's a giant complication. I'm just not willing to put in the work for that right now. Right? I had too much shit on my plate to add merchandise to it. But if you had, like, a stuffed animal, Happy, if you had, like, a plushie, I'd probably buy that. I think that's Herds in Winter. Ooh, that's a good title. I like that, Country Girl. Okay, I can get behind that. Herds in Winter. Alright, let's talk. Oh, Jesus! Mango Durfalor. Three, two, one, go! What do you mean by meta? Like, more like... to do with, like, the witchcraft and stuff like that? Like... like, less character, more plot? Introspective story, story lore. Okay, so it's like exposition. Okay. First... Oh! So much better. Story within a story. Yeah, yeah. Like a character telling a story. Kind of thing, right? Like exposition through dialogue? Or is it all narrator? First, heavy snow of the season not only brought a change to Palem and the surrounding territory that would not hold with being denied by anyone or anything. As the ground gathered deep layers of white powder, causing the priorities of the territory to shift and even delay the weekly winter train, prolonging the ranch's visitors for a few days until the station could be unburied. What about a baseball cap? I don't really wear hats. But maybe I could put the hat on top of Midoriya? So maybe, like, just to have it on display? Maybe? But I'm more of a toque person than like a baseball cap person. The season's predictions coming true. Almost no one wanted to be outside any longer than strictly necessary, and the tension that had been threatening seemed to enter hibernation. Ellie, for her part, was glad of it, In the time she'd spent rootless and roaming, she'd known far worse bouts of winter weather and having them delay more than one travel plan. More to the point, in the last 2 years spent in Barham, witnessing the rare snowfall dissolving into a never-frozen shoreline had given her a hefty pang of homesickness. The Hollow Point inhabitants and guests gathered in the great room for warmth and company in the evenings, and this gathering was the closest to normal they had reached since her return. She didn't know when, if ever, she would find that she didn't miss Gran anymore. All in all, there was a comfort to be had. They each did their part in returning the house to something like the state of warmth and love that its past lady had provided. Jake strummed gently on his prized guitar, even providing a line or two of lyrics now and again. Cord took a different approach. Among the talents he kept, privately honed, was a warm and soothing reading voice. He had established enough skill that he would agree to reading a few chapters of this or that novel with little trouble or prodding. Leanne, after returning from tucking Cassie in for the night, sat beside Aaron on the sofa to enjoy music and reading. Ellie was pulled from her attempted evening meditation at the insistence that the next story called for being read aloud by a woman. "Why don't you just sound like me?" Ellie said without opening her eyes or moving to her from her spot in the corner, kneeling with her selenite in her hand. "You know the mimic spell is simple enough." "It's not the same," Talia groaned from near the fire, her eyes not leaving the needlework in her hands. "With something like an old banshee yarn, there's something just wrong about a man telling it." "Oh, all right, give it here." She shared a look with Aaron and rolled her eyes only a little. She reached out her hand to summon the heavy book. Ellie wet her fingers before flipping to the part that she decided she was dedicated to Wraith stories. The Banshee on the Battlefield. Is that the one you want? This is kind of what I love, like stories, like plays, like poetry, like lost lore and stuff like that, like mythology of the world. Like, I think that's like so important to make the world feel deeper and alive and lived in. Looking around the small gathering, she saw 5 agreeing responses. Having done her best not to hear her mere moments ago, she had taken a guess. The Banshee on the Battlefield was a story she knew well enough that she only had to glance at each page for reference. "By the time my story is told and retold, I'll likely be long dead," Ellie began, making her voice sound aged and far away. If she were being honest, it was a favorite of hers, so reading aloud was no great chore. "My mother was once a banshee named Nicola. We belonged to a secluded Calgo in the Snoqual Mountains. She was called out when one of their best seers foretold a great battle that would lay hundreds of lives to waste. The Banshee, as everyone knows, of course, have our laws, but neither she, the rest of our sistren, nor our High Mother can hold with such waste of life." What else would ranch people do on a cold winter evening? Reading and music. Exactly, it makes total sense, country girl. I fucking love it. Storytelling and music and dancing, like community get together, like that's what it's all about. What the fuck? Why would you send me that? What the fuck, Meow? Why would you send me that? Jesus fucking Christ, bro. What the fuck? Story continued as the Banshee tried to... Unanimous vote sent Nicola as an envoy to minimize the carnage or prevent the conflict altogether. The story continued that as the Banshee tried and tried to keep the fighting small, or hope of reaching peace, of course, the only man who had a hope of stopping it was a handsome young colonel, and in the process of the two fell in love. After every last-ditch effort to stop the battle failed, the two were left standing to look over the bloody abyss that had brought them together. Their last parting was at sunrise, when the first weapons fired and the soldiers on both sides drew their swords and rifles and began casting their spells. "You both know that I must go on with my men," the colonel said, bowing to the Banshee, promising she might call a good many departed souls that day, but this would not be one of them. "When this is finished, I will stand beside you during the release ceremony, with my friends and enemies alike, and we will be together, I promise. Then I will see you at the end." Nicola allowed a single tear to fall from her eye. For all she knew, he was lying. The death of a stalwart young man in the well-decorated uniform was one singled out in the vision that had brought forth the Caligo intervention in the first place. "Go well, and I will see you again." No matter what they had tried, the fighting was a bloodbath on both sides. The sight reminded her why wraiths as a people held to pacifism. Leaving her body behind, she left it to watch from above to see the carnage of what mortal men and women would do when left to their own devices. She felt the cries of the nearest Banshee in the area calling to protect the souls of the dying. To protect them, Nicola searched for her soldier and cried beside him. She met his eyes one last time. His mouth formed, and on last words, "I'm sorry and I love you." The Banshee took her lover's hand and led him in with so many others of the fallen day. It said that she shepherded every soul she took into peace, except for the colonel's. Fuck! Why do ads gotta ad be like that? Why do ads gotta be ad like that? I don't know why ads gotta be ad like that. I don't like when ads be ad like that. I'll add your ads with an ad like ads for ads. When an ad goes ad, I'll like an ad. I don't like ads because I can't see them. You can, I can't. That's not fair. Why can I see my ads but you can? I don't know. I trade to not see my ads with your ads for you to see my ads for. Yes, you do not see my ads. I do. I will, I do. I see the ads. Oh, yes, it is ads for me. Me for ads and ads for me, I see. Oh, ads, it is what I do be. Oh, ads, tell me why ads are what they are to me. I don't know why ads be mean, but I'll be meaner to you too. Fuck ads! Get out my house, bitch! Who invited you? What the fuck wrong with you? Get out of here! What I say to them, banish ye shadow back to the realm of which you came. Enter not through this of the 3, and you go to the 9. It is for 3 and 3 for you dine. Gee, I wonder why sacrificial love and grief is being highlighted in this midpoint of the story. I don't know. Why would that be? Huh? Why would that be? It couldn't possibly be because A, she's gonna find someone, or when she does find someone, she's gonna learn everything, she's gonna get over it. Does she ever actually find someone to get over, Jeremy? That's what I wonder. I hope she does. I hope she can move on with her life, right? Said that she shepherded every soul she took into peace, except the colonel's. She kept with her until her own time came to fade, and the two walked side by side in the valley of the shadows forever. Some kinds of love never die, Cord said, contemplating her carefully. Ellie closed the book and leaned back into a large pillow against the wall. Even when the immortals do. It is so sad, Talia patted her eyes. They had watered at the mention of the death of the handsome young colonel. Trying to stop something impossible and lose your love on top of that. Think if they knew what was coming, they would have just run when they realized they loved each other, Jake asked, having plucked the last notes. Vins is Goofy. Who are you? Yo, what's up, Vins? Me? I'm no one. You're the one who's important, right? You're the one that matters. You're the writer. You're the reader. You're the imaginer. You're the creator. You're the one that makes me exist by simply being and watching. It's a true power of creation. Jake asked, having plucked the last notes of his guitar and moved to put it away. The effort didn't do them any good. All that killing still happened, and he broke his promise to the woman he loved. Don't think that's the point of the story, Leanne shook her head, squeezing her husband's hand. Whatever you do in life, and whoever you do it with, the point is to make it worth it. What good is love if you don't try for impossible things, like changing the future? Okay, brother, you don't need to glaze that hard. What? But it's the truth. Right? That's what quantum mechanics say. The only reason I exist is because you observe me. Right? But it's also the same, the only reason you exist is because I observe you. Just came to check in on you. I have exams on till the 14th. Damn. Hell yeah, get that shit done. Get your schooling good, you know? Don't let the interwebs be a distraction for your destruction of education. Or you'll wind up like moi. Future husband shows up on page 1 of book 2. Don't spoil it, but I could have imagined that. Not so early, but I could have imagined that, country girl. Colleging! Fuck yeah, Vins. That's what it's all about. Get it done, become successful, and then just laugh at everyone else who said that you were a loser, and then you're successful and you have all the money, and they go, why am I homeless? And it's like, well, because you didn't put any effort into anything, bitch. You thought you could coast through life like all those Nepo babies like me. No, man. You don't get to coast through life like me. I'm special. I didn't earn or do anything. I just exist. But I want to use that privilege that I have to, you know, give a platform for other people that may not have that as much, right? So, but at the end of the day, you know, it's a show. It's supposed to be entertaining. It's supposed to be over the top. It's supposed to give you value for why you're here, right? Whether it's laughing, whether it's rage bait, whether it's provocative thought, I hope there is some sort of value to it, right? Once one soul binds itself to another, there is no better judgment that can change it. Cord stood, stretching out with a deep yawn, as if for this still breathing mortal it's time to turn in. I'll see y'all in the morning, one after another. Over the course of the next hour, Talia, Jake, and finally Leanne and Aaron announced that if they didn't go off to sleep, they would pass out in front of the fire. Ellie, for her part, couldn't sleep. The ease of reading did what she had intended from meditating and helped to lighten the burden of spirit she had been feeling. With minor consideration, she draped her shawl tightly around her and put up her hood against the wind and snow and set out for the barn. I never thought about that. When you're really entranced in reading or something like that, is that like its own state of meditation? Because you're like in the like locked in, like you know, you're in the zone, right? Is that like a state of meditation? I've never considered that before. I think I would consider that a state of, like, meditation. Like, it's like that in-between, right before falling asleep dream state, where it's like, you're at your, like, peak creativity. So I'm getting to know him in writing. You seem a decent fellow. I'd hate to kill you. Deacon to me. Decent to me. You seem a decent fellow. I'd hate to die. Yup. So can we get the new love interest, and then the new love interest dies? Fuck! Man, Ellie's life sucks. Princess Bride quotes. Ah. Ah, yes, the fight at the beginning. The sword fight at the beginning, right? When they're like exchanging banter towards each other. With minor consideration, she draped her shawl tightly around her and put up her hood against the wind and snow and set out for the barn. The freezer crispness of the night bitted her as a contrast to the comforting fire. The weather from the story, or only a contrary nature, there was something to savor from the subtle scent of fresh falling snow. Reaching the barn, she went directly to Duke's stall, and he met her with a good-natured whinny. As he was born both with wild horse and a mancora, the cold wouldn't invade through his coat. Winters were not a season to keep him from activity. Yeah, I don't feel much like resting either. What do you say? Want to go for a little walk tonight? He whinnied and walked directly to the corner of his stall that was pointedly not lit. He entered the shadows and disappeared. Ellie walked back out of the barn and toward the sound of hooves crunching snow where Duke had appeared. She wouldn't dream of approaching Duke with a halter and lead rope, let alone a saddle. He would do as he pleased, as always, which meant going where he wanted, when he wanted. Up to and including whether he stayed at the ranch at all. While the cloud blocked out a would-be waxing quarter moon, there was enough snow on the ground to magnify any light the winter night offered. They walked for long enough that Ellie was unsurprised when they reached the bend in the river that was guarded with enough trees to use it as protection against the low, firm push of the wind. Duke allowed her to warm her hands in the heavy drape of his mane and snorted loudly as a few off-course snowflakes went up his nose. Once his eyes focused on her again, he seemed to want to say, I know why I'm out here, but what makes you want to get lost in the snow? Hell if I know, old friend. Ellie leaned in and sighed as the horse nuzzled her. But it's just that kind of night. You did this kind of thing with Gran, didn't you? She didn't know before that horses could quirk their eyebrows. Maybe it was a habit only Mancora had. I know. She smiled, smoothing down the short hair on Duke's broad neck. I need to stop trying to live up to Gran. Heaven only knows how long a shadow K-Rail Karis casts even in her memory. Another knowing twitch of the clipped dun ears. She was the heart and soul of this place, and we all know it. Ellie huffed before leaning in to continue more secretly. Don't tell Cord, I'm still asking these questions. He thinks I'm getting better, when all I'm really getting better at is hiding how I feel. For what must have been the 100th time since her return, she wondered why she didn't tell Cord what she was feeling. True, they were still finding the way of seeing each other day in and day out after the miles and years had separated them, but had that much changed that they couldn't get back. That they both changed so much that Ellie couldn't trust the comfort he offered. No, or had they? Heaven and earth, she wished she could rid herself of this sense that there was still something lurking around in the shadows, something terrible that was waiting for the time to strike. The nightmares were listening, but when one reared its head, she woke up with another broken mirror. Every morning followed a restless night. She had felt the Cord outside her door, and every morning she didn't ask what he thought he was doing, and likewise he didn't offer any justification. Not that she needed one. Cord was Cord. How could he feel her distress and see the shadow that she knew was growing across her face and not offering her comfort? Thought I saw some new tracks coming out of the house. Aaron's voice broke the surrounding hush, reaching where they stood. He stretched out a hand and scratched what Ellie knew was Duke's favorite spot at the base of one of his ears. Hey pal, it's been a long time. You two are friends? She wouldn't have been able to hide her surprise, even if she had tried. Ellie had never noticed any Karis besides Gran taking interest in the herd. I didn't think you spent that much time around Mancora. Didn't want to cause more trouble between Pa and Gran. Aaron pulled a couple of impressively large carrots out of his jacket pocket. Must have been the product of some successful bartering with the Cole Hart House's greenhouse, the only place in town so equipped to grow vegetables in winter. I'd sneak from over the hill when my chores were done and you were still at school, and whenever I could come back to visit. Hollow point while you were gone. Glad she had at least one Karis she could depend on. Ellie pulled her shawl tightly around herself as a powerful gust of wind. Heaven and earth, I miss this place, especially this time of year. The edges of the river freezing, the snow shining from the moon and the stars. Our family might be difficult, but the ranch has been a haven for those who need it for generations. Brushed off some of the snow that had gathered on Duke's mane. For what it's worth, I'm glad Gran left it in your hands. It's worth more than I think I can tell you. Damn. That was solid. I love how Aaron and Ellie are, like, becoming closer and stuff, and it's like, this whole illusion of their past has, like, shattered. And it's like, now she has, like, a real brother kind of idea, right? And it's like, he's got a family and all this. It's like, everything just kind of sits well, right? And it's like, it's like someone to look up to, right? It's like she's finally got that in her life, other than just Cord. But I think there's something different about Cord because he's her soul part. So it's kind of like, there's an expectation there, right? Towards it. Whereas, like, family is a little bit different. Well, growing up, he was a professional fence sitter. Sounds about right. Yeah, no, that was thoroughly good. And then it even shows, like, more of Ellie and, like, even, like, she's moving forwards now, right? She's admitting that she's not okay. She's admitting that she knows that there's things that she should be doing that she's not doing. Right? Another step in the right direction. Even if she is just talking to herself in a way. Right? But it's like talking through it is really important to do. Especially for like something that big. Right? Like, this is a really important thing for her, like tonight. Like the ball and everything like that, right? Like remembering Jeremy, seeing everyone being like that, being like, missing all of it, right? Now that Aaron is an adult with his own family, he's starting to make up for his choices. Oh, you're done! I am done, Yuri. And by that, I mean I'm done the stream. Bye! Alright, we'll take a token, then we'll do Yuri's story. If I have to, Yuri. If I have to read the best part of your story, you know. 2 chapters good today. Yep. So the side quest filler chapters are through. Next comes... Lot! Nice. Everything's been set up. Now we need to know... Again, what these rogue rogue werewolves, like why there's these things all going around. What's all this stuff about? Right? The new, like, leader of the pack, like the like, what is it, like the ally between, like, the coven and the pack, right? Chapter 22, best chapter so far. 3, 2, 1, toke! Any thoughts or predictions on the Observer? Well, if it's not Johan, okay, I got work to do. See you guys later. All right, sounds good, country girl. Thanks for sharing your story. Have a great day. Take care, and good luck with your work. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. It's like his parents? I don't know. I'm like, maybe it's his dad. Maybe the devil is like a a remnant of a memory of his dad, and his dad like brainwashed him in some way. Like maybe he was kidnapped as a kid and he was raised by some psychopath, and then he wound up killing the psychopath, and now he's just fucked. Yeah, I don't know. If the Observer's not Johan, and it's a character that's in the story already, then could it be Andrew himself? And he's like a secondary bad guy? Because, like, I don't see David being the one. Because David's the one who's suffering the most, right? I mean, maybe it's David, but I wouldn't see him doing that to his sister, so it's like... Maybe it's that homeless guy at the very beginning of the story that, Johan tries to get to buy him energy drinks? Fuck if I know, man. One of the teachers? Could it be Jones? I don't know. Chapter 21! Fingerprint results came for both cases. Both had David's. Do you know what that means? Why do you even ask me that? He didn't reply. He does that so often. Hello, I'm Detective Geraldo Coyle. We're here regarding David's case. David lived with his grandparents, but they claimed he was home really seldom. Search ended up yielding no results, no drugs found there. Whoever pulled the sick meth prank on those children got their hands on the drug through David. It has to be one of his customers, meaning the suspicion of a certain someone increases even more. As I was walking, I abruptly stopped and put a finger on my mouth. Geraldo Coyle. What if we check the whole school David went to? Blank. What good will that even do, though? Surprised he's asking something like that. Coyle. If we had a stash of meth there, there could be more fingerprints or even belongings, which could be substantial to our investigation. Blank. Oh, good thinking. Do you want me to request it? Geraldo Coyle. Yes, otherwise they'll just call me your dog again and say no. Blank. L plus ratio plus didn't ask plus they're right. Why are you like this? He didn't reply. I went home and took a shower. I haven't been here for a few days. Already, I'd stay at random places and crash wherever. Washed my face. I need to shave. Peaceful. I'm Geraldo Coyle. 33 years old, single, not looking, a college dropout, and my eyes are so dead. But I can still smile. But I'm not going to do it right now since I don't feel like it. I went to sleep. Drunk. I'm walking with you. Next to the swimming pool. Cold concrete burns my feet. Nearly night. 5 more minutes. One new message. Abigail's explicit photos spread ongoing investigation. Coyle. Abigail's explicit photos were apparently spread on Wednesday. They started a separate investigation on the school, which will probably extensively meddle with your little camera trick. blank. Insert yourself into that investigation as well. Figuring out who's the one responsible for spreading them or even holding them could lead to findings. Hello, I'm Detective Geraldo Coyle. Could I have the details? Her socials were hacked. Quickly, we gained access to her accounts. Everything was promptly purged, but the abnormal logins didn't give away anything conclusive. But I asked Johan questions. He's familiar with her bullying, since he is the one that told me about it to begin with. He doesn't appear to be here right now, though. I started crunching on my finger. Excuse me, Detective. Yes. Don't tell me you did that to your fingers before we shook hands. As well. Immediately, I awkwardly took my finger and looked away. I would never. I need to stop this habit, but it genuinely helps me think. Since we're on the topic already, would you happen to know who's the closest to Abigail? On topic? After I said that, the guy's face melted in confusion. Just answer the question. Awkwardly blinked a couple of times and then answered in a flustered tone. Johan? Then instantaneously added, whenever anyone says anything about her, he immediately fights back and raises hell. Oh, are they in a relationship? Student then put his index finger on his chin and said, I think so. Should I tell Blank about my interactions with Johan, or is it still redundant? Then, as I was about to leave the school, a lingering, blurry, yet faintly important thought crossed my mind. Couldn't help but entertain it by going and not back into the school. It appears that David sold drugs to someone a few days ago. Blank? Question mark. After a while had passed, I found myself at the bureau. I did some reporting and also dug up some information. Yo, Geraldo! Turned around and, oh, it's you again. Wow, you're impressive. What's with the shock? Huh? It's nothing, I'm just impressed. My voice was calm and nonchalant. It's consistent and without interruption like this. By what exactly? Wait. Is this like a twin situation? Where it's like, they're twins, but they don't know it, and like, Geraldo is actually like Johan's twin in some way, but they're not like, you know, twins that look like twins? Right? Crazy theory. I know, right? Who knows? By what exactly? Just, you didn't say anything bad, but the sheer tone of your reply made me feel like I murdered your whole family and now you're being resentful. I see, you say weird things like that. Obviously, I wouldn't want to talk to you. Right. So, did you need anything? Why did he talk to me? What a nuisance. No. I was just saying hi. I see. In that case, don't bother me again with nonsense, please. So I was walking away from him. Wait, actually, I'm a bit curious. I replied instantly and calmly. And I'm in a bit of a rush to get away from you. Be quick. Can you tell me, I need to take a smoke. Goodbye. Hey, don't be like that. Can you tell me who exactly Blank is? He's such a mystery. I stared at him for a couple of seconds and answered, no clue, but he'd probably answer your mom if you asked him. If you asked him that. That should tell you a thing or two about his personality. Huh? Disbelief. Anyone would share this reaction with you, don't worry. I mean, it's a great comeback, right? I'm actually your mom. But you'd never know. Disbelief. Anyone would share this reaction with you. Don't worry. Your mom! Where's Smokey when you need him to call out your mom and grab her panties? Integrating people isn't unpleasant, since I just follow a list of questions, which usually doesn't end up driving off the pre-made road, but having to chit-chat with strangers. That makes me want to die. Socializing isn't something I struggle with, but it's something I prefer to avoid whenever possible. One new message. Abigail died. Suicide. Sad face. Damn! My expression changed for the first time in a while. Good job, you intentionally set it up so the bullying would intensify, and now this is what we have. Thanks for guilt-tripping me. Totally not like I was already feeling awful over it, sad face. There's this guy that is a bit suspicious. Johan. I wasn't going to tell you about him initially, since I thought it's redundant, but now that she's deceased, he's her boyfriend, he's going to get inevitably involved with the investigation. On Saturday, we devised a list of questions we would ask him. The answer he answered everything smoothly, consistently, and in a manner of full emotions. Let's have him read her suicide note in the interrogation room. Blank. Remember what happened the last time. You prioritized solving the case using your insensitive tricks, which led to her bullying exacerbation, and then led to her committing suicide. Are you still willing to go through this? My voice sounded as if I'm pointing out a risk to a child who was blatantly obvious the consequences of his actions. Yes, something about him really is off. It's almost as if he's acting. Quietly nodded and just complied without saying anything. Getting pissed, Blank. Sorry, but let's just keep watching. Johann left and Blank ordered me to investigate his background. Time passed. His parents. I did some research and discovered things that managed to pull out some reactions even from a person as desensitized as me. He doesn't have a guardian in America. His father is a German politician, and I can't find anything about his mother. Damn, so he's just like he's just like a immigrant student, like a fucking foreign exchange student. Lol. Oh, since he's a politician, it should be easy to find information about him, right? Also, his name is German. Johann's ethnicity should have been obvious. Oh, okay, so he's German, and he's the devil. So he's, okay. Okay, yeah, no, this makes sense. This makes complete sense, right? 100%. Yep. I have no idea about names. Also, you're the computer guy, and you're also the one that has all the access to private information. Go and dig stuff up yourself this time. As usual, he left me on read, and hours later replied. Apparently his father was really good reputation. He's a millionaire and really well known, but he's had a bunch of charges and accusations the past decade. Somehow managed to keep them... Fuck! Damn, man, we're really hitting these ads. What is this shit? What's up with these ads, guys? How do we keep hitting all of the ads? I don't know what to do with all these ads! I add up to having ads when I tell you what my ad has. I'll have ads with you when ads have what I have for ads. I have what ads are what I add to ads to have what I have with ads. I am with the ads today and they tell me why I need to stay. That is why I pick my ads. They are why I am where I know. What I know is I am what is, so don't be so ads with me. Attack! It's an ad attack. I'll attack your ads with ads! Don't add my ads to your ads. I'll add your ads to my ads. Don't ad war with me, adder. Apparently his father has some really good reputation. He's a millionaire and really well known, but he's had a bunch of charges and accusations the past decade. Somehow managed to keep them underground each time. Well, that might seem impressive. Those that do know the truth about him refer to him using a bunch of derogatory, scary terms. They call him the Antichrist, manipulating asshole, logical fallacy abuser, deranged psychopath, among many other names. Oh, so he really is the son of the devil. Okay. Even if he's not, like, literally, but he is still the son of the devil. Well, anyway, we can't do anything from that side other than report him and yeet him straight to Germany. Go ask his classmates some questions about him and try to find some inconsistencies. Well, honestly, sounds like Johann might just destroy the world if he keeps running free. Let's hope he didn't inherit his father's genes. Oh, he did! Not only that, but, like, he's just, like, 10 times more crazy, right? He sees a naked I think his dad did something to him. His dad fucked him up, and that's why he has like visions of a naked fucking clown dude. Like, what the fuck? There's some fucked up shit going on here. Something happened. Visions of a naked clown dude. No reply. I was obviously joking. Why so cold? Also, did you review the camera footage yet? Too busy. Soon. On Monday. I set out to his school, then arrived at a bunch of police cars and ambulances. What happened this time? I whispered to myself in a voice that was just expecting things at this point, void of any surprise. Some hours passed. Teacher stabbed himself. Jones. Johan's homeroom teacher apparently snapped and almost went on a stabbing spree. He ended up backing off, but then attempted to kill himself. However, luckily, he was quickly taken into emergency treatment and his condition is now stable. Their school really is different. Not really, this is like every school. Like, you want to hear the most... we'll finish the chapter and I'll tell you the most fucked up story about my school. Their school really is different. Consequently can't question the students. They canceled school for the entire week, so what should we do now? What about the teacher? Just ask him some questions once visits are permitted. Some more days passed, but then Jones was found dead at the hospital. He stabbed himself again, this time straight to the throat. See, I think someone's out there killing people like that. So, my school had a very active, like, special ed department. To the point where it was like, the seniors were, like it was a big part of, like, the school spirit thing, right? And it was like, you know, we had, like, the retard of the retards, but there were some of them that weren't, you know, let's say, as retarded, right? And there's this one guy named Aaron. And he was like, you know, you're just your down-to-earth, kind of interesting, cool dude. He was, like, super autistic. He had Down syndrome. And, you know, but he was funny as fuck. So, like, he got along with people, right? So, like, he, like, basically partied all the way through high school. And, there was some kind of event, and they were doing, like, the school won a championship for, like, some sort of sport or something like that, and they're having a huge party, and he literally fucking died from alcohol poisoning. Because he was just going so fucking hard. Yeah. Like, man, this guy can sure hold his shit together. Well, you can't tell how fucked up he is, because it's like, he's already fucked up, right? So it's kind of one of those things, and then people got numb to it over time, where it was like, people were just like, yeah, he can hold his shit. And yeah, it just got too fucking out of hand. Really, really unfortunate, really sad, but it's like, I mean, what a way to fucking go out, right? Drinking with the boys. Alright, I'm clocking out early, guys! Let's take this 2-6 down! I had alcohol poisoning 3 times. Oh god. I've never had alcohol poisoning, but I fucking drink. I've had my fair share of... So... I had mushroom and pepperoni pizza. So I woke up, and there was literally like this 2-foot line of puke across the entire blanket, right? So obviously, I take the blanket and I flip it around, only to realize that there's also like 2 feet of puke across the entire side of this blanket. So at some point in the night, I had puked on myself and flipped the blanket around, and then puked on myself again. It was fucking bad. Truly. Then Then I spent the entire day watching the entire series of Avatar: The Last Airbender. I watched every single episode. It was like 18 hours or something like that. It was crazy. I was hungover as fuck, just sitting there, just like drinking water and orange juice, smoking weed, and watching Avatar. It was just like, fuck yeah, let's just do this shit. Fuck it. Because I only watched like the first 3 seasons and then I had finished, so I just watched them like from beginning to end. Chill as fuck. Yeah, no, it was great. It was great. One of the worst hangovers of my life. That's for sure. God, that was bad. Chapter 22. Mr. Jones is a good guy. He's a really sweet fellow. He might have attempted to stab us, but he's a nice person. You know, you fucked up when you get someone calm to act up like this. Gina's right. You reap what you sow. School was cancelled for the entire week. Worth the kill streak, right? That aside, Johann, you've obviously been following Sebastian's case, right? Yeah. My one-word reply visibly threw Gene off. Seems like he expected me to add something more, but I honestly couldn't care less. Well, what do you think? What do you want me to say? I toned it. Never mind. Proceeded to coldly look away. Then, Kai, today... Slight confusion. Today what? Hang out! Up for a bit? Oh, today? The way I interact with him was a bit unusual. Typically, I'm gentle and soft because that's how I always perceive the guy as. I got closer to him and with wide eyes while having an almost eerie smile. Can't today? If he had plans, this approach that I selfishly employed shamelessly gave him no room to voice them to me. He ended up complying and going with me. I did that, but I'm actually a bit unsure about my actions. Why am I even hanging out with Kai today? Well, I continue bullying him. Am I gonna ensure sucking people's blood like some vampire? Maybe I should just wait until I graduate and move on. As Kai and I were walking out of the school, he asked me, Johann, you've been doing really well in school lately. Have you been studying extra? My tone and expression followed the earlier situation, as if I started deeming my persona unnecessary even though I've been utilizing it for over a month straight. I haven't been studying. I'm just paying attention in classes. Following your example. Oh, I see. Should I kill Kai so that the devil shows up? It's impossible to make someone kill themselves unless they're vulnerable in one way or another. So making someone like him do it would be a breeze for me. No, actually. I can't have people close to me keep doing it. A harem of suicidal bastards is a poor look, really. Can I ask you something a bit, well, go ahead. Kai, as well, was getting thrown off by how different I was compared to our early interactions. What do you think the person responsible for Abigail's bullying is feeling? Stopped. Bullying stops, and they probably felt guilty because of her suicide. Interesting way to see it. Yeah, suddenly what do you think about suicide, Kai? Glanced at the ground and answered timidly, it's horrible that people, well, do it. Message sound. Oh. Kai took out his phone, then started smiling while texting. Afterwards, glancing at me, he said, sorry about that, I'll be done soon. I don't really care. Take your time. On second thought, it pisses me off. I should kill him. Is it Gene again? Yeah, we've been talking. I should kill both of them. Yeah, you know what? This is just slightly kind of just a little bit of an annoyance. I'm not getting all the attention I want. I'm just gonna fucking kill these people. Yep, totally reasonable response. Let's hang out tomorrow, maybe. Forgot that Gene and I planned something today. He forgot. I smiled and, sure, just text me whenever. No, I should just kill everyone. A couple of days passed. Hello, I'm one of Mr. Jones' students. Visits are now allowed, right? Jones is a good guy. Mr. Jones, how have you been? He's a kind, shy, and caring teacher. Oh, sorry about that. I would torture a person like him and turn his life into misery, but I wouldn't do anything beyond that unless it served my interests. Johann, why did you have a wig? I looked away in a way that didn't suggest shyness, but instead hinted at hiding something. I could have suppressed something so rudimentary in human behavior without a problem, but again, for some reason I found no reason in doing so. You don't like it, huh? How's the wound? Is it healing well? He was thrown off. Just like the last two people I talked to, yet nonetheless answered, it's much better, Then he smiled in a soft and warm way that made me want to choke him until he gasped for air and begged for mercy. It wasn't too deep, since I probably didn't actually want to die. I see. What's going to happen to you now? My instant replies and questions made him tangibly overwhelmed in a disoriented way. Well, they did a psychological evaluation, and yeah, he giggled. I was definitely out of my mind that day. I'm never going to be a teacher again, but I'm not going to prison or anything. I see. Silence ensued. Jones smiled warmly, yet I smiled in condescension. Gradually, the whole staring contest began basking in immense awkwardness. I stopped. I walked. I stopped again. I walked again. Black ink began leaking out of my mouth and eyes. Jones, I have something to say. Johann, are you okay? I'm sorry. I tried to keep a straight face, but I can't. Worry. What's wrong? Anxiety. I read Abigail's suicide note. Guilt. Johann, I'm all here for you. Do you want a hug? I'm still in pain, but I could lean in for a hug. Grief. Jones, thank you, but that's a bad idea. My clothes were soaking in the ink. I wouldn't be able to do it without strangling you to death. The floor was slowly getting painted in it as well. Johann? The note. This time, his tone only had apprehension and fear. Yes? Then the whole room exploded in pure black, sadistic ink. The windows shattered, doors broke down, and any light could only hope to reach anywhere near here. She blamed you for her suicide. If only you actually did something, she wouldn't have killed herself. Anger was leading my voice like some dictator marching towards conquering a country. Damn, he's so good at this shit, bro. He's so good at this shit. Fuck yeah. Okay. She would have fucking lived, Jones, but she killed herself because you were a dumbass and decided to prioritize those scumbags. Stood up as I was saying that, and then sat back down once I was done. Sorry, I let my emotions control me. You did all you could. It's okay. Heavily breathing, frustration and resentment seeping out of each breath. It reached his heart and tore it apart, mercilessly like the death of a lover or some close family member. Shaking and trying to hold back his tears, he took off his glasses and covered his eyes with his hand. His second self-control subsequently proceeded to die. He silently started crying without saying a word. For a few minutes I sat and listened to him sobbing, blowing his nose and gasping for air. I didn't say anything to comfort him. Neither did I apologize or do anything along those lines. Did he feel like he had no right to even apologize? Did he come to the conclusion that it's better for him to become my object of resentment? It's okay, Jones, I don't blame you for it. You just wanted the best for everyone. You couldn't have known it would end up like this. He was starting to calm down, but then started crying yet again upon me, saying that you did your best, right? Let's see. Started counting on my fingers. Suspended those students that made fun of her. You did such a good job not letting anyone verbally harass her. And I began looking at him with eyes overflowing with hatred and resentment. Actively trying to do something about it instead of... My tone went from being calmly sarcastic to embodying anger and loathing, forcing your retarded fucking sense of justice on us, right? I subsequently sighed extremely loudly and violating frustration and disappointment. You know what? Suddenly the black ink retreated and was nowhere to be seen. There's nothing we can do about it now. I even started gently smiling. You're gonna be tormented about this for the rest of your life either way. I stood up. I might have said I don't blame you, but I really do hate you now. You're the reason she did it, not Sebastian. Well, both. Difference is you're gonna continue your shitty fucking life while Abby is dead, all because of you. Sebastian is gonna get punished for it, but you... Sighed yet again in a tone that likely made him feel even more worthless. Then I turned around and walked up to the exit door. His sobs were quiet. He was clearly trying to stay silent so that nobody would come in. The feeling of responsibility most likely made him vow to be a punching bag in order to alleviate his own guilt that the immense hatred for this very existence. 2 innocent girls killed themselves because of how worthless a human being you are. I wish you were. The black ink yet again emerged, this time while eerily suffocating everything in its way, surrounding the whole hospital in a sadistic and ominous atmosphere. Less than a coward, and could take responsibility for it. Facing the door, I sadistically began grinning and impatiently waiting. Would my death be enough? I slowly turned around and had to be patient so my expression would have time to change. It would be sad if you decided to live after doing something so unforgivable. As I was walking out of the hospital, I noticed the devil lying on the floor like some snowflake. He's like, finally, I summoned the motherfucker! I just had to kill 2 more people. Damn, Johan. You one sadistic fuck. I love it. Is he gonna get away with it? That's like the ultimate question, right? At the end of the day, is he gonna get away with it? This chapter's peak finishes with chapter 10 of volume 1 started. It's definitely, like, that was definitely intense. Yep, completed full circle, right? He's gotten, and now all he needs to do is kill Jean and Kai. The only problem is the more people that he kills, there's going to be less people around him. So it's going to be like, well, who's the one who's, like, the common denominator between them all? Fucking Johan. Alright, well, if there's no one else who wants me to read any of their stories, we're going to move on to The Great Hunt. At some point, you gotta ask, does he even care about getting caught? I don't think he does. Well, it's not that it's not necessarily that he doesn't care about getting caught. It's like, he's gotten to this point where at first he was testing and pushing the boundaries. And then at some point in time, his brain was like, well, I don't think there are any boundaries. I don't think I can get in trouble. I think I can just do whatever I want. And he's just been escalating off of that. So it's like, I think it's more of it to him, he doesn't think that he can get caught. And that's what's making him even more brazen. Which I think is, like, more interesting, right? Where it's like, he's like trying to get caught, but it's like, he's just like, well, I guess I could do whatever I want, you know, no matter what I do, I just don't get caught. So, fuck it. Let's see how far this can go. You know? And he's also gathering up all of his minions for himself, right? Like, that's another thing, too, right? Like, he had Andrew and David, and now he's gonna have, like, Jean and Kai. Like, they're not just sacrificial pawns, right? They're also tools. It's funny how so far not a single thing you predicted has been right. I mean, fair enough. I'm like, I usually am pretty good, people will say, at figuring out what's, like, where the story is going. But I think I'm just going in the wrong direction with things, right? I do have a poster. A poster for your story? Is that what you mean? Well, didn't I predict Abigail was gonna kill herself? I'm pretty sure I predicted Abigail was gonna kill herself. But other than that, yeah, I don't know. Now you better know I'm gonna kill her, make her pregnant, and then beat her down the stairs. Yuri, I was just being facetious with like the extremes of that. I didn't actually think that was gonna happen. That was like my headcanon, right? I think that would be awesome if that happened, but I don't think they're age appropriate for that to happen. Maybe, you know, when he's older, he'll do that to someone. But he's just learning right now. Abby's death was inevitable. Well, I figured that. I was like, why is she sending fucking nudes to him, bro? This is just, you're already in a will it happen, but rather when. Yeah. Well, they're gonna have to get new teachers, right? So who are the new teachers gonna be? Because I'm just thinking about, like, where can the story go from here, right? Like, maybe Elgato, or, Coil, becomes a substitute teacher and goes undercover. So if you reread some of the early chapters, you can see all the hints of setup. Yoan goes saying stuff like delete Facebook. Do you ever think about suicide, etc.? Yeah, he's taunting her. Leading questions, right? Damn. That looks badass. I like AI generated covers are so shit, I'm sorry. I mean, I can't do better than that, though. So, what are you gonna say, right? I ain't making anything that's even close to that. So you could either not have it, or you could have it like that. I prefer to have it like that rather than not have it. Yeah, but you actually go through the effort to make your things. No, I don't, Yuri. What are you talking about? I am AI. Thus, everything I make is AI. Wait, you didn't know the secret that I'm actually AI? 3, 2, 1, toke. That's not even true, Yuri. I do use AI for most of my thumbnails. I just haven't recently with the Diablo ones because I've been able to do other things. Yo, Abolia, what's up? How's it going? What you at? What you doing? How's your day going today? We having a fantastic day. We, chilled out today. Now we got through the reading list pretty early. And now we're on to the Great Hunt. I'm doing fantastic. We're just chilling. Discussing stuff, but I guess it doesn't matter for someone like Happy since he already uses AI for most of his writing. Lol. Nice, Yuri. Nice. Glad to hear. Yeah. And now we're moving on to the Great Hunt. Book 2 of the Wheel of Time. Chapter 14. Wolf Brother. Because Matt is half wolf now. Gone, Ingtar demanded of the air. My guards saw nothing. Nothing. They cannot just be gone. Listening, Perrin hunched his shoulders and looked at Matt, who stood a little way off, frowning and muttering to himself, arguing with himself. Arguing with himself was how Perrin saw it. The sun was peeking over the horizon, past time for them to have been riding. Shadows lay long across the hollow, stretched and thinned, but still like the trees that made them. Hey, good luck. I go right now. Sounds good, Yuri. Enjoy your writing. Actually, we got an ad coming up in a sec here, so let's just hold off on that for a sec. Bring this back up. But yeah. I'm glad to have been getting through everyone's stories so efficiently today. Oh. Hey, you what dish? I do have to write some more about, easy to check my work, but it's all handwritten in a notebook, then ported to Wattpad. I think Yuri was just trolling you, Haffy. Get up, do dance. Bad rad. I'll ride my bad dad with your bad answers. Your dad don't know how to add my ads to ads. Now I have answers of your dad ads. That's are what? I have decided that ads are bad. That's right. That's right. That's right. I said it. I said it. The adless. Alright, here we go. The sun was peeking over the horizon, past time for them to have been riding. Shadows lay long across the hollow, stretched out and thinned, still like the trees that made them. The pack horses, loaded on their lead line, stamped impatiently. But everyone stood by his mount and waited. Uno came striding up. "Not a goat-kissing track, my lord!" Shouted sounded offended. Failure touched on his skill. Burned me. Not so much as a flaming hoofscrape. They just bloody vanished. 3 men and 3 horses did not just vanish, Ingtar growled. Go over the ground again, Uno. If anyone can find where they went, it's you. Maybe they just ran away, Matt said. Uno stopped and glared at him. like he'd curse an Aes Sedai, Perrin thought wonderingly. Why would they run away? Ingtar's voice was dangerously soft. Rand the Builder, my sniffer, my sniffer. Why would any of them run, much less all three? Matt shrugged. I don't know. Rand was... Perrin wanted to throw something at him, hit him, anything to stop him, but Ingtar and Uno were watching. He felt the flood of relief when Matt hesitated, then spread his hands and muttered, I don't know why. I just thought maybe they had. Ingtar grimaced, ran away. He growled as if he did not believe it for an instant. The Builder can go as he will, but Huron would not run away. And neither would Rand al'Thor. He would not. He knows his duty now. Go on, Uno. Search the ground again. Uno gave a half bow and hurried away, sword hilt bobbing over his shoulder. Ingtar grumbled. Why would Huron leave like that in the middle of the night without a word? He knows what we're about. How am I to track this shadow-spawned filth without him? I would give 1,000 gold crowns for a pack of trailhounds. If I did not know better, I would say the Dark Friends managed this so they could slip east or west without me knowing. Peace, I don't know if I do know better. He stumped off after Uno. Perrin shifted uneasily. The Dark Friends were doubtless getting further away with every minute. Getting further away, and with them the Horn of Valir and the dagger from Shadar Logoth. He did not think that Rand, whatever he had become, whatever had happened to him, would abandon that chase. But where did he go, and why? Royal must go with Rand for friendship. But why Huron? Maybe he did run away, he muttered, then looked around. No one appeared to have heard. Even Matt was not paying him any mind. He scrubbed a hand through his hair. Aes Sedai had been after him to be a false dragon. He would have run too. But worrying about Rand was doing nothing to help track the Dark Friends. There was a way, perhaps. He was willing to take it. He did not want it. He had been running away from it. But perhaps now he could no longer run. Served me right for what I told Rand. I wish I could run. Even knowing what he could do to help, what he had to do, he hesitated. No one was looking at him. No one would know what they were seeing, even if they did look. Finally, reluctantly, he closed his eyes and let himself drift. Let his thoughts drift out, away from him. He's gonna call... I miss Gordon Ramsay. Fuck Scotty for letting us overuse him. I mean, next time we know he's gonna have to be like 1,500 to 2k points. So now we know for next month, Relic. Unless you want to donate like $20 and I'll get Tangia for a month. But I just don't want to spend my own money on that shit. He tried denying it from the first, long before his eyes began to change from dark brown to burnished golden yellow. Spend real money, you sad fuck, and let us do what we want. This isn't a communist socialist. This is a dictatorship. You don't get shit, Relic. I get everything. You get the shit that I shit out after I shit everything. The first meeting, that first instant of recognition, he had refused to believe. He had run from the recognition ever since. He still wanted to run. His thoughts drifted, feeling for what must be out there, what was always out there in country when men were few or far between. Feeling for his brothers. Oh, Relic, no, that's not how it works. We, the chat, tell you what to do, and you, the host, entertain us. And what would Gordon Ram entertain, and what would entertain us is Gordon Ramsay. I mean, I could make it worth bits, and then you guys would have to pay bits to use it, and then I can make my money back. Yeah, see? See? Free or we riot. You know what? I like a little bit of chaos, so go crazy, Relic. In the beginning, he had been afraid that what he did had some taint of the Dark One, or of the One Power. Equally bad for a man who wanted nothing more than to be a blacksmith and live his life in the light and the peace. From that time, he knew something how Rand felt, afraid of himself, feeling unclean. He was still not past that entirely. This thing he did was older than humans, using the one power. It was something from the birth of time, not the power. Moiraine had told him, something long vanished. This chat will turn into fucking Ground Zero of the world trad. This chat will turn into Euro. This chat will turn into Pearl Harbor. Fuck! Can't think of something good to say. Tiananmen Square? Something long vanished. Now come again. Egwene knew too, though he wished she did not. He wished he did it. He wished no one did. He hoped she had not told anyone. Contact. He felt them. Felt other minds. Felt his brothers. The wolves. Their thoughts came to him as a whirlpool blend of images and emotions. At first, he had not been able to make out anything except the raw emotion, but now his mind put words to them. Wolf brother. Surprise. 2 legs. That talks. Faded image. Dim with time. Old beyond old. Of men running with wolves. 2 packs hunting together. We have heard this comes again. You are Longtooth. It was a faint picture of a man dressed in clothes made of hides with a long knife in his hand, but overlaid on the image, more central, was a shaggy wolf with one tooth longer than the rest. Steel tooth gleamed in the sunlight as the wolf led the pack in a desperate charge through deep snow toward a deer, the deer that would mean life instead of slow death by starvation, and the deer thrashed to run in powder to their bellies, and the sun glinting in the white until it hurt their eyes, and the wind howling down the passes, swirling the fine snow like mist, and wolves' names were always complex images. Perrin recognized the man, Elias Macara, who had first introduced him to wolves. Sometimes he wished he had never met Elias. No, he thought. He tried to picture himself in his mind. Yes, we have heard of you. It was not the image he had made. A young man with heavy shoulders and shaggy brown curls. A young man with an axe in his belt, who others thought moved and thought slowly. That man was there, somewhere in the mind picture that came from the wolves, but stronger. By far was a massive wild bull with carved horns of shining metal, running through the night with the speed and exuberance of youth. Curly-haired goat cloak gleaming in the moonlight, flinging himself in among white cloaks on the horses, with the air crisp and cold and dark, and blood so red on the horns, and young bull. For a moment Perrin lost the contact. To his shock, he had not dreamt they had given him a name, and he wished he could not remember how he had earned it. He touched the axe at his belt, with its gleaming half-moon blade. Light help me, I killed 2 men. They would have killed me even quicker, and Egwene, but pushing all that aside, it was done, and behind him he had no wish to remember any of it. He gave the wolves the smell of Rand and Loyal and Huron, and asked if they had scented the 3. It was one of the things that had come to him with the change of his eyes. He could identify people by their smell, even when he could not see them. He could see more sharply, too, see in anything but pitch darkness. He was always careful to light lamps or candles. Now, sometimes, before anyone else thought they were needed, from the wolves came a view of men on horses approaching the hollow in late day, and it was the last they had seen or smelled of Rand or the other 2. Perrin hesitated. The next step would be useless unless he told Ingtar. Hey, homie. Yo, what's up, Hugo? How's it going, my man? What you up to? How's your day going? We're just reading more of, Wheel of Time, Book 2, The Great Hunt. Perrin hesitated. The next step would be useless unless he told Ingtar, and Matt will die if we don't find that dagger. Burn you, Rand. Why did you take the sniffer? Drinking a beer and about to practice guitar. Fuck yeah, Hugo. That sounds like a fucking hell of a night. Good luck with that, my man. Enjoy. The one time he had gone to the dungeon with Egwene, the smell of Fane had made his hair stand on end. Not even Trolloc smelled so foul. He had wanted to rip through the bars in the cell and tear the man apart, and finding that inside himself had frightened him more than Fane did. To mask faint smell in his own mind, he added the scent of Trollocs before he howled aloud. From the distance came the cries of a wolf pack, and in the hollow horses stamped and whickered fearfully. Some of the soldiers fingered their long-bladed lances and eyed the rim of the hollow uneasily. Inside Perrin's head, it was much worse. He felt the rage of the wolves, the hate. There were only two things wolves hated. All else they merely endured, but fire and Trollocs they hated, and they would go through fire to kill Trollocs. Even more than the Trollocs, faint scent had put them into a frenzy, as if they smelled something that made Trollocs seem natural and right. Where? The sky rolled in his head, land spun east and west. Wolves did not know. They knew the movements of sun and moon, the shift of seasons, the contours of the land. Perrin puzzled it out south. And something more, an eagerness to kill the Trollocs. The wolves should let young bulls share in the killing. He could bring the two legs with their hard skins if he wanted, and put young bull and smoke and two deer and winter dawn, and all the rest of the pack would hunt down the twisted ones who had dared come into their land. The inevitable flesh and bitter blood would burn the tongue, but they must be killed. Kill them. Kill the twisted ones. Their fury infected him. His lips peeled back into a snarl, and he took a step to join them. Run with them in the hunt, in the killing. With an effort he broke the contact, except for a thin sense that the wolves were here. He could have pointed to them. Across the intervening distance, he felt cold inside. I'm a man, not a wolf. Light, help me, I'm a man! Are you well, Perrin? Matt said, moving closer. Sounded the way he always did, flippant. Bitter under it, too, of late. But he looked worried. That is all I need. Rand, run off, and then you get sick. I don't know where I'll find a wisdom to look after you out here. I think I have some willow bark in my saddlebags. I can make you some willow bark tea if Ingtar lets us stay that long. Serve you right if I make it too strong. I'm all right. Matt. Shaking off his friend, he went to find Ingtar. The Shanaran lord was scanning the ground on the rim of with Uno and Regan and Masema. The others frowned at him and drew Ingtar aside. He made sure Uno and the rest were too far to hear before he spoke. I don't know where Rand or the others went, Ingtar, but Pad and Fane and the Trollocs, and I guess the rest of the Dark Friends are still heading south. How do you know this? Ingtar said. Perrin drew a drip. Wolves told me. He waited. For what he was not sure. Laughter, scorn, an accusation of being a dark friend, of being mad. Deliberately he tucked his thumbs behind his belt away from the axe. I will not kill, not again. If he tries to kill me for a dark friend, I'll run. But I won't kill anybody else. I've heard of things like this, Ingtar said slowly. After a moment, rumors. There was a warder, a man called Elias Makara, who some say could talk to wolves. Disappeared years ago. He seemed to catch something in Perrin's eyes. You know him? I know him, Perrin said flatly. He's the one. I don't want to talk about it. I didn't ask for it. That's what Rand said. Light, I wish I were home working Master Luhan's forge. Those wolves, Ingtar said. They will track the Dark Friends and Trollocs for us. Perrin nodded. Good. I will have the horn, whatever it takes. The Shinar glanced around at Uno and the others, still searching for tracks. Better not tell anyone else, though. Wolves are considered good luck in the Borderlands. Trollocs fear them, but still, better to keep this between us for the time. Some of them might not understand. I would as soon nobody else ever found out, Perrin said. I will tell them you think you have Hurin's talent. They know about that. They're easy with it. Some of them saw you wrinkling your nose back in that village and at the ferry. I've heard jokes about your delicate nose. Yes, you keep us on the trail today. Uno will see enough of their tracks to confirm it is the trail. And before nightfall, every last man will be sure you're a sniffer. I will have the horn. Damn, that's super smart. Glanced at the sky and raised his voice. Daylight is wasting. To horse! To Perrin's surprise, the Shanaran seemed to accept Ingtar's story. A few of them looked skeptical. Masema went as far as to spit, but Uno nodded thoughtfully. And that was enough for most. Matt was the hardest to convince. A sniffer? You? You're gonna track murderers by smell? Perrin, you're as crazy as Rand, and I'm the only one... I am the only one sane left from Edmund's Field. With Egwin and Nynaeve trotting off to Tar Valon to become... He cut himself short with an uneasy glance at the Shanarans. Perrin took Kieran's place beside Ingtar as the small column rode south. Matt kept up a string of disparaging remarks until Uno found the first tracks left by Trollocs and by men on horses. But Perrin paid him little mind. It was all he could do to keep the wolves from dashing on ahead to kill the Trollocs. The wolves cared only about killing the twisted ones. To them, dark teens were no different than any other two legs. Perrin could almost see the dark friends scattering in a dozen directions while the wolves slew Trollocs, running away with the Horn of Valir, running away with the danger. And once the Trollocs were dead, he did not think he could interest the wolves in tracking the humans, even if he had any idea which one of them to track. He had a running argument with them. The sweat covered his forehead long before he got the first flash of images that turned his stomach. He drew rein, stopping a horse dead. The others did the same, looking at him, waiting, stared straight ahead, and cursed softly, bitterly. Wolves would kill men, but men were not a preferred prey. Wolves remembered the old hunting together for one thing, and two legs tasted bad for another. Wolves were more particular about their food than he would have believed. They would not eat carrion unless they were starving, and few would kill more than they could eat. What Perrin felt for the wolves could be best described as disgust, and there was the images. He could see them much more clearly than he wished. Bodies, men and women and children, heaped and tumbled about, blood-soaked earth churned by hooved and frenzied attempt to escape, torn flesh, heads severed, vultures flapping, their white wings stained red, bloody, featherless heads tearing and gorging. He broke loose before his stomach emptied itself. Above some trees in the far distance, he could just make out black specks whirling low, dropping, then rising again. Vultures fighting over their meal. There's something bad up there, he swallowed, meeting Ingtar's gaze. How could he fit telling them into the story of being a sniffer? I don't want to get close enough to look at that, but they'll want to investigate once they can see the vultures. I have to tell them that it's enough so they'll circle around. People from that village. I think the Trollocs killed them. Uno began cursing quietly. It's late. I'm going to bed. Alright, sounds good, Happy. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for sharing your story as always. Have a good night. Take care and sweet dreams. Uno began cursing quietly, and some of the other Shinarans muttered to themselves. None of them seemed to take his announcement as odd, though. Lord Ingtar said he was a sniffer, and sniffers could smell killing. And there's someone following us, Ingtar said. Matt turned his horse eagerly. Maybe it's Rand. I knew he wouldn't run out on me. Then scattered puffs of dust rose to the north. A horse was running across patches where the grass grew thin. The Shinarans spread out, lances ready, watching in all directions. There was no place to be casual about a stranger. I almost forgot a messed up thought I had about Pocahontas. She was friends with Grandmother Willow. Willow is what they ripped bark off of to make painkillers. I think willows would dislike natives for that reason. Huh. True. But maybe, it's a good thing, right? Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it helps. I don't know. I don't know anything about trees. Speck appeared. A horse and rider. A woman. To Perrin's eyes, long before anyone else could discern the rider, and quickly drew closer. She slowed to a trot, and she came up on them, fanning herself with one hand. Plump, graying woman, with her cloak tied behind her saddle, blinked at them all vaguely. That's one of the Aes Sedai, Matt said disappointingly. I recognize her. Varen Sedai, Ingtar said sharply, then bowed to her from the saddle. Moiraine Sedai sent me, Lord Ingtar, Varen announced, with a satisfied smile. She thought you might need me. Such a gallop I've had, I thought I might not catch you short of Cairhine. You saw that village, of course. Oh, that was nasty, wasn't it? That Myrddraal! There were ravens and crows all over the rooftops, but never a one went near it, dead as it was. I had to wave away a dark one's own weight in flies, though, before I could make out what it was. A shame I did not have time to take it down. I've never had a chance to study it. Silently, her eyes narrowed to the absent manner, the absent manner vanished like smoke. Where's Randall, Thor? Ingtar grimaced. Gone, Varen said I. Vanished last night without a trace. Him, the Ogier, and Huron, one of my men. The Ogier, Lord Ingtar, and your sniffer went with him. What would those two have in common with... Ingtar gaped at her, and she snorted. Did you think you could keep something like that a secret? She snorted again. Sniffers. Vanished, you say? Yes, Varen Sedai. Ingtar sounded unsettled. It was never easy. Discovering Aes Sedai knew the secrets you were trying to keep from them. Perrin hoped Moiraine had not told anyone about him. But I have a new sniffer. Shnarn Lord gestured to Perrin. This man seems to have the ability also. I will find the Horn of Valir as I swore to. Have no fear. Your company will be welcome, Aes Sedai, if you wish to ride with us. To Perrin's surprise, he did not sound as if he entirely meant it. Varen glanced at Perrin, and he shifted uneasily. A new sniffer. Just when you lose your old one. How? Providential. You found no tracks? No, of course not. You said no trace. Odd. Last night, she twisted in her saddle, looking back north, and for a moment, Perrin lost thought she was going to ride back the way she had come. Ingtar frowned at her. You think their disappearance had something to do with the horn? Aes Sedai. Perrin settled. The horn? No, I think not, but it is odd, very odd. I do not like odd things until I can understand them. I can have 2 men escort you back to where they disappeared. Varen Sedai. They will have no trouble taking you right to it. No, if you say they vanished without a trace. For a long moment she studied Ingtar, face unreadable. I will ride with you. Perhaps we will find them again, or they will find us. Talk to me as we ride, Lord Ingtar. Tell me everything you can about the young man. Everything he did, everything he said. They started off in a jingle of harness and armor. Varen riding close beside Ingtar and questioning him closely, but too low to be overheard. She gave Perrin a look when he tried to maintain his place, and he fell back. It's Rand she's after, Matt murmured, not the horn. Perrin nodded. Wherever you've gotten to, Rand, stay there. It's safer than here. Shit. That was a pretty short chapter, though. I'm gonna go start some food, and I think we got an Oompaville video to watch. Let's see what we got here. Serial killer that vlogged his own crimes. Okay. This is new. The internet was weeks away from disaster and no one knew. Alright. A new Veritasium video. So we got a Veritasium video and a Oompaville video. We ballin' today, boys. Here's finger typing speed and percentage of sound and light. Speed of sound approximately 0.00003%. Speed of light approximately 0.000000003%. Damn. That's crazy. Alright, I'll be right back. That therefore is the lag between thought, which is presumed light speed. Quickly your fingers can translate into text. That is why writing takes so long. We'll watch Oompraville first while I'm making food. Then we'll watch the Veritasium one because I'll be here for the entire one. Because it's okay to miss a little bit of this. Okay, let's go back. Just sit here and wait. We're making a BLT on sourdough bread. Oh, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Right? We can do good with what we got when we got what we do when we good what we got what we do what we good what we got we good we got what we good we good at what we got what we good at we got what we got and spin the wheel. Which ads did you get today?
Well, listen, the reason for killing the girl, it was either once you've taken someone, you're either going to kill them or you're going to get caught. It's as simple as that.
Yup. So true.
That was the voice of Gary Hilton, a 61-year-old drifter who lived out of his van in America's national forests, specifically Appalachian National Forest. Between 2007 and 2008, he murdered at least 4 people across these states, all of them hikers who made the mistake of crossing his path. Gary has been talked about in many different videos. I even mentioned him in a video that I made last year. But one of the things that isn't often mentioned is that he recorded himself. He basically vlogged the planning and the aftermath.
Life has been sweet. We got to document it.
Look, I'm taking a picture of what I'm something for immortality right here.
He recorded his own voice narrating his crimes like he was documenting them for some kind of posterity. When the police searched his van, they found a camera and memory sticks filled with footage he thought no one would ever see. And what they found would help put him on death row. On October 26, 2007, a Cherokee County deputy is driving through a remote stretch of private land in northern Georgia when he spots a white van parked where it should not be parked. He pulls up, gets out, and approaches the vehicle.
What you doing out here? Well, you're the poor person that's come along. Am I? And asked me that. I guess they called you, didn't they? Yes, they did. Yeah, I was going up I-20. I've got maps of the area.
The man is friendly and cooperative towards the officer. He says his name is Gary and he's just passing through and he didn't realize that he was on private property.
So, I just wanted a place to camp because I'm on my way to Cuda. I'm leaving. As a matter of fact, I'm getting my maps together.
It was an unremarkable, standard interaction.
Hey, I love you. Mr. Hilton, you take care. Be safe.
Except 5 days earlier, the man in that van had murdered an elderly couple on a hiking trail 80 miles north. Their bodies hadn't been found yet, and he was still hunting.
We begin tonight with continuing coverage on that big break in the North Carolina missing hikers case.
Today, investigators confirmed the remains found near Franklin, North Carolina on Saturday are those of John Bryant. His wife Irene's body was found November 9th, about 2 hours away in the Pisgah National Forest.
This man's name was Gary Hilton, or Gary Michael Hilton. He was born in 1946 in Atlanta, Georgia. And by all accounts, he was intelligent. People who knew him said he was genius level, though he never really did much with it. He is an insane man. A lot of people conflate eccentricity with genius. Doesn't mean you're genius when you're just crazy, to be honest. He enlisted in the Army at 18 years old, became a paratrooper, and even trained on tactical nuclear weapon systems, which is very interesting. But by the age of 21, he had what the Army documented as a complete schizophrenic breakdown. He had auditory hallucinations and paranoid episodes. And as a result of this breakdown, they gave him an honorable discharge instead of a psychiatric one and sent him on his way. For the next 4 decades, Gary drifted. He lived out of a white Chevy Astro van, bouncing between odd jobs and national forests, never settling anywhere for too long. His only constant companion was his dog, a red golden retriever named Dandy. Dandy was a tool for Gary, a tool to build trust among people, because everybody loves red golden retrievers.
Yep.
They are absolutely adorable. You see, Hilton figured out quite early that people trust a man with a dog. A 60-year-old stranger approaching you on a hiking trail might put you on guard, but a 60-year-old with a friendly golden retriever bounding up to say hello is just another hiker. They have that little funny butt wave. They're really adorable dogs. Dogs meet, owners chat, guards come down. That is how Gary got close to people. People who knew him said he'd been fascinated with guns, death, and violence since childhood.
From a child, a little child, I was always fascinated with death and destruction and guns and war.
And he did not call what he did killing, he called it hunting. He said, "I started hunting in September," and he approached his murders as if it were a job.
When you're going out to kill somebody, if you're seen by a single other person on the trail, then that day's screwed.
So his approach is not an approach of rage or vindication or revenge.
It's
not
interest
impulse,
and
it's
curiosity.
calculation. He had a bizarre, cold logic about what he did. He said, quote,
It was either once you've taken someone, you're either going to kill them or you're going to get caught.
in his mind, murder wasn't a choice, it was just the mathematical result to the decision that he had made. He also saw himself as superior to ordinary people. He pulled his own teeth out with pliers because, as he told his employer, he enjoyed his new look because it scared people. Those are just some examples of who Gary Hilton was. And in October 2007, he found his first victims. John and Irene Bryant had been married for 55 years. John was 80 years old and Irene was 84. They were retired and healthy and still hiking the trails that they'd loved their whole lives together. On October 21st, 2007, they drove out to the Pink Beds Loop Trail at Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. It's a moderate 5-mile loop. It's the kind of trail they'd probably walked dozens of times, that if any of you guys have been hiking anywhere in Appalachia, then you've seen places like this. But John and Irene never came home. What happened on the trail would only come out later, pieced together from physical evidence and eventually from Gary Hilton's own confession. Gary approached them with Dandy, made small talk. He seemed friendly. Irene, he knocked her down and killed her right there, 25 meters from their parked car. At 4 p.m. that afternoon, Irene's cell phone logged an attempt to call 911 that never connected. Whether she was trying to call for help or the phone dialed during the attack, we don't know, but the record does exist. Gary Hilton loaded John, who was still alive at this time, into his van and drove him to an ATM in Ducktown, Tennessee, forced him to withdraw $300, and then drove him to the Nantahala National Forest and shot him in the head. That was also another one of his things. He really liked stealing people's credit cards so he could extract money from an ATM. John's body wouldn't be found until February, and Irene was discovered in November, still on the trail where she fell. When you look at the details of this case, the method, the location, the hunting pattern, it starts to feel less like your standard crime and more like something bizarre and scripted. Obviously, he wanted money. That was a very important thing for him. But there is a reason for this feeling, and we will come back to it. The Bryants were Hilton's first confirmed victims, but some investigators believe he may have been active for a while in the National Forest, longer than anyone knows. It's difficult to tell, and there are unfortunately quite a few murders that have never been solved in those areas. 6 weeks later, 300 miles south in Florida, another hiker vanished from another national forest. But this time, when police started looking, they'd find something beyond just a body. They found evidence that Hilton had been documenting his crimes. December 1st, 2007, Cheryl Dunlap was 46 years old and a nurse at Florida State University's Student Health Center and a Sunday school teacher at her local church. She was a mother of 2 and devoted to her family and the kind of person everyone described as good. That Saturday morning, she went to the library, cashed a $100 check around 11:15, and by 1:30 in the afternoon, witnesses saw her sitting on a bench at Leon Sink's Geological Park in the Apalachicola National Forest reading a book in the December sun. And that was the last confirmed sighting of Cheryl Dunlap alive. When she didn't come home that night, her son went looking for her. He found her car still in the parking lot with her purse inside, her keys inside, and the driver's side rear tire had been punctured, not blown out, but punctured deliberately. So someone had disabled her vehicle while she was out on the trail, then waited for her to come back. Within 48 hours of Cheryl's disappearance, her debit card started showing activity. There were 5 withdrawals totaling over $700 from ATMs across the Florida Panhandle, and the surveillance footage from these withdrawals showed something pretty startling. It was a figure in a homemade mask with his face completely obscured, punching in the pin as if he had done it before and was an expert. Tips started coming in. Witnesses remembered seeing an older man in the Leon Sinks area that
check
day.
on my food. I'll be
Thin
right
man,
back.
Maybe 60s, driving a white van with a reddish dog. One woman who'd crossed paths with him on the trail told investigators she felt uneasy around him. So Florida investigators had a missing woman and a masked figure draining the missing woman's bank account and a trail of witness descriptions that all pointed to the same person, the same fella. But they did not have a name yet. And 300 miles north in Georgia, that was about to change because Gary Hilton was about to make a mistake. He was going to take someone who would fight back. Meredith Emerson was a 24-year-old University of Georgia graduate working as a sales manager with a background in martial arts and a love for hiking that took her out to the North Georgia mountains every chance that she got. And on New Year's Day in 2008, she drove up to Blood Mountain on the Appalachian Trail with her black lab, Ella, planning a hike to start the year. She left a note for her roommate saying where she'd be, but she never came back. When her boyfriend reported her missing that night, search teams found her car still at the trailhead, and they found something else. They found items scattered along the trail that seemed to indicate there was a struggle. Water bottles, a dog leash, and an expandable police baton, the kind Hilton was known to carry. Witnesses came forward quickly. Multiple hikers remember seeing a man on the trail that day, an older man, maybe in his 60s, thin, with a friendly red dog who seemed a little too interested in Meredith.
Very important calls from people who had seen Meredith on the trail January 1st, but had also seen somebody with her that seemed like was following her and trying to engage her in conversation.
And then what happened would only come out months later in Hilton's own words, recorded during his interrogation with the GBI. He described approaching Meredith on the trail, using Dandy to break the ice the way he always did. They talked together, the dogs played, and then when they were alone, he produced a knife. She fought and grabbed the knife. He said, "I lost control of the knife."
I lost control of both of them, both the knife and the bat. Showed her the knife, grabbed the fucking, it's a bayonet, so it's all shit anyway. All it is a spike to stick with, it's not a slasher. Grabbed the bayonet, and somehow I lost control of the bayonet and lost it, period, and it went down. I pulled the bat, deployed it, grabbed that. I mean, it was
3,
not
2,
my finest
1,
hour.
go.
Remember, this is a 24-year-old woman with martial arts training against a 61-year-old drifter who was living out of a van, and she was winning. The GBI agent interviewing Hilton said it clearly and plainly. Basically, that little 120-pound girl was whipping Gary Hilton's ass.
You said, didn't you say, I bet that 120-pound girl almost whipped your ass? She almost whipped my ass. She damn sure did.
He eventually did overpower her through sheer brutality, punching her until he broke his own hand, blackening both of her eyes, and beating her until she couldn't fight anymore.
Fought and fought and fought and fought, and then once I gained control of her and got her 10 to 15 feet away from the trail on that little side trail I told you about, she started fighting again. And I had to fight her again for several minutes.
But she'd bought herself something, which was time. Over the next 3 days, Meredith would keep herself alive longer than Hilton ever expected. Hilton put Meredith in his van and drove her to an ATM in Blairsville, Georgia, because he needed money. That was the whole point of this, and seemingly the point of it for all the other murders. He'd hand her the card machine, she would punch in the pen, it would be declined.
I had gotten a dime. I spent money on her. I had $45 to my name, and I'd spent $30 of it driving all over North Georgia trying to work her ATM card on the bogus number she gave me. I'd lost money on that deal.
He drove them to another ATM. Same thing. Canton, Gainesville, Cummings, every single time the pin did not work. Meredith was on purpose giving Gary the wrong numbers. And her strategy was pretty simple. As long as Hilton couldn't access her money, she had value to him. And the moment that he got what he wanted, she was dead. And she could sense it.
Super
so
smart.
She kept him chasing
Super
ATM
smart.
withdrawals and pins that did not exist, knowing that every failed transaction would leave some kind of digital footprint or record for police to find. She was
Damn.
building a trail of breadcrumbs across northern Georgia, hoping that someone would follow them in time. Gary even tried to rattle her unsuccessfully, saying weird shit like this.
I joked about it with the girl. This is the second day or third day I'd had her, second or third day I'd had her, and she still wasn't in the paper. I said, you know something, no one's even missed you. And she said, boy, I'd be mad if once you let me go, and I came back, and my boyfriend said, have you been gone? She said, we were laughing about it.
And twice during those 3 days, Meredith would come within feet of rescue. The first night, it was snowing in northern Georgia. Visibility was poor, roads were slick, and Hilton was driving her somewhere when he came around a curve and saw a sheriff's deputy parked on the shoulder with blue lights flashing.
And then I came around the curve, and the car had sort of slid off the road, and there was a sheriff's deputy there, car with his blue light, and turned around and went back down just right past the sheriff's deputy again.
Okay.
She saw the blue light and everything, and was only loosely secured.
Second time was even closer.
And there was a pickup there, and as he drove by, I waved at him. It was law enforcement.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was that close. It was that close. She wasn't even secured either.
By January 3rd, the search for Meredith Emerson was all over the news in Georgia. Tips were flooding the GBI hotline: an older man, a white van, a red dog. It was the same description that kept coming up over and over.
Georgia, they're stepping up the search now for a missing hiker. Police say they're looking for a man in his 60s who was seen talking to her on a trail.
And then a man by the name of John Tabor called. Tabor was a contractor who'd hired a man named Gary Hilton years earlier to hand out flyers for his siding business. Hilton had worked for him from 1997 to 2007, right up until the day he demanded money and threatened to kill him.
He threatened to kill me if I didn't give him $10,000. He said he didn't care how I got it, but that he wanted it.
Tabor saw the news coverage and saw the description of the suspect and called the GBI. Tabor gave the GBI a name. That name was Gary Michael Hilton.
He actually provided us with the tag number for the van. At that point, we were able to pull a driver's license photo of Gary Michael Hilton.
So now they had a full name, a real photo, and an accurate vehicle description. Suddenly, investigators had something genuine to work with. A bolo went out across Georgia, and every law enforcement agency in the state was now looking for a white Chevy Astro van with a red golden retriever inside. And police finally had a name and a face. At this point, Meredith is once again still alive, and Gary had kept victims alive before, but not for long. So the clock was running out for Meredith Emerson. Just a few weeks before all of this, 300 miles back south, the search for Cheryl Dunlap had taken a dark turn. On December 15th, 2 weeks after she vanished, a hunter walking through the Apalachicola forest saw buzzards circling in the trees. It was Cheryl's body that had been left in the woods, nude, partially decomposed, and covered in branches. Her head had been removed, her hands had been removed, and a burn pit nearby contained charred bone fragments. So this is what Hilton did to his victims, and a few weeks later, Meredith was still out there with Hilton. And on January 4th, 2008, 4 days since Meredith had disappeared, that morning someone found a black lab wandering alone in a Kroger parking lot in Cumming, Georgia. It was Ella, Meredith's dog. Investigators traced the area. They found a payphone nearby that had been used to call someone asking for money, and they found a dumpster containing bloody clothes and Meredith Emerson's ID. That evening, a witness at a Chevron gas station in DeKalb County spotted a white van matching the bolo description. The witnesses of it called 911.
DeKalb 911, what's the exact location?
I have the person of interest in that missing woman case is at this Chevron gas station on Ashford Dunwoody. The van is here, the dog is here, the red dog, and I saw the man's face, and I've been watching the news, and I know it's him. I know it's him. He's making multiple trips back to his van and getting out and taking it to a dumpster. Is there somebody en route?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because he looks like he's finishing up. Here comes the cops. Yes. Yes.
Police are there?
Yes. Yes. They got him.
When police arrived, Hilton went flat on the ground before they even gave commands because he knew that it was completely over.
Yeah, why
When asked
resist,
about Meredith
right?
Emerson, he wouldn't
Like, yeah,
say.
I'll have a better
At
life
GBI
in jail,
headquarters,
fuck it.
Hilton was brought into an interrogation room and immediately laid down on the floor, claiming his back hurt too much to sit. The lead investigator, Agent Clay Bridges, obviously wasn't buying it. Clay said, "I've spoken with numerous people who say you're extremely healthy, extremely smart, almost genius level," continuing to appeal to his ego, appeal to his intelligence, and even appeals to whatever sort of humanity might
check
be
on my
left
food,
in
I'll be
him.
right back.
No matter what, they couldn't get anything out of Gary about Meredith. While Hilton was stonewalling investigators, forensic teams were obviously going through his van and finding different pieces of evidence. The white Chevy van was a crime scene on wheels. There was blood evidence that would later match Meredith's DNA, a seatbelt that had been cut, which was the same kind of restraint that was found with Meredith's belongings, and a bayonet blade that matched the puncture in Cheryl Dunlap's tire. But the most significant evidence was not the biological or physical, it was digital. Investigators found a Sony digital camera and several memory sticks hidden in the van, and when technicians examined them, they discovered videos that had been erased but not well enough. You see, you can't actually really delete things off a digital memory. It just exists still there. The kernel and the operating system can't see it, but you can recover that stuff. I've done it plenty of times when recordings fail or whatever when I'm filming a YouTube video. Just because something doesn't exist and you can't play it doesn't mean it doesn't exist and you can't play it. Take it to Geek Squad. On this camera storage, what they found was unlike anything the investigators had seen before. There were home videos, hours of them, of Gary Hilton talking to his camera.
Look, I'm taking a picture of what I'm come for immortality right here. Good.
Vlogging, narrating his life as a drifter and playing with his dog Dandy in the forest.
I've gained 20 pounds in 3 months, 3 or 4 months. 171 pounds.
And mixed in with those innocent recordings were extremely dark recordings. Recordings in the days after his victims disappeared.
We gotta document it. He's a my boy. He's a my baby. You're the lawman, you are the law. I'm gonna check it out, and if it ain't the law and you're wrong, you come talk to me. I'm not talking to nobody. I'm filing and I'm suing. You tell these guys to quit terror driving. You tell them not to drive more than 5 miles an hour above the limit.
So, there's tons of evidence now, all of it mounting against him. Hilton's lawyers started negotiating. That negotiation led to the following scenario. If Gary told them where Meredith was, the state would take the death penalty off the table and he would get life in prison instead and be a burden on the tax dollars of those local people, which is a mind-boggling concept in my opinion. But
what we'd like to do is let you now tell us where the body is and try to direct us to it the best you can.
Okay, I'll be glad to.
All right.
there was one condition, and that condition was that Gary Hilton's dog, Dandy, who was innocent in all this, in spite of him being used as a tool, the dog had to be placed in a good home. I can't imagine adopting that dog. I wonder if you have to tell the backstory, or like, how does that work? I have no idea, because if someone gets murdered in a home, you have to tell the people who are buying it, obviously. But or I don't even know, maybe that's just a horror movie trope. But I don't know if you adopt a dog and the dog has been a tool in murders and witness to murders. I don't know if there's legal precedence there. I have no idea. Hilton took the deal, and then he told investigators what happened on January 4th, 2008. He told Meredith he was going to let her go. After 4 days of captivity, 4 days of wrong pins, and 4 days of trying to stay alive, Gary said that she could leave. He walked her into Dawson Forest, chained her to a tree, and went back to his van.
But as it was, I had to fight her twice, bring her all the way around the corner of the mountain, and then secure her to a tree, in spite of her protestations.
Then he left the van and went back to her carrying a tire iron.
And I walked up and made as if to unsecure the chain, struck her with the bar.
What bar?
It was a jack handle, just a straight jack handle, the solid iron bar.
So after everything she survived, then she was lied to and finally murdered with a tire iron by this absolute disgusting psychopath, depraved lunatic. So the authorities found her body, and the autopsy showed multiple blows with a blunt instrument. There were defensive wounds on her hands where she tried to block the strikes, and she fought until she could not fight anymore. Then Hilton did to this victim what he had done to the other ones, which is remove their heads. He claimed removing someone's head was an out-of-body experience. It's unreal, he said.
Was this difficult for you at all? As far as take her life, was it difficult at all?
It was like an out-of-body experience.
Okay.
It was surrealistic. Of course it's surrealistic. Removing a head is just unreal.
He decapitated her to destroy forensic evidence and buried her remains in Dawson Forest, then drove away and was caught shortly after. At Hilton's Florida trial for Cheryl Dunlap's murder, prosecutors played the videos that were recovered from his van. One recording was timestamped December 3rd, 2007, just 2 days after Cheryl had disappeared. And on that tape, Gary Hilton was talking to himself. Dude is crazy, all right? Dude is actually insane. He's talking about disposing of a body and recording himself vlogging his own crimes, like a road trip vlog in 2008. He documented it, vlogged it, preserved it, and created a record of his accomplishments that he could revisit whenever he wanted. The same footage he made to feel immortal, his own words, became the evidence that would put him on death row. So he wasn't able to escape the death penalty in the end, which is good. That's a win for humanity. And during the Florida trial, another detail came out that completely reframes everything and is totally disturbing. I've read about this, could not believe it, and it totally brought this whole thing into a new perspective. Back in 1995, 12 years before any of this had happened, Gary Hilton had helped produce a low-budget horror film called Deadly Run. The movie was a project of a man named Samuel Rail, who was a former attorney who'd represented Hilton years earlier. One of his first legal clients who helped defend him against a trespassing charge in Georgia. Also arson and false solicitation of charitable donations. So Gary was a piece of shit all the way back in the mid-80s in which these charges were brought. So Rail later became a filmmaker and wanted to make a slasher film and brought Hilton on as an advisor or unpaid consultant. According to Rail, Hilton came up with the plot, found the filming location, and helped select the cast and crew. This is what the slasher film Deadly Run was about. A respected Atlanta realtor who kidnaps women, takes them to a remote cabin in the North Georgia mountains, releases them into the woods, and then hunts them.
Don't be moving around too much now.
And the filming location that Hilton found was a cabin in the Chattahoochee National Forest near Cleveland, Georgia. 12 years later, Meredith Emerson's body was found just 30 miles from the cabin in which Hilton had found as a location for a slasher movie where he would hunt and kill people in the, well, he wasn't the actor in the movie, but he helped advise on a movie. How crazy is that? So after it's now known that Gary Hilton is a murderer, reporters tracked down Samuel Rail and told him what Hilton had done, and his reaction was, to me, it's almost word for word. That's what was really scary about it. So Rail had known Hilton for years, he'd worked with him, he'd trusted him enough to collaborate on a creative project. He said he was a criminal, he'd be the first to admit it, he might have been a sociopath, but he was a happy one and an animated one who, quite frankly, I never would have thought in a million years. He had criminal instincts, but he was not a violent person. I was wrong about that. Yes, you were totally wrong about that. So in 1995, Gary Hilton worked on a horror movie about a man who hunts women in the Georgia wilderness, and in 2007 started living that in real life and vlogging it. Also, while awaiting trial in Florida, Hilton's conversations with other inmates were recorded without his knowledge, and those recordings showed exactly who he was when he thought no one important was listening. That recording would eventually be played for the jury and used to sentence him to death. So, quite a turn of events for him, to be honest. That was in Florida, by the way. So he's committing these crimes in 2 states. One of them, he gets a deal to avoid the death penalty because he led investigators to Meredith Emerson's remains in Dawson Forest. In exchange, the state dropped its pursuit of the death penalty, but Florida, nah, they don't care. As for the other condition in Georgia, he did get that granted. His dog Dandy was placed with a new owner, a woman named Nancy, who worked in the Dawson County Public Defender's Office, which that does make sense. That's a strange thing. I feel this, obviously this is just terrible, but I'm not even gonna say what I feel. So on January 30th, 2008, Gary Hilton pled guilty to the murder of Meredith Emerson and was sentenced to life in prison in Georgia. A serial killer negotiated a better outcome for his dog than any of his victims ever got, but obviously Georgia was not the only state with a claim on Gary Hilton. In Florida, prosecutors charged him with the murder of Cheryl Dunlap. This time, there was no plea deal. Hilton went to trial. The jury heard the evidence, the punctured tire, the ATM footage, the trophy tapes, the jailhouse recordings. They deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning a fully guilty verdict. First-degree murder, kidnapping, grand theft, death sentence. Rest in piss, Gary Hilton. But there were also the murders of John and Irene, the 80-year-olds that were murdered in a national forest. That's federal government jurisdiction. Hilton pled guilty to their murders as well and received 4 consecutive life sentences. And today, Gary Hilton sits on death row at Union Correctional Institution in Florida at the age of 79 years old. And in April of 2025, Court TV aired a 2-hour interview with Gary Hilton, which was his first time speaking publicly in 17 years. And sitting across from the host, David Scott, Gary Hilton did something that he had never done before. He confessed to the murder of Cheryl Dunlap on camera.
But hey, I'm going to give you a news scoop. I did it. So there you have it.
You did it.
Yes, I'm confessing to a murder on camera that I've never had before.
You murdered...
So I'm giving you something, David.
You murdered Cheryl Dunlap.
Yes, I did. I did it. And I'll be glad to tell anyone I did.
Gary is in poor health now. He is dying of congestive heart failure, and he told the interview that he's terrified of dying, which is a bizarre thing to hear. It's very difficult to feel any kind of sympathy or empathy in that.
In poor health, you say?
Yes, very poor health. That's one reason I'm doing this, because I'm going to die soon. I have a congestive heart failure.
He called himself the oldest serial killer in America. Obviously, that's a sense of pride that he gathers from that claim. Maybe he's the oldest serial killer, not totally sure. I know he's one of very few who vlogged his crimes and made a horror movie that he literally reenacted 12 years later. At the beginning of this video, you heard Gary Hilton's voice from a police interrogation room.
It was either once you've taken someone, you're either going to kill them or you're going to get caught. It's as simple as that.
That recording exists because Hilton talked. He talked to investigators, talked to his camera, and talked to other inmates when he thought that it didn't matter. He documented a lot of what he did for some reason. He made trophy tapes that made him feel immortal and powerful, and he did this to preserve his accomplishments for himself. All of these things became the evidence that put him on death row. Why is he still alive? I don't know. Gary killed at least 4 people across 3 states over the span of a few months. All of it is very freaky, very scary, very terrifying. Stay safe in the world. It's not always a safe place. It's relatively safe. These events don't happen that often, luckily. Gary Hilton, all my homies hate Gary Hilton. Let's remember Meredith and the other victims as heroes, especially Meredith. She's the one who, you know, essentially got him caught. She stayed alive, she fought back, and she is the true hero of the story that should be remembered. Anyways, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Whoa. All right, now we got the Veritasium video.
In 2021, a hacker uncovered a fatal weakness in the world's most important operating system.
What would you do with a key that gets you into any server on the internet?
Is this live to the public right now?
Yeah, it's live on the server.
Look, I'm not pleased. I would like you to change it back. At the time, just about everyone believed that hacking the system was impossible, but they were wrong.
Well, I can tell you how many systems would have been compromised, which would have been millions. Actually, I'm still surprised the mainstream news outlets haven't really covered this very much.
How close did we come?
We were weeks away from millions of internet servers being accessible to whoever crafted the backdoor. Anything from spying to ransom to taking down entire countries, you could have done it with this backdoor.
This hacker had realized the entire operating system rested on a single part, maintained by a single person, and that by compromising that one part, they could infect almost any server on the internet.
So how could we ever let ourselves get this vulnerable?
But we're dumb.
Well, the story begins with a jammed printer.
The AI lab was buzzing. They had just installed the Xerox 9700. It was one of the first ever commercial laser printers. It was a pretty big deal. The only problem was it kept jamming.
You'd wait an hour figuring, I know it's going to be jammed, I'll wait an hour and go collect my printout. And then you'd see that it had been jammed the whole time. Frustration of the wazoo.
Richard Stallman, a researcher at the lab, thought that he had a solution. Years earlier, he had solved a similar problem by coding a simple program that sent an alert whenever there was a jam. Now, it didn't fix the problem mechanically, but it did make sure that a jam wouldn't go unnoticed. He thought he could do a similar thing now. The only problem was that Xerox hadn't provided them the source code for the printer, and without it, Stallman couldn't write his code. So he tracked down the original developer.
And I said, hi, I'm from MIT. Could I have a copy of the printer source code? And he said, no, I promised not to give you a copy. I was stunned. I was angry. All I could think of was to turn around on my heel and walk out of his room. Maybe I slammed the door. And I thought about it later on, because I realized that I was seeing not just an isolated jerk, but a social phenomenon that was important and affected a lot of people.
This social phenomenon had slowly invaded the world of computer research. In the late 60s, engineers at AT&T's Bell Labs invented an operating system called Unix, which they shared widely across universities and research labs. This was a time of freedom. But by the 80s, AT&T started going after Unix clone developers for copyright infringement. Later, they even sued the University of California at Berkeley. The tech landscape had shifted. They wanted to close off software development. Companies were now making their employees sign non-disclosure agreements, prohibiting them from ever sharing their code with other programmers.
See, this was my first encounter with a non-disclosure agreement, and I was the victim. And the lesson it taught me was that non-disclosure agreements have victims. They're not innocent. They're not harmless.
Stallman wondered, maybe he could adapt to this new world.
But I realized that way I could have fun coding and I could make money. But at the end, I'd have to look back at my career and say, I've spent my life building walls to divide people. And I would have been ashamed of my life.
So Stallman chose a different path. He quit his job at MIT and in 1985 established the Free Software Foundation. And it worked to promote 4 basic freedoms. You should be free to run software for any purpose, free to study it, free to change it, and free to share it. Now, to ensure those freedoms, he created a legal license that developers could attach to their code, called the General Public License. And to stick it to AT&T, he started work on a project based on Unix, but built from the ground up, so AT&T couldn't sue. He called the project GNU, a recursive acronym for GNU is not Unix. Now, to replicate a Unix system, the GNU project had to recreate 3 layers of functionality. They needed the utilities, which were the everyday tools and commands, the shell, which is the terminal that people use to interact with the machine, and finally, the kernel, which is the core that talks to the hardware and manages memory. Now, over the next 7 years, the GNU project made much of that from scratch. They created the GCC code compiler, the bash shell, and a host of other core utilities. But they were always missing one key component, the kernel.
That changed in the fall of 1991 when Stallman visited the University of Helsinki to give a talk promoting the project. In the audience was a young computer science student who just happened to be building his own kernel from scratch. His version wasn't free, but after hearing Stallman speak, the student changed his mind and adopted the General Public License. At first, he wanted to call it Free Unix, or Freaks, but his friend thought that sounded terrible. So he renamed it after the student himself, Linus Torvalds. Linus, Unix, well, that's how we got Linux.
That kernel, combined with the other components from the GNU project, became a full operating system. Now, technically, Linux only refers to that kernel, but a lot of people use it to refer to the whole operating system. So GNU and Linux and whatever else. Because the code was open and free, and the projects built on it were too, a new model of software development took hold. Anyone could inspect the code, improve it, fix flaws, and generally just push development forward for everyone. So software split into 2 competing ideologies: proprietary closed source systems controlled by companies, and open source projects where the code was free.
Is free in 2 ways. It's free as in you don't have to pay for it, but it's all free to change it in any way you want, and that seems to be the much more important aspect. People are happy to pay for technology, but so often do they run into some roadblocks where you have to file a support ticket with some large company, they may or may not get the help they need, and engineers are just itching to just fix it themselves.
Developers could take that basic code, which was freely available, and then add on their own features relevant to their specific device. They didn't have to reinvent the wheel every time. So that's why Linux spread into all sorts of different applications.
Hello, I'm a Mac. And I'm a PC. No one else. No one.
Hi. I'm Linux. There are an estimated 30 million Linux users out there.
How long have you been standing there?
Long time.
And it's not even just limited to computers. Your electronic vacuum is definitely Linux. Your camera is definitely Linux. Most TVs, most electronics are Linux.
Linux even runs some of the most sensitive machines on the planet.
You can assume that Linux is pretty much used in anything of high security need, not necessarily because Microsoft, for instance, couldn't build something equally secure, but because usually there's secrecy involved in building, let's say, a new weapon system, and you don't necessarily want to have to work with some tech company. You don't want to involve more people than absolutely necessary.
Of the top 500 supercomputers in the world, every single one runs Linux. It's used in the Pentagon and on US nuclear submarines.
Every bank you can think of, really, manufacturers, hospitals, governments, defense organizations and things like that, they're all running Linux servers.
Today, Linux is everywhere. Most people are familiar with Windows and Mac OS, but they are not the most popular operating systems in the world. No, they are dwarfed by systems running a Linux kernel. Android, with over 3 billion devices, is built on Linux. And it also powers the majority of internet servers in the world.
There's no one company that could have imagined all the different cases where computers are used these days, and Linux, thanks to its adaptability, where everyone can just tweak it in little ways to make it fit their use case, now covers all the use cases.
But all of this, it all relies on one key assumption, that the code is secure. Now, there's a good reason to feel this way. Because there are so many people looking at the code, there's this idea that bugs, either intentional or unintentional, won't be too deep to catch. It's known simply as Linus's law, that with enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. But there's a big problem with this assumption. The open source movement isn't one big project. It's an ecosystem. You need thousands of small tools and libraries, each doing a different job, like networking, security, or compression. Now, a lot of these projects start because one person wants to fix a specific problem. So they build it themselves. They're often unpaid, coding on nights and weekends just to make the tool work. If it's useful, one open source project adopts it, then another. And suddenly you have millions of machines all relying on one person's passion project. That's how the entire ecosystem can end up quietly resting on a project maintained by a single volunteer. There's a famous XKCD comic that captures this idea perfectly. But what happens when that block is compromised? In our story, our person isn't from Nebraska. No, Lasse Collin is from Finland, and he's been working on a small data compression tool called XZ since 2005. XZ is so good at compression that it's now used in almost every major Linux distribution. For the past 20 years, almost all of the work of keeping the tool compatible with ever-evolving hardware, it's all fallen on Lasse. He's never been paid for it, but up till now, he's been okay with that. Recently, though, he's been under more and more pressure. Over 1 month and no closer to being merged, not a surprise. Progress will not happen until there is a new maintainer. Submitting patches here has no purpose these days. The current maintainer lost interest or doesn't care to maintain anymore. Lasse responds, "I haven't lost interest, but my ability to care has been fairly limited. Mostly due to long-term mental health issues, but also due to some other things. It's also good to keep in mind that this is an unpaid hobby project, but it's not enough. I'm sorry about your mental health issues, but it's important to be aware of your own limits. The community desires more. You ignore the many patches been rotting away on this mailing list. Right now, you choke your repo." Lasse is burning out, but just when he thinks he can't handle it anymore, nice job to both of you for getting this feature as far as it is already. Just trying to do my part as a helper elf.
Oh,
Signed,
shit.
Gia Tan.
For
months, Gia's been taking some of the load off Lasse.
He's a scammer
He's been incredibly
instantly.
helpful.
The way he's talking,
Now he
no
offers to
fucking
step
way
up
I
and
trust
take
that
over
dude.
as maintainer of the
Fuck
project.
that shit.
To Lasse, it sounds
I know my
almost too
scams,
good to
bro.
be true.
Yeah, it's way too
As I
good to be
hinted in earlier
true.
emails, Gia Tan may have a bigger role in the project in the future. Finally, Lasse can step back and breathe after 20 years of hard work. But Gia is not who he appears to be.
Yup.
And he's identified Lasse Collin's XZ project as a weak link in the Linux ecosystem, one that could give him access to almost every computer on the internet. Today, we take secure remote logins for granted.
Yup.
They've worked reliably for over 30 years. But
I
it
do
all started
CC
in
cleaner and I
1995
get logged out of
Helsinki
everything. It's
University
so
of Technology.
fucking bullshit
When
because
a
I have to
hacker
re-log in and
captured
remember all my
thousands of
goddamn
usernames and
passwords.
sent over the campus network in a sniffing attack. In hindsight, the problem's obvious. These login requests were being sent totally in plain text, so anyone who intercepted the data could just read it.
Yep.
When Tatu Alonen, a computer researcher at the university, learned of the attack, he made it his mission to ensure that it would never happen again.
Password sniffing was perhaps the most serious security issue on the internet back then.
To do this, his solution needed to ensure two things. First, machines had to establish a secure connection.
If both computers could agree on a shared secret code that they would use to scramble their data, then even if they were overheard, anyone without that secret code would just get gibberish. Now, you could agree on that shared secret ahead of time in person, but on the internet, that's rarely practical. No, you have to agree on that shared secret ahead of time without ever having met, and also with someone listening in the entire time. It sounds really tricky, but there is a way to do it, and I can show you how using this jar of paint. Say I'm trying to send a message to Gregor over there. The first step is we agree on a shared public color. Let's pick this red. This is no secret, anyone can see this. Now we each pick our own private color. I'm gonna pick yellow, and he can pick whatever he wants. So we take our private color, and then I'm gonna mix that with the public color. It's worth saying now that these mixtures are assumed to be impossible to unmix. So even if you know this orange and you know this red, you can't exactly deduce the exact shade of yellow we used to create it. And this is important for the actual computer example later. Okay, so I'm gonna send this over to Gregor.
So I mixed in my secret color with the public, and I'm gonna pass this to Henry.
So Gregor sent me this, which looks like a sort of dark green sort of color. And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna mix it with my original private color.
Okay, now that I have Henry's secret color mixed in with the public, I'm gonna add some of my own.
So we end up with this sort of distinct olive color. There's my yellow in there, I can see, and whatever Gregor had in his side. And the thing is, because each set of paints went through the same process, they both end up with this same olive green, even though we never shared our secret colors. So we end up with this shared secret color at the end that no one else can get. And that means that we can use it as our secret code when sending information. Now, in the real exchange, we use big public numbers instead of colors, but the idea is the exact same. Each side mixes in their own private number, using some math that, when you try to reverse it, leads to a discrete log problem, which makes it practically impossible to unmix them. That way, we solve the first problem. But there is another threat that's unaccounted for. Say a hacker, like Casper here, tries to sit in between us. Now, we can create a legitimate connection. So we end up with a shared secret code. And Casper can do the exact same thing with Gregor. Now, whenever I send a message, he can relay that to Gregor, he can change and modify it and send his response back. And to each of us, the connection looks legitimate. But Casper's sitting between us the whole time. He's a man in the middle. So I need a way of authenticating that Gregor is really who he says he is. Now, we could do this again by agreeing on a password ahead of time in person, but we need a practical way to do it over the internet. This was the second problem that Tatu had to solve. To make that happen, Gregor can take two really big prime numbers, which he keeps secret. He then multiplies them together to get an even bigger number, which he then makes public. Now, when I want to send Gregor a message, I just take that big public number, and I scramble it in a way that only Gregor, who knows the two prime factors that make up that big public number, can successfully unscramble. For anyone else, getting those two prime factors is practically impossible. So as long as I know that that big public number actually belongs to Gregor, I know that anything encrypted to that key can only be read by him.
This is called RSA encryption, and it means that if I know the certificate is valid, then I accept the connection. And by authenticating Gregor, it foils our man in the middle, Casper Devious. All right. Tatu Ulonen combined these two steps, securing the channel and authenticating the user, into a protocol for remote logins between machines. It gave you the same simple text shell people were used to, a plain terminal where you type commands, but now the connection was encrypted. He called it Secure Shell, or SSH, and it was immediately useful. Many Linux machines don't even have keyboards or monitors, especially not servers, so you want to be able to log in and control them remotely. So SSH was soon adopted on almost every machine that ran Linux.
Oh shit.
And as Linux spread, so too did SSH.
Today, when you control a machine remotely, there's a good chance you're using SSH.
SSH is literally the maintenance backbone of the entire internet.
And the most widely used open source SSH implementation is called OpenSSH. And because it's so popular, it's heavily protected.
I mean, OpenSSH is probably one of the most closely examined projects out there. because it's just so vitally important to the security of servers everywhere. Having a way to bypass the authentication in a secure shell, it's like having the master key to the hotel. It lets you into every room.
This is why Jiatan wants a way into OpenSSH. But trying to hack it directly would be almost impossible. Lucky for Jia, the open source model doesn't just mean that operating systems are stitched together from many programs, but that each of those programs is itself stitched together from other programs. Those are called dependencies.
OpenSSH is one of the most scrutinized software packages, but that doesn't extend to all of its dependencies.
Jia believes that if he can compromise the dependency of OpenSSH, he can sneak an exploit into the main project. And it just so happens that Lasse Collins' compression tool XZ is linked through a chain of these dependencies. Now, Lasse's original goal with XZ was to find a better way to compress data on Linux. That data could be anything: code, an image, text. But what was important to Lasse was that once you compressed and decompressed it, it had to come back exactly the same. The method had to be lossless. Let me give you an example. That's my bad. But we're gonna take the lyrics to Rick Astley's hit, Never Gonna Give You Up. We're gonna try to compress it. Now, say we take this and we represent it as a stream of characters, and each one gets a fixed width 8-bit code. Now, that works, but it's inefficient. If we go through this stream and just count up how often each symbol appears, you'll notice there's a pattern. Some appear more frequently, like N with 430 uses, and some barely at all, like J with 1 use. To save space, why don't we give the ones that appear more frequently shorter codes? And the rarer ones, well, they can afford to be long. But how do we do that? So let's start by counting up how often each symbol appears, and sorting that from most frequent to least frequent. We take the two least frequent symbols and join them together into a pair. We then treat that pair as a new combined symbol, whose frequency is the sum of the two it represents. We can then reinsert that back into the list. Then we do it again. We take the two least frequent items, combine them, and then reinsert them back into the list. And we do that over and over again until we get this massive structure called a Huffman tree. Now, to get our codes, we just walk the tree. A step right is a 1, a step left is a 0. So for example, to get R, we just go right, left, left, right. So the code is 1001. So what you'll notice is the more commonly occurring symbols naturally appear at the top of the tree, so they get shorter codes, while the ones that appear less frequently are at the bottom of the tree. The system works well, but it also has a weakness. In our Never Gonna Give You Up example, it always encodes NEVER space. It doesn't realize that this whole chunk repeats. So what if instead of looking at symbols, we looked at those chunks? Now, they don't have to be words, they can be parts of words or even longer, they just have to be patterns that repeat. So let's scan through the text, but keep a rolling dictionary of what we've just seen. Then as we move forward, we can check whether the next chunk has already appeared. And if it has, we don't need to write that chunk again. We just write a code with 2 numbers, how far back to look and how many characters to copy. Now, when we decompress, we can just read along, and whenever we hit one of these codes, we jump back, copy the matching chunk, and paste it into place. 2 scientists, Lempel and Ziv, published this algorithm in 1977, so it became known as LZ77. But some of these symbols and pointers show up more often than others. They actually have their own frequencies. So we can feed that whole stream into another Huffman tree to get a second layer of compression. And in our demo, it actually gets the file down 85% smaller than the original. This might look new, but you've almost certainly used it yourself.
WinRAR.
It's called deflate, but it's better known for the files it creates, .zip. If you ever clicked close on this before, you've definitely used it. Huffman only uses the overall frequency of a chunk repeating. Real data isn't just random chunks. In our example, after Never Gonna, you might get give you up, let you down, or run around and desert you. You might get make you cry, you might get say goodbye, or tell a lie and hurt you. Each one has its own probability, and you can represent these probabilities with a mathematical tool called a Markov chain. The algorithm can then encode the stream of data so that the more probable next chunks cost few bits and the less probable ones cost more. If you combine that with a much bigger search window, so it can point much further back in memory, then you get the Lempel-Ziv Markov chain.
You damn near just got rickrolled. No, we did get rickrolled, Sean. He full-on rickrolled us.
And it often beats much more familiar methods. In many cases, it can shrink files to about 70% of the size of a typical .zip. Lasse took this elegant compression algorithm and made it work on Linux. And he called it XZ not because it stood for anything, but just because it sounded cool.
I'm using XZ quite a lot. I think XZ is a wonderful project. There are lots of different ways of compressing data. Some of them are fast, but they don't compress very well. And some of them are slow, but they get extremely good compression.
But across Linux, projects are constantly shipping the same files and updates to millions of machines. So XZ is perfect. You compress something once, then you get a smaller file to download forever. Lasse released XZ in 2009, and over the next decade and a half, it went from a niche tool to the common choice whenever a project needed effective lossless compression. So XZ quietly spread everywhere, eventually becoming a dependency of OpenSSH.
So it was some point in about February 2024, and Jiatan, he emails me. He's got all of these new features in the new version of XZ.
He wins Rich over almost immediately.
So I get to talk to hundreds of contributors all the time, and I do get a feel for them. I feel, are they good coders, which is what I really care about? Are they conscientious people? Are they helpful? Do they respond to bug reports quickly? And in all of the dimensions, Jiatan would be a very good contributor because he's obviously a good coder. He's very responsive. He's very keen. And I love all that.
All indications are that Gia is a great contributor.
Too good to be true.
This puts Rich at ease, so he lets his guard down.
Yup.
And that's often where the problems start.
Yup. The second you let your guard down, you're fucked.
But lucky for
Never
us, with
trust
today's sponsor
anyone.
NordVPN, you don't have to. NordVPN's
Pretend
Threat
that
Protection
you
Pro
do,
blocks dangerous
but don't
websites
actually.
before they load. It stops malicious downloads,
3,
and it
2,
strips
1,
out trackers
choke.
and intrusive ads automatically. And it works even when you're not connected to the VPN. So a lot of these attacks never get the chance to start in the first place. I use NordVPN whenever I'm traveling or working on public Wi-Fi because it means that I don't have to think about who's running the network. It's just one click, and it's so fast that I often forget that it's on. Not just that, if there's a show that's no longer available in my region, or a sports team
Goddamn
that's
region
blacked
lock
out,
should be
like
fucking
I'm often
illegal.
watching international football and they don't quite have it where
Why
I'm
can
on.
you watch?
Well,
why
in
can I
that
not
case,
watch
I
it in
can
my
just switch
fucking
my
country?
server location with
This is
one
some
click
bullshit.
to unlock the content. Apparently, you can even use it to find better deals on plane tickets by changing your IP address to another
Yep.
country.
That's
I
what
haven't tried it
my
yet, but
my
that
brother-in-law
sounds
does with
fascinating.
Steam.
So
He
if you wanna
uses a
try it, you can
VPN to
get the
change
best
his
deal
Steam
by
account
going
to like
NordVPN.com/Veritasium.
Vietnam or something and buys games for like
When you use that
$1.50.
link or this QR code, you'll get a huge discount.
If they have,
Also, you get a 30-day
they
money back
have
guarantee
region-based
through Nord.
pricing, right?
It's a no-brainer. So again, that's nordvpn.com/Veritasium. Or you can click the link in the description below. Thanks so much to Nord, and let's get back to Gia and the prize he's got his eyes on.
At this point, we were preparing RHEL 10.
See, Red Hat ships two major flavors of Linux: Fedora, which is free and publicly available, and Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or RHEL, which is available through a paid subscription. This one has to be stable and secure because it's widely used on the most important machines, like in governments and hospitals. Gia wants his code in RHEL, but RHEL only has a new major release about once every 3 years.
So there's definitely a deadline. That deadline was around sort of March, April in 2024.
Gia has to act fast. He wants complete control of any compromised machine. And to pull it off, he has 3 steps in his plan. Step 1, the Trojan horse. The code for XZ lives on a website called GitHub, which
Yup,
tracks all edits
one of the
to
best
XZ's
sites
code
on the
using a
internet.
tool called Git, which was also developed by Linus Torvalds. So Gia starts by making small changes. He changes the primary contact for bug reports to his own email. He tweaks small tools that will help him later. But he can't sneak in the payload this way. I mean, it'd be too obvious. So he needs a way to sneak it in without it ever appearing as normal source code on GitHub.
So when you're writing compression software, it's very often the case that your software is full of these binary blobs, as we call them, so just lumps of binary, which are used to test the compression or the decompression is still working.
Nobody reads these test blobs. They're included without ever appearing in the human-readable source code. They're assumed to be garbage data.
But for Gia, this is the perfect place to hide his payload, inside something that at first glance looks harmless. But in reality, it's a Trojan horse. But with the Trojan horse inside of XZ, it's still just a lump of data in a binary blob. He has to unpack it. So in the code that builds the project, he slips in a small, easy-to-miss change. It hides among all the automatically generated code and quietly unpacks his payload, inserting it into the XZ library. But now that it's inside of XZ, it still has to pick the right time to act.
On to step 2, Goldilocks. Gia's end goal is to compromise a very specific part of the SSH connection process, the RSA authentication step. He realizes that if he can slip a small malicious component in there, let's call it the payload, then every time SSH checks for a key, his code will run first. It will quietly look for a special master key that only he knows, and if it sees that key, it'll let him straight in. If it doesn't, it'll call the real code and no one's the wiser. So he will have his backdoor entrance to open SSH.
But he can't just go in and rewrite RSA decrypt, the function that verifies the client's identity during the login. It's not that easy.
See, when you build an application, you could take all the code you need from different libraries and bundle it into your application. But there's a big drawback to this approach. If 10 different applications on a system all bundle the same library, you end up with 10 separate copies on your machine. So it's redundant. That's why modern systems mostly use shared libraries. When an application starts, the linker fills in a table of addresses. These addresses point to the functions and variables it needs from the libraries it links to. That table is called the Global Offset Table, or GOT. Now when it wants to use something from a shared library, it just checks the GOT and jumps to the right spot in memory. RSA decrypt doesn't belong to OpenSSH at all. It comes from a shared crypto library. So to hijack authentication, Gia can overwrite the GOT entry that tells SSH where it is. And to do that, he can use a little-known tool called an iFunk resolver.
The iFunk is used where, let's say you want to optimize your code to run on Intel hardware and AMD hardware. Now, you could write the software just for Intel, and it would run very fast on Intel, and it probably would run very badly on AMD hardware.
Instead, you keep multiple versions of the same function, and the iFunk resolver picks the right one for the hardware you're on. At first glance, that sounds like a way for Gia to trick the system into thinking it's running hardware that needs its own compromised version of RSA decrypt. But there is a catch. A library can only define iFunk resolvers for its own functions. And since RSA decrypt doesn't belong to XZ, it can't use an iFunk resolver to override it. But iFunk can still help him.
So it will, very, very early on in the running of the program, it will do this sort of determination of what hardware is available. And crucially, it does let you run your own code in the library very early on.
Now, at this early stage, from within an iFunk resolver, Gia could try to directly rewrite the GOT entry for RSA decrypt. But at this point, the system is still filling in the GOT, so even if Gia changes the RSA decrypt slot, the loader will come along later and write the real address back in, wiping out his change. And there's a limit on the other side as well. To make this sort of hijacking harder, once every entry is filled on the GOT, the system marks the table read-only. That means that if Gia waits too long, the RSA decrypt entry is frozen.
So he has to slip it in at a very precise moment, after the RSA decrypt entry is filled in legitimately, but before the table gets marked read-only. And that tiny window is the Goldilocks zone. And to hit it, he's going to need another tool. So linking shared libraries in the GOT often leads to bugs. So Linux has a special debugging
Is that why my
feature
phone
that
is
tracks what the
shit?
system's doing.
And it can't
Lets
even
you
run
code
fucking
whenever
Twitter?
the linker writes a symbol's address into the GOT. It's called a dynamic audit hook, and normally you'd use it to profile performance. But crucially for Gia, there are no real guardrails. The hook can run any code he wants. And this is where iFunk finally pays off. Gia uses an iFunk resolver to set the audit hook early. Then, when the linker writes in the real RSA decrypt address, the hook fires and swaps in his payload. Right in the middle of the Goldilocks zone.
There is one final complication though. Audit hooks are normally configured by the system, not by libraries like XZ. So when Gia is first looking for the audit hook variable that he's supposed to rewrite,
it's actually hidden from him. So he first has to find it. Within the iFunk, he scans a small region of binary code, hunting for signs of the hook. But it's just raw bytes, so he writes a tiny decoder to turn them back into instructions that he can read. Now Gia can find where the hook lives in memory and finally plant his code. Then when RSA decrypt gets called legitimately, it triggers the payload and he's in. But now that he's in, what does he do? And how does he get out of there cleanly? Step 3, the cat burglar. With Gia's exploit in place, SSH isn't just checking for a legitimate login anymore. It's also listening for a hidden master key. And Gia's careful. He doesn't want anyone else stumbling onto the back door, so that master key isn't just a simple password. It's actually a mini cryptographic exchange of its own. First, the backdoor code checks for a shared secret, then second, it authenticates the user. And only if both checks pass does the payload run. In effect, it's like the backdoor is running a miniature version of the encryption from SSH inside of SSH. But in SSH, it uses that encryption to keep the attackers out. In this case, the backdoor is using that encryption to make sure that it's only the attackers that can get in. But he's still careful. One of the main ways defenders catch intrusions is through SSH logging. So to cover his tracks, he wipes evidence of the backdoor ever firing. And this is on top of the numerous safety checks he's inserted throughout the process to make sure the system supports the backdoor and doesn't crash and draw attention. And this is the genius of Gia's trap. It's cautious and meticulous, designed to slip through only where it will run invisibly. With all 3 of these steps complete, he can finally control the machine undetected. All he needs to do now is get his updated XZ implemented in the next release. But just as Gia is completing his backdoor, an open source developer requests to remove the dependency that links XZ to OpenSSH. This would spell disaster for Gia Tan. He becomes frantic, pushing harder and harder to get his compromised XZ into major Linux releases. He gets it into an early experimental build of Debian. He files a request to have it added to Ubuntu. He's trying to land the backdoor everywhere he can before anyone realizes what's going on. And it's then that Rich gets his first message from Gia. Over the next few weeks, he gets more and more insistent, urging Rich to add the updated XZ into the next release of Fedora.
I'm always very keen to talk to keen upstream contributors who are really excited about new things in their software, who are really willing to help us get stuff into Fedora. So, that's great. Love it. That's kind of makes my day. It's my happy place.
Eventually, Gia gets what he wants. Rich adds the updated XZ to a pre-release version of Fedora. Gia has succeeded. Except there's a bug.
No!
Low-level code like the backdoor, things you normally take for granted, like memory management, are not done automatically. If a function grabs a bit of memory, it also has to give that memory back when it's done. And if it doesn't, then every time the function runs, it grabs more and more memory and then never releases it. Over time, the program just keeps growing. That's called a memory leak. And to catch problems like this, developers use a tool called Valgrind. It runs the program more slowly, but watches every memory operation for anything suspicious. Valgrind is raising hell on Gia's code.
We put XZ, this version 5.6.0, into Fedora 40. We get a bug report initially.
And the backdoor in XZ specifically is generating invalid writes errors. Well, the logic was written by hand, bypassing the compiler's safety checks, and so they accidentally wrote outside the memory stack. Now, lucky for Gia, all this isn't immediately obvious. Rich still hasn't noticed what's happening.
New software has bugs, right? It's the state of nature of software. Software is absolutely full of bugs all the time.
Now, the real problem is inside the malicious code in the test file. But Gia can't just go and fix that. That would completely expose the backdoor. So he invents a cover story. He claims that the random data he used to generate the original test files, well, it's not reproducible, so he's replacing it. And in this updated code, he fixes the memory error.
It's a very convincing and plausible explanation for why this test blob has to be updated. But of course, it's not the real reason.
All right, so now the real fix is in, but if the bug just magically went away, it would look a bit suspicious. So he has to find a way to cover it up.
So what he then does is he changes the iFunk code in a way where he adds like a whole bunch of comments and changes to the code around it. That doesn't actually change the code, but is plausible enough to look like he's changing how the iFunk works to fix the Valgrind bug.
It does. Listening to it, I'm like, I know that this is the evil hacker Giatan, but I'm like, ooh, that's clever. You know?
Yeah, I mean, look, the guy is obviously not an idiot, right? But none of this is suspicious. This is what we expect from compression software. And as a packager, it's not really my job to fix every bug in upstream software. As soon as it gets to a certain level of difficulty, my thought here is, well, Giatan has actually been writing this software, right? So he's got it all in his head. He knows how it works. It's easier for me to just give him the problem. And I send the bug over to him, and like a day later, he sends the fix back. From my point of view, it's problem solved. You know, it worked. System worked, right? I made the right call. I don't see, at that point, knowing what I know then, I don't see that there's any problem.
So we downloaded Giatan's version of XZ, which was available on Fedora publicly. But we made a slight modification. Instead of using Gia's secret code, we're using our own. And that means that we can take advantage of Gia's backdoor. In this case, we're targeting the Veritasium.com website. And once we get control of it, I got a little trick in store for Derek. Now, to make sure I don't mess with any real traffic too bad and lose my job, we actually cloned the Veritasium website and put it on a very similar URL. But it will work the same. Of course, Derek doesn't know that I've covered my bases.
Oh no. Man, when you guys do these things, I start to get more and more scared now. I want it to work for the video, but I also don't want it to work because I don't want to screw stuff up. So,
yep. It's the risk you take, I guess, letting us run rampant.
It is a concern.
I'm gonna execute.
That's what I feel about you guys. I love it.
A port on
it's totally worth it.
And then on this side,
I mean, we've only had one Valium boy.
Uh-oh. Henrytasium. Who is this goof? On the main photo, you spent time getting all suited up there.
Of course.
Looking sharp, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Videos Derek would never approve of. Uh-oh.
The concept was, over the years that we've worked together, you've said no to a bunch of my ideas. And I figure now with control of the website, it's about time the world saw it.
Surviving 7 days living underwater. How do saturation divers live at minus 1,000 feet?
That would be so cool.
You wouldn't be outside, right? So I don't know why you need goggles there and like a respirator, but you're not underwater. Why it's almost impossible to shoot 4,000 meters.
Damn, these sound like good ideas. Thank you for the follow out there.
CIA lied, exposing how the CIA lied about torture.
Damn.
I feel like that still goes into a tough territory for us.
Yeah.
Xenon gas replaced oxygen. I attempted to climb Mount Everest on xenon gas. That sounds like a terrible idea. This is what this whole video is about. This whole video is just about trying to get me to greenlight your projects. You know, if people like these video ideas, they can feel free to let us know in the comments.
Yeah, some of those sound really good. The 4,000 shots and the living saturation diving is so fucking cool. I'd love to see one. You know what? I'm straight up. I'm just gonna comment and say like I'd love to see. I think it's the first time I've ever commented on a Veritasium video, but hell yeah, I'm all down for that.
Yeah,
I'm totally down for that.
If anyone's on the website right now, that would be very strange. Look, I'm not pleased. I would like you to change it back. It doesn't seem like this should be possible on a Linux server. So the big question is, how did you do it?
The address is the server. The seed is our code to get in. And then the command is what we're doing to essentially open up, in this case, NC, which is like opening up a port on the machine that we can then access from this second terminal. Then what we're doing is, on this side, we're running a script that's connecting to that port that's just been opened up, copying our files, and then by the end, we're gonna have root access on the server. That means that it thinks that we own the thing.
That's so crazy. This is a very scary hack. I do not like it.
Another thing is,
Derek's like, fuck
this is
you
a very
guys.
obvious way of demonstrating this attack. Like I've changed everything on the
It's
website.
like if you guys
immediately know
hack
that
my
I've gone in
OBS
hacked the
and I
server.
go
If
live
we're
and I'm
doing this
not
for
on my
real,
own channel,
we
I'm
do
on
it
like a
lot
random
sneakier.
fucking channel,
as
and
you
I'm like,
say,
what the
right,
fuck
the
is
thing to
going
do would
on?
not be to
That would
totally
be so
rework
hilarious.
someone's
Like, why am
website
I
so no
not
notices,
live?
but
What the
to
fuck? It says I'm
change it
live.
subtly
Where the
so
fuck am I
nobody
live?
notices, so you can skim data or yeah, like
Shit,
credit card
man.
details or take payments to a different location and stuff like that.
So you can copy anything you want, you can change anything you want, you can delete anything you want. So if there's any interesting documents or crypto tokens, any files you're interested in, those are yours now. If there is secret communications going across these, and let's keep in mind all of our communication networks are also built around Linux, those communication streams are yours now. If you wanted to encrypt something and ask for ransom, that's possible now.
The possibilities really are endless. After 2.5 years of hard work, slowly infiltrating the XZ project and weaving in this ingenious backdoor, G has done it. He now has free reign on any machine that installs the new Fedora pre-release. And he also gets the same access on Debian testing and Ubuntu's pre-release environments. And with RHEL 10 coming up, his code could infect some of the most important computers in the world. Now he should be able to relax, wait for the release, and he's got his backdoor key. But just when he thinks everything's going right,
Canaries in the coal mine. Yep,
Andres
canary
Freund
problems.
is a German programmer. He's not a security researcher, he's not a hacker. He's just an employee at Microsoft, working on an open source project called Postgres. One day in March 2024, he tries out the unstable release of Debian to make sure that Postgres will run smoothly. But while checking the server connection times, he notices something odd. A slowdown. It's not much, in the worst case it's only half a second, but it's enough to make Andres suspicious. We tested the connection times ourselves on our own version of the XZ hack, and we found the exact same thing. Consistent slowdowns of about 400 to 500 milliseconds. Andres had already seen the problems with XZ and Valgrind weeks earlier, and this only makes him more suspicious. So he digs in deeper. He looks at recent additions to OpenSSH and traces the delay back to an update in XZ. He sees the binary test files, but notices that they were never used in a test. It's even stranger. Andres tries to get back to work, but he can't stop thinking about it.
I remember sitting in a bunch of meetings and like not really being able to concentrate because it feels like I need to continue looking into this.
Eventually, Andres sees it. This isn't some bug. This is a backdoor. And this backdoor is meticulous. It hunts through memory to find the audit hook. It implements a decoder to read those raw bytes, and then it wraps everything in custom encryption and safety checks so that it only triggers on the right kind of connection. I mean, it even garbles its own string so that it won't be detected. It's incredibly cautious. But all of that takes time. And in the end, that's what grabs Andres' attention.
If they had done less obfuscation, I probably would not have noticed that anything was wrong.
Now, XZ's security contact is Giatan, so Andres can't exactly report it through the usual channels. Instead, he emails the Debian security team directly and posts a detailed report to a public security mailing list. Then, all hell breaks loose.
I'm called up on, I think it was a Friday evening, in fact I'm sure it was a Friday evening, to join a internal Red Hat meeting. And it's immediately obvious that this is not a normal meeting because like our head of security is there. It's explained to me that it's been found by somebody in the community that XZ has a backdoor, and immediately I'm like, WTF? How did this happen?
To cover their bases, Red Hat quickly rolls Fedora back and tells all their users to revert. And the whole open source community starts digging into the project to understand what went wrong. One thing is clear though, Andres is a hero.
Now, the fact that this was discovered in a different test at all, that was lucky, but then what are the chances that someone who isn't looking for a security bug spends days investigating this? So
that's the way of the world,
kudos
man. The
to
world
the
is stranger than
researcher.
fiction. It's
And,
so fucking crazy.
Saved us all from possibly a doomsday on the internet.
I think that
That's
Andreas
so
did
crazy.
a brilliant job because he did what I should have done actually, which is I should have looked at the bug when I saw it, and I should have gone there, like a crazy hound sort of sniffing around trying to find out what's going on.
Andres even gets a shout out from the CEO of Microsoft. But when the story breaks, the mainstream response is surprisingly muted.
Actually, I'm still surprised now that the mainstream news.
Why are you surprised? It's the
haven't
fucking
really covered
news
this.
outlets. Of
Like, I can
course
tell you
they
how many
fucking didn't do
systems
anything.
would have been compromised, which would have been millions.
Anything from spying to ransom to just taking down entire countries. You could have done it with this.
Because you could control the entire power grid. You could probably control satellites. Like, dude, you could control pretty much fucking anything at that
Okay,
point.
so my feeling is that Jirtan, the person that I talk to, I believe is one person, but I also believe that behind him must be.
I think this is like, you know, Chinese,
for
fucking
quite a while. I mean, they were
Russian,
at this for
you know,
perhaps 2.5
fucking
years,
level trying to get that kernel level
If you look back
access
at
to the
accounts
fucking Western
pressuring
world.
Lhasa, they share some similarities. They use free email addresses, and they have almost no footprint outside of the XE threads. These were very likely sock puppet accounts, identities manufactured to apply pressure as part of a multi-stage social engineering campaign.
Yup.
Now,
bots on the
$1
internet.
million and takes 2.5 years to attempt to break into every hotel room on the internet with the master key.
China.
I think it's not a criminal organization, because I don't think a criminal organization would have that patience to spend that time without any real return. So I think it has to be a nation state actor here.
Yeah.
A lot of the aliases,
I
like
definitely
Jiatan, they sound like
say
Asian
fucking
names,
Chinese.
and the published changes are all timestamped in UTC+8, Beijing time. So the signs point to China. And that's why it's probably not China. I mean, why would they make it that obvious?
Because China's
Every other part
dumb.
of the operation has been so meticulous.
But that's
so
very
cautious.
true. It's a CIA
And they also
psyop.
worked
It's
on
actually
Chinese
the
New
main
Year,
one.
but not on Christmas. And over the years, there were 9 changes that fall outside of the Beijing time into UTC+2, which is a time zone that includes Israel and parts of Western
fucking
Russia.
Israel!
That's why
Of
some
course
experts
it's the
have
fucking
speculated that
Jews!
This could be the work of APT-29, a Russian state-backed hacker group.
Nah,
also
it's the
known as
Jews!
Cozy
Fuck
Bear.
the Russians!
But
I love
again,
how he mentions Israel.
no,
I'm like, it's either China or Russia. I don't even think about Israel.
Jirtan
And he
himself
says Israel. I'm like, oh, of course it's the Jews.
That exploit became publicly known and never heard from again.
In a sense, it doesn't matter whether.
Yeah, you
it's
pack up and you
Russian
leave
or
after that. You
Chinese or
fucked
Iranian.
up.
We need to
He was
protect
probably
from
killed by the
these
government.
types of backdoors, no matter where they come
Like,
from.
no one needs to
I
know
see
this shit
as
gets
like,
out, right?
You know, the canary in the coal mine of what's
Mhm.
going to be happening.
Yeah.
As attackers get more sophisticated
And they learn all
make
of this
fewer
shit.
You know, the gloves.
But this
are
is like
often
2
away.
years out of
I
date,
don't
right?
think
So
that the
they can't
community
possibly
is
have the
fully,
same system, right?
You know, is fully ready for this.
Right?
In the aftermath of XZ, the open
Just
source
reminds me of
community
the
pored
retirement
over
mine.
countless small, similar projects, looking for similar campaigns, but they found almost nothing.
I'm worried that we didn't find other backdoors. The incentives are just too clear. There are state-sponsored parts of either governments, militaries, or even private contractors working for states that are all preparing for the next cyber escalation.
That's how the
some kind
next
of a
war is
war,
going to be
some kind
fought.
of
The
a
next war isn't
geopolitical
going to be
conflict.
fought.
And we have all of those
It's going to be
backdoors. It's
fought
just
like
too
in
many
the
people
digital space,
incentivized to
like
put
through like,
backdoors.
you
So
know,
the few
like who
backdoors
can
that were
turn off
actually
your
discovered.
defense system
Now,
from the
some
inside and
experts
then
have
bomb
argued
you.
this reveals a fundamental flaw in the open source model, but not everyone agrees.
Closed source software would be no better here.
Yeah.
In fact, who's to say that there aren't already state spies working as paid software engineers at some of the larger companies?
No, 100%.
putting in exactly
100% there are.
But then there would
They're
be no
everywhere.
community member
That-
running
that-
free
that's just how the
testing
world
and
works.
detecting this by chance.
Especially
This backdoor, if
nowadays in the
anything,
world where
underlines
espionage is
the
like,
ethos of
and information
open
is
source.
the most
I mean,
important
just
currency.
think of what it took to get this
because
done
we
in
know
public.
now what we can do with that
There was a
information.
multiple-year social engineering campaign. There were all these layers of misdirection, and then there was code that was designed to withstand constant scrutiny. Compare that now with a closed source hack. Sometimes all it takes to get a backdoor installed there is a court order. Or you have a public company that can just brush a breach under the rug.
Yeah.
I actually used to work as an open source researcher myself at the Japanese telecom giant NTT. And my perspective is that it's only because this is an open source project
That it was
it's
discovered.
been picked apart, analyzed, and turned into a conversation about security at all. One that focuses on the fundamental vulnerability. It's not the code, it's the people. Now the system has not supported them enough.
Yeah, they're doing all this
Philosophy
multi-trillion-dollar global
given this
shit, and
beautiful
they're
gift
literally not getting
to
anything for it.
The whole world.
And they get nothing for it.
And, you know, what has humanity done back to him?
Nobody even knew. I didn't know who the fuck this guy was before this video.
And then I think implicitly a little bit, not everyone's saying this, but implicitly we're blaming him for not being there to maintain
this stuff for free forever. Yeah, you gave it to us, so you have to keep doing it.
Lasse do anything when he's not being paid for this stuff, and that's, in my opinion, quite unfair. On this Saturday evening, we were working together.
And it's not like the government would be like, "Oh, hey, no, we'll just pay you to keep doing it." They'd be like, "Well, we'll find someone else to do it," and then they completely fuck it up and spend way more fucking money on it.
Absolutely, could have told us to get lost. And didn't. And what a brilliant guy.
Yeah. Because he's like, at the end of the day, he doesn't give a fuck. All he cares about is the project, right? He's like, as long as it gets done, it gets out there, and it goes, that's all that, like, matters, right? Because it's like, that's what it comes to when it's a passion project, right? That's the reason why, despite the fact that, like, I don't get any views, no one watches me, you know? Not really. I mean, again, I appreciate you guys. You guys are fucking awesome and everything. But, like, on the grand scale of things, it's like, I don't make the content so people will watch. I make the content because I like making the content, and I think it's content that I would watch, right? And then if anyone finds it and watches it, then it's just an extra bonus, right? And then I just want to kind of get better at it because, again, I've been doing this for fucking like 20 years, video editing and shit like that. So it's like adding storytelling on top of it is just like the natural next progression, right? Oh, and then the stream is holding myself accountable, so I actually fucking do it and stop being a lazy piece of fucking shit. And then you guys can hold me accountable to that. But anyways, we're gonna call it here, so we'll be back again tomorrow. So thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out. Never stop being you, never stop imagining, never stop creating, and never stop spreading your ideas. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we reading today? Hellish missed. Alright, we got Hellish. He's actually doing a writing stream. What the hell is this? Hellish is doing a writing stream, guys. Okay, let's fucking get in there. Get your wheels ready. Here we go. See you on the other side.
Yeah, Echo. Oh my, 3 raids today. Jesus, what is up, Citation? How you doing? How you doing? How was your stream? What is up, everybody? Welcome in.
All right, we'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Not much. How